morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you live coverage of the controversy over the Signal chat among U.S. officials, where U.S. officials were discussing plans to attack the Houthis, and a journalist was accidentally invited to this Signal chat. And some more messages have been released today. There's actually a House Intelligence Committee hearing going on right now, where I'll probably show you some of that. We have a White House press briefing that's supposed to happen at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So we're going to bring you all up to date on this here. And thanks to all of you for joining, and also thanks to our moderators who are here. We have Ruth Krafasi, Cynthia Moon, Janet B. Roberts, May Queen over there on YouTube moderating, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Over on Twitch we have Surly Dev is over there. Thank you, Surly Dev. And thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. We have, we'll talk about some of the messages shortly. We have, so thanks to all of our moderators, our Facebook moderators too. And let's get into it. I'm keeping an eye on this House hearing. We'll probably cut into some of that shortly. I posted a link. I'll post a link in the chat. I posted it on my X account, a screenshot of some of the messages that were released today by The Atlantic. And the publication The Atlantic released new messages today, messages that they hadn't released before. Some of them were messages posted by Pete Hegseth, Defense Secretary, shortly before the attack on the Houthis began. And just as an example, and I'm just looking at some of them right now, and there's a number of them that just give specific times. So, for example, he says 12:15 Eastern Time, F-18s launch, first strike package, 13:45 Eastern Time, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launched, MQ-9s. 14:10 Eastern Time, more F-18s launched, second strike package. 14:15 Eastern Time, strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. 15:36 Eastern Time, F-18 second strike starts, also first sea-based Tomahawks launched. So that's just an example of, those are messages that were posted in this Signal chat that this journalist happened to be seeing as well, which give exact times and talk about different things happening. F-18s launching, more F-18s launching, when drone strikes, when strike drones would launch, when the bombs will first definitely drop, that kind of thing. So that's just some of them right there. And again, if you go to my X account, which is @Lookner, I reposted a post, and you can find this out there with screenshots of these out there. Secretary of Defense Hegseth said yesterday he didn't message anybody about war plans. It seems there's maybe some argument today over definition of war plans, but I mean, what is clear from the messages is that there are clearly messages shortly before the attack began that he posted with those details I just showed you, talking about certain specific times and certain things that would happen at those times. Okay, so hang on a moment here. Where are we here? Let me just do something real quick. So we're going to be taking your comments on the air. We're going to be talking about this White House press briefing coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And give me 1 second here. Okay.
Apparently she found...
Hold on. Let me show you this right here. Give you also a little summary of some of the developments. And we'll take some of your comments on the air. Before I do that, though, what I need to do is do this and do this. Okay, you can see here, Atlantic releases transcript of Trump team's Signal chat. The Atlantic on Wednesday today published this is from the Washington Post. The Atlantic published a transcript of top Trump administration officials' group chat this month discussing an imminent U.S. attack on Houthi militants in Yemen, offering a further accounting of the sensitive information they exchanged after the news site's editor, Jeffrey Goldberg, was mistakenly added to the conversation that occurred over an unsecure, commercially available messaging platform. The newly disclosed material includes a message sent from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth at 11:44 a.m. Eastern Time on March 15th. The day of the Yemen operation, confirming the precise timeline of the planned strikes scheduled to commence roughly 2 hours later. It also included the type of military aircraft involved, manned F-18 fighter jets and MQ-9 Reaper drones, in conjunction with sea-based Tomahawk missiles, and the fact that one high-profile target was at his known location. So, just to mention something real quick here. Hold on a second here. Yeah, so, that would be, in theory, if the target terrorist had seen this or been told about this, they probably would have wanted to move themselves, given that was posted before the attack. Godspeed to our warriors, Hegseth wrote over the messaging app Signal. National Security Advisor Michael Waltz later provided the group with information on the strike's impact, saying a building had collapsed and multiple targets were believed killed, including a top missile guy who was allegedly struck while walking into his girlfriend's building. Pete Carilla, I see amazing job, he wrote, referring to Hegseth, U.S. Central Command Chief General Michael Eric Carilla in the intelligence community. Other participants in the group chat included Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Rubio, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, CI Director Ratcliffe, and several other Trump aides. The episode has infuriated Democrats who have demanded the resignations of Waltz and Hegseth and put the White House in the uncomfortable position of having to defend the judgment of nearly all of the Trump administration's most senior national security figures for having this conversation on the Signal app. The president's defenders have sought to downplay critics' assertions that the material shared over the messaging app, had it been compromised by an adversary, would have jeopardized the lives of American service members involved in the operation, and also, in theory, could have lessen the success lessen the likelihood of success of the operation. Let me show you here, real quick. Let me show you some of this is the House Intelligence Committee meeting going on right now. Then I'll take some comments from you guys. Let's check out some of this meeting.
Some Kenyan journalists are now being trained by Beijing, mirroring the U.S. programs that have been...
What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep an eye on it, and because some of the time they're talking about the Signal app stuff and some of the time they're not. So I'm going to keep an eye on this House hearing, and when they start talking about the Signal app stuff again, I will put it on there for you. If you give me a second here. Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, is at this meeting, and so we'll keep an eye on this for you too. There she is right there. But they're not talking about that right now. Let me read some comments from you guys. Our viewer Justizen says, even if you voted for Trump, how can you defend this kind of amateurism? They should just admit they made a mistake. Stinky says, do we even know if these are real messages? Yes. The White House, the National Security Council, a representative of the National, in the original article that came out 2 days ago, the White House confirmed it was legit. It was it was someone from the National Security Council by name went on the record and said that this appeared to be a legit text chain. So nobody is disputing that these are real messages. TFB thinks the Atlantic has an agenda. Terry Pratt says, I think any war talks should be done in a private meeting room. From everything I have read, conversations about this kind of thing would not normally be held over the Signal app. They would be held in a secure facility, or there are rules about where they have to have these conversations in a secure facility or in some previously set up secure communications over some previously set up secure communications network involving certain procedures and certain equipment. Tyler says they were going over it for quite a while. Yeah, I mean, I'll just keep an eye on different people in the House hearing. There are different House members who every few minutes a different House member does some questioning. So I'll keep an eye on it and see what they're talking about. What I need to do is, give me a moment here. What is happening? Oh, hold on. I need about, I'm hearing extra sound. Hold on. That's actually going to be fine. Okay. Again, there will be a White House press briefing coming up. At 1 p.m. That should be very interesting, today's White House press briefing. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions on this situation. You can see the Atlantic releases the entire Signal chat showing Hegseth detailed attack plans against Houthis. By the way, thank you too for your support to our viewer TFB, and also thank you to Becca S. for your support from Australia. Sergey. Sergey says there were 2 MARs in that chat. Well, I believe, if I remember right, I'd have to pull up the original article. If I remember right, that probably referred to Marco Rubio. Now, Sergey says, sounds like there might have been other outsiders. I haven't heard any reporting on that. I haven't heard any reporting suggesting that there was any other person supposed to not supposed to be there, except for the journalist who Mike Waltz accidentally invited to the chat. If there were 2 MARs, maybe he had 2 phones or something like that, or 2 devices. I'm not sure. But I haven't heard any reporting that there was anyone there who wasn't supposed to be there besides the journalist from The Atlantic. Hang on a moment here. And again, thank you to Sergey. I appreciate that. Thanks, Laura Nolan, our member. Laura thinks it was clearly classified information, pure stupidity. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, who says the only thing that would bother me if they weren't supposed to be using this Signal chat. Yeah, from everything I have read, this is not considered an acceptable forum in which to have this kind of discussion. I'll show you something more about that. Yeah, you can see right here, Signal is not approved for carrying classified information. This is from the AP article. Signal is a publicly available app that provides encrypted communications, but it can be hacked. It is not approved for carrying classified information. That means if you're a U.S. government official and you're discussing classified information, that is not an approved manner of doing so. On March 14th, one day before the strikes, the Defense Department cautioned personnel about the vulnerability of Signal, specifically that Russia was attempting to hack the app, according to a U.S. official. One known vulnerability is that a malicious actor with access to a person's phone can link his or her device to the user's Signal and essentially monitor messages remotely in real time. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, for your support. Thank you, the Ringa X, our member. Gabriel Morrow, thank you, Gabriel Morrow, for your support. Thank you also, Purple Oryx, for the gift memberships. Very kind of you, Purple Oryx. Robert Ian says, secure, compartmented information facility, a SCIF. Yeah, I think that might be the term for the place where you're supposed to have one of these conversations. If you're doing it in person. Hang on a moment here. This is an article which has some more about that. Thanks to AF Clips for your support as well. Let's see here. You can see this says, this is an article from actually earlier, from yesterday. Classified material laws and why experts say Signal chat raises concerns. Let me make this a little bigger for you guys from myself. There we go. The White House's acknowledgement that top Trump administration officials had discussed military planning using an unclassified messaging platform and in a group chat that accidentally included a journalist drew immediate criticism from Washington's national security establishment. Some experts said the way the officials were communicating such highly sensitive information and the apparent leak may have violated federal laws. The Atlantic's editor-in-chief said on Monday he had been included in a group chat on the encrypted messaging platform Signal this month that included discussed upcoming military strikes targeting Yemen's Houthi militants. The discussion group included Vice President Vance, the Defense Secretary, CIA Director, DNI, Director of National Intelligence Gabbard, National Security Advisor Waltz. The White House said the message thread appears to be authentic, and administration officials were reviewing how an inadvertent member got added to the chain. Hegseth denied any wrongdoing, saying nobody was texting war plans. Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe yesterday told the Senate Intelligence Committee that no classified intelligence material was shared. But some legal scholars said Goldberg's inclusion on the message chain could violate the Espionage Act of 1917 and other federal statutes. Rules for communicating sensitive or classified information. The federal government has different protocols for handling information based on its level of classification, but war plans and weapon designs are among the information often considered top secret. The Atlantic reported that Hegseth posted operational details in the Signal chat about the upcoming strikes. Now, we know from today, again, that Pete Hegseth posted a number of posts in that chat because the Atlantic released this today. He posted a number of posts in the chat talking about what would happen at certain times. So just as an example, he talked about, I showed it to you right. Did I show it to you right here? Well, He said like 12:15 Eastern time, F-18s launch, first strike package, 13:45 Eastern time, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch, MQ-9s. 14:10 Eastern time, more F-18s launch. Second strike package. 14:15 Eastern time, strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. So that's the example of some of the messages he had actually posted in the chat, which the Atlantic released today. So the Washington Post says, generally the federal government requires officials to handle high-level classified information in person with personal cell phones or other electronic devices left outside of secure rooms where confidential meetings take place, said U.S. House Rep. Seth Magaziner, Democrat of Rhode Island. The facilities with these rooms, called Sensitive Compartmentalized Information Facilities, or SCIFs, are designed to prevent adversaries from being able to listen to what is being discussed, he said. He added that information presented during these meetings in SCIFs is usually printed out and stored securely. If an official is not physically able to be at a secure facility, the government operates secure communication channels that can be used instead, said the House member. But Signal is not one of those systems. Let me just make sure here. Hold on a second. I might want to show you some of that House hearing. Hold on here. Let me show you some of the House hearing going on right now. If I can. We need volume.
Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Oh, they were just talking about it.
I'm going to give
hold on.
The director the ability to respond without being interrupted by his questioner.
I appreciate that, Congressman. I guess, just a general reflection here, again, that for the last 2 days, members of the intelligence community have been asking questions about a Signal messaging group and not asking questions from Democrats either in the Senate or the House on China, Russia, Iran, and the real threats that are going on to the United States. And you can say that you care about the good work that agencies are doing like the CIA and that you care about 140 stars on the wall. But no one's asked me about my second day on the job here, where I lit the fuse that led to a foreign government participating with us to capture one of the senior planners of the Abbey Gate bombing that killed 13 Americans. And in the process, we worked with a government that previously hadn't, that hadn't cooperated with us on counterterrorism matters. Or the fact no one has focused on that within an hour of that taking place, I was on the phone with Director Patel, and a few hours later with Attorney General Bondi, working together, the IC and the FBI working together to bring this person home in less than a week. An unprecedented success for the intelligence community and the law enforcement community. Exactly representative of the kind of work that we should be doing and the kind of work that an oversight committee should be asking about. But instead, we're getting questions about whether or not someone has drinking habits. I just wish in an annual threats hearing where the American people want to hear about threats, that's what we would be talking about. Thanks for the opportunity to clarify.
Absolutely, Director. I want to thank you and all the people who work with you and all the witnesses and the men and women, the brave men and women who are putting their lives on the line each and every day for this country. And to the military as well, we are grateful and we recognize the sacrifice and dedication. Director Ratcliffe, you talked about China being our top national security threat, and I want to go to what really is the most active and persistent threat. It's related to cyber. It's related to the people's.
All right, so we'll keep checking back in on that hearing. Give me one moment, guys. Give me one moment here. I want to just do something real quick. Hang on. I am just getting something on the screen in front of me so I can have it for later. Thanks for your patience here. Okay. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Okay. And need about 10 more seconds here. Again, White House press briefing coming up at 1 p.m. White House press briefing, 1 p.m. We will be covering that live, 1 p.m. Eastern time, sorry. Okay, that's done. We got that. Where is that one? Oops. Thank you for joining us. We are bringing you the latest updates on the Signal Chat controversy. The Atlantic released more messages from that Signal Chat today, including some messages from the Defense Secretary where he gives specific times of when certain parts of the attack would happen and describes some specifics about what would happen at those times. And we are taking comments from you guys and bringing you the latest updates here. And we're going to keep checking in on that House hearing as well. And, oops, sorry. Let me just put this up here. Let me check something here. I'm keeping an eye on the House hearing too. Let's see. One moment. One moment. Is she talking about it? Let's see.
It's my job to ask these questions of you.
Let's check in on the House hearing. Hold on a moment.
The threat is in the House. And I served in the threat is across the dais. And I need to ask these questions. It's my job to ask these questions of you. Because when I served in the military and I served in classified environments, had this happened to me, I would have walked my resignation in immediately. This is not okay. Communicating these sorts of things in Signal is not okay. Targets, times, those kinds of things are absolutely classified, and we all know it. I know it, these people know it, you all know it. And the fact that we're having to have these conversations now means that I can't ask the questions that I need to ask about things like bioterrorism and biosecurity. And so I'd like to put you in check as well, sir, because you can't assume who I am any more than I can assume who you are, sir. I would like to move my questions, however, over to Director Gabbard, because you are the DNI. You do have an obligation and a responsibility. I'm going to speak to you specifically about the fact that you have spent much of your 40 days talking about the importance of making sure that we don't reveal classified information, making sure that we don't leak information. You're a former battalion commander in the Army. I don't think that you would have necessarily appreciated the kind of leaking of information that I believe absolutely did happen in this Signal channel and is worthy of a further investigation. In fact, this committee established something called 50 U.S.C. 3235A, and this committee, on a bipartisan, apartisan basis, requires you, the DNI, to swiftly notify Congress and the Intelligence Committee if you're aware of any sort of significant unauthorized disclosure or compromise of classified information, which I would argue this has all of the markings of being that. And so if you, as the DNI, see such a thing anywhere within your organization's purview, you have the obligation to begin an investigation to report back to us on that. Would this seem to qualify to you as something worthy of that investigation?
Thank you for your question, Congresswoman. In this situation, Secretary Hegseth has the classification and declassification authority over DOD information.
This chat did not have the auspice of being a DOD chat. There's no such thing as labeling it as DOD. This was a chat amongst a great variety of people, and you, according to our law that we passed here bipartisanly, have an obligation when you think there has been a tangible, significant leak of information to instigate an investigation. Do you not think it's important to do such a thing?
Well, the National Security Council is investigating this inadvertent leak. And again, I point to Secretary Hegseth as having the classification.
I would argue that Secretary Hegseth, if he had the dignity that he needs to have, should be walking his resignation in, because I believe that his probably is heading toward being relieved of his duty based on what I think are significant and illegal leaks, most likely. I would like it if you would please commit to this organization that you will follow the law, and I would like it if you would also investigate what is likely to be more than just this chat. Because if there's one, there's more than one. If there's smoke, there's fire. Would you please obligate yourself and your organization to that investigation?
Yeah, Congresswoman, yes, I will follow the law.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Director Patel, I learned just recently that you only heard about this yesterday, which blows my mind since I heard about it 2 days ago, and I'm just a low on the dais, junior chipmunk here. Did you really only hear about this yesterday?
The exact timeline I'm not aware of, but yeah, I think it was yesterday or the night before.
And now that another day has passed, do you believe...
Well, actually, it was the night before the hearing.
Now that another day has passed, do you believe that it's now time potentially for the FBI to open an investigation into this?
I'm not going to comment on that.
Because you're the director of the FBI, you don't believe it's appropriate to comment on that?
Because there's a process in place, there's an ongoing litigation, and the National Security Council is reviewing this matter. And I'm not going to discuss any open or closed investigations.
That ongoing investigation, literally, the lawsuit happened today or yesterday afternoon, and the idea that you don't have an opinion on this at this point is frustrating to me.
No, it's not. I'm not going to prejudge any matters, and the men and women of the FBI will call the balls and strikes.
Reclaiming my time,
not
sir.
you.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have...
Gentlewoman's recognized. You have 4 seconds remaining.
No, I have more than that.
2 seconds
Mr.
remaining.
Patel would not add...
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, were there any sources described in the signal chat?
No, Congressman.
Were there any methods described in the signal chat?
No.
Were there any locations?
No.
Therefore, due to the fact that there were no sources, no methods, nor locations described in the signal chat, it does not make the discussion classified. Is that correct?
That is up to the Secretary of Defense determination.
The Democrats are obviously making the assertions that what was in the signal chat was classified and claiming that Secretary Hegseth put this war plan out to the world, which he clearly did not. Were there any names in the signal chat?
No.
Any targets?
No.
Any locations?
No.
Was there a unit name or location of that unit?
There was not.
Were there any routes described in the signal chat?
No.
Wouldn't an operational plan contain that type of information?
Every operational plan I've ever seen has contained that information.
Thank you. Shifting to the real threats to America, the southern border. Due to the previous administration's open border policies, they allowed over 10 million illegals into our country. And during that time, there was 1,511.
We're going to keep checking in when they're discussing the chat. They're discussing other topics in this hearing as well, so I've been going in and out. Again, just to share with you, I have posted a link to it on my X account, but just to share with you some of the messages that were posted by Secretary Hegseth in the Signal chat, which were released today by The Atlantic. Hang on a moment here. I'm going to just put these up on the screen so I can tell you exactly what they are. For example, Hegseth wrote a timeline roughly a couple hours before the strike started. He wrote, time now 11:44 ET, weather is favorable, just confirmed with CENTCOM, we are a go for mission launch. 12:15 ET, F-18s launch first strike package. 13:45 ET, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch, MQ-9s. 14:10 ET, more F-18s launch, second strike package. 14:15 ET, strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. 15:36 ET, F-18 second strike starts, also first sea-based Tomahawks launched. So those were messages he posted roughly a couple hours before the launch of the operation. Also, there were some specifics posted after by Mike Waltz, where Mike Waltz, for example, after the operation started, Mike Waltz posted in the messaging thread, Michael Waltz, the National Security Advisor, he said, building collapsed, had multiple positive ID. And I think he said something else here. Hold on a second here. Let's see here. Yes, he said at 2 p.m. that day, Mike Waltz posted, the first target, their top missile guy, we had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and now it's collapsed. That was posted in the thread as well. Guys, we're not showing the whole hearing because the whole hearing is not on this. Much of this hearing is not discussing this issue. So I am cutting into the hearing when I notice that they are talking about this issue. It is not all about the signal chat. In 50 minutes, 50, there will be a White House press briefing, which I'm sure will feature lots of questions about this story. This CBS News CBS News' Christina Carujo just posted a clip of Senator Roger Wicker, who is the Republican chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. And he said, it's definitely about this chat. It's definitely a concern. It appears that mistakes were made. And he said there are likely to be classified briefings about this soon. Now, Mike Waltz today, hold on a second. Are they talking about this now? Let's go back to the briefing for a second. Hang on a moment.
Defense had included specific sources and methods and targets and names, then the answer would be yes, but that was not the case.
Let me stop you there because we have such a limited time. Generals, look, you're here because you got tough spots, so I have to put you on the spots. You're passing information like this just within your agency, and you know that it's going to include, we are go for mission launch, Houthis. sea lanes, the information about the weapon systems, that gets to the Houthi military commanders. Doesn't it make you think they're at least going to say duck?
Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on the issue. Yes, if we were collecting this on our adversaries and we're able to get this information, as was asked of General Hawk earlier, we would consider that classified, but it's classified under the collection piece. The data that we're talking about here is the operational data, not the intelligence data.
Respectfully, sir, just because we have limited time.
Secretaries.
The Houthis military leader is going to duck when he hears this, or he's going to take some action, or he's going to try to shoot our planes down, right?
If he has actionable intelligence, he will certainly use it.
I'm talking about this intelligence. You don't think he can figure out? Houthis is mentioned a couple times, sea lanes. They show the weapon system. At least it's a credible warning to him.
I would offer the Houthis' defensive position has been constant since the 15th of March.
All right. General, I'll just take a whack at it. You're the Houthis' military leader. You get this information passed on to you, it doesn't make you at least take warning?
I would, Congressman, I think from the Houthis' perspective, they do have air defense equipment, and they would be able to detect aircraft when they're entered into the Red Sea, and certainly when we have our intelligence aircraft operating over top of their country. They'd be able to detect that activity.
But being forewarned is extraordinarily important. I'll take another stab at it. If just language like this in a different context, okay? But just within your department, sir, your people are passing this information. Do you advise them maybe they don't use Signal on this? Are there other forms? Obviously, they're going to be more secure.
What I would offer is the data that we would be passing would be the full target packages and the full set of operational information.
Okay, but even if it was just this, do you really want to give the possibilities that they could be breached, hacked, and they would get this information? Wouldn't you, even with just this, sir, respectfully, wouldn't you want to use a more secure means of communicating?
I think what I would offer are two things, and hopefully they're helpful to you. One of them would be, in addition to that full package that we've been talking about, when the Secretary extracted individual details from that and provided those on Signal, whether individually or in aggregate, that is his decision of what is classified and what is not from an operational aspect. And that's probably the most important relevant piece to there. And I would echo what we've said before. It's the Secretary's authority for the
just give me, there's more secure ways of communicating any of this, right?
There are, and our adversaries have
General, there are, right?
To intercept.
There's much more secure means that you use, even if you don't think that this is, or you don't want to stick your head out on it.
What I would say is the full packages were transmitted within classified, within traditional classified.
But this could have been transmitted in a classified way as well. Thank you.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Arkansas, the distinguished chair of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Hill, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me say, Director Gabbard and Director Radcliffe, it's so great to have you back in the Longworth House Office building. The food's the same, but you're welcome anytime. Director Radcliffe, we've served for 10 years together. I'm certainly aware of your extraordinary service at the DNI and here in Congress. And I just have a couple of follow-up questions on this topic of the Signal chat. Were there any war plans distributed in that Signal chat?
No, Congressman.
And were sources and methods that would compromise our intelligence system or your agents in the field around the world, were they discussed on the Signal chat?
No.
I appreciate that. I just think that's an important thing to have on the record. Director Patel, I co-chair the Americans Wrongfully Detained American Hostage Task Force here in the House, and I just in fact left Tigran Gambaryan, a former FBI official who I helped get out of prison in Nigeria last year. I just left him a few minutes ago. You've been, you know this issue very, very well, and President Trump's made such a commitment to.
Okay, so we're jumping in and out of this hearing here in the House when they talk about this Signal issue. Not the whole hearing is about that. So I will say we've seen, I've shown you a couple Republican members of that committee ask very similar questions. Something like, were there locations, were there sources, were there methods issued? So it seems to be kind of maybe a talking point, because I'll show you what Mike Waltz posted, National Security Advisor. He is the one who invited the journalist, apparently accidentally, to this chat. Mike Waltz posted today, no locations, no sources and methods, no war plans. I think that's basically what the Republican Congressman French Hill just asked about. And I think the previous Republican congressperson who we heard. He said, no locations, no sources and methods, no war plans. Foreign partners had already been notified. Strikes were imminent. Bottom line, President Trump is protecting America and our interests. So we keep hearing from the Republican side, we've heard a number of times, no locations, no sources and methods, no war plans. By the way, I want to say a quick thank you, I really appreciate it, to Anthony Poff, our new member, N. Thrianis, our member, Robert Ian, thank you. Bebop and Rocksteady, thanks so much. Also, Crazy Yoda, it's very kind of you. Crazy Yoda, I really appreciate that. Crazy Yoda says, I belong to a law enforcement signal chat group. You don't get added unless you agree to give out your signal ID. Signal IDs are not searchable. The chat group was new. Real question is, how did the most hostile reporter to Trump administration get in that true group chat? Well, I can't speak to whether he is the, as you say, most hostile reporter to the Trump administration. I'm not really familiar with is it Joshua Goldberg, his work? If I'm getting the name right, Jeffrey Goldberg, I'm sorry, Jeffrey Goldberg. But Jeffrey Goldberg, in the first article, what he said was, the first of the two articles, he said that he received on March 11th a signal request, a connection request from Mike Waltz. And what he said is he said he had met Mike Waltz in the past, and he actually didn't find it particularly strange that Mike Waltz would be reaching out to him. He thought it was somewhat unusual, and he thought maybe somebody was impersonating Waltz. But he said that he was hoping when he got this message, which seemed a bit unusual to him, he was hoping maybe the actual Mike Waltz wanted to chat about Ukraine or Iran or some other important matter. So, I don't know what kind of information they'd exchanged before, but again, Jeffrey Goldberg said when he got this request from Mike Waltz, he thought it was somewhat unusual. But he did think it was possible that the actual Mike Waltz was reaching out to him to talk about some issue, which I guess is something they might do. I'm not familiar with what exactly, how their relationship went and how Jeffrey Goldberg interacts with different government officials. He is the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic. So anyways, that's some background I can give you on that, but I appreciate... I certainly think it's an interesting question, as Crazy Yoda brings up. How did this person get added? How did it come? How did it so happen that Mike Waltz added Jeffrey Goldberg? Was there some typo or something, or what happened exactly? What got messed up? By the way, let me go back over real quick here. Hold on a second here. Let me just check in on this. Are they talking about this?
In my state of New York, on college campuses in Washington, D.C., universities. Director Patel, does the FBI have any open investigations into the organization, the leadership, and the funding of these pro-Hamas demonstrations?
All right. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. That they're not talking about the signal chat right now. Yeah, certainly it would be interesting to know how is it that Jeffrey Goldberg got added to this extremely sensitive chat with the highest level of U.S. officials. Thank you again, Crazy Yoda. I appreciate that. Also, thanks to Boomer Wow and Bruce Kaiser. Bruce Kaiser says the release was a huge mistake. A reporter publishing it could be treasonous. Well, so the Atlantic in their first article did not publish the details that they said they weren't going to publish some of the more details that they considered sensitive. Yesterday, repeatedly, a number of administration officials said there was not classified information in there. Today, the Atlantic posted more messages. So look, I am not privy to the Atlantic's discussion of why they posted more messages. I don't know if the fact that the Trump administration kept saying yesterday there was nothing classified in there made them feel better about doing it. I'm guessing a big motivation was that they felt that the accuracy of their story was being questioned by the Trump administration, and they wanted to show, they wanted to back up what they had said in the original story. I'll leave it to you to decide whether you think whether the Atlantic did anything wrong or treasonous. I'm not familiar with treason law in what they did. But those, I think, are some of the considerations that probably came into play in their decision to publish more of the messages today. I can tell you that in the article today, the Atlantic said, they mentioned how Pete Hegseth said yesterday nobody was texting war plans. They mentioned how yesterday Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe, who's the CIA director, and Tulsi Gabbard's director of national intelligence, both said there was no classified material that was shared in the Signal group. And President Trump said it was not classified information. And they say this presented us with a dilemma, the Atlantic said in their article. They said, in the initial story, they said, we withheld specific information related to weapons and the timing of attacks. As a general rule, we do not publish information about military operations if that information could jeopardize the lives of U.S. personnel. That's what they said in the article today. They said that is why we chose to withhold certain messages. But then in the article today, Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic says, the statements by Hegseth, Gabbard, Ratcliffe, and Trump yesterday, combined with numerous administration officials saying we are lying about the content of the Signal texts, have led us to believe that people should see the texts in order to reach their own conclusions. So there you go. I should have just mentioned that at the start of my answer, but that is their explanation of why they posted those messages today. They said there's a clear public interest in disclosing the sort of information that was in this non-secure communications channel, and they said especially because senior administration figures are attempting to downplay the significance of the messages that were shared. Okay, so they're saying that they published this stuff today because of what the administration was saying about it yesterday. Hang on a second here. Thank you for the question, Bruce Kaiser, or the comment, Bruce Kaiser. There is a White House press briefing coming up in 34 minutes, White House press briefing, which I'm sure will be interesting. And I'm sure there'll be a bunch of questions about this in the White House press briefing. Hang on a moment here. I got to check for news updates too. Let me just see if there's any new developments. We'll take more of your comments on the air. Oh, also, Pete Hegseth posted, and again, we've heard Republican congressmen say this, we heard Mike Waltz say it. Pete Hegseth also says today, no names, no targets, no locations. Well, we've heard no locations. What did Mike Waltz say? It's similar to what Mike Waltz said. Pete Hegseth said, no, I'll show you what he said right now. Hang on a moment. I'm going to show you what Pete Hegseth said. I need to cover up. There's one part of it I need to cover up because it has a little naughty language in it. Hang on a moment here. Where is the... Oh, I don't even have my thing loaded in. Can I do it this way? Here's how I'll do it. Here's how I'll show this to you. I have to cover up a thing here. Maybe this will work. Gosh. Okay, here's the first part of what he posted. He said, so let me get this straight. The Atlantic released the so-called war plans, and those plans include no names, no targets, no locations, no units, no routes, no methods, and no classified information. He said, these are some really blank war plans. It's a word that begins with S. Then he wrote, and I'll show this to you in a second. Then he wrote, this is the rest of his post. This only proves one thing. Jeff Goldberg has never seen a war plan or an attack plan, as he now calls it, not even close. As I type this, my team and I are traveling the Indo-PACOM region, meeting with commanders, the guys who make real war plans, and talking to troops. We will continue to do our job while the media does what it does best, peddle hoaxes. That's what he said. Also, Pete Hegseth reposted Sean Parnell, who I believe is his spokesperson. Yes, Chief Pentagon spokesperson, who said no targets, no locations, no units, no routes, no sources, no methods, no classified information. Just another hoax by the Atlantic, foisted on the American people, meant to undermine Secretary of Defense Hegseth's leadership and President Trump's national security agenda. It won't work. To repeat, I'm going to read some of the messages that were posted in this Signal thread roughly 2 hours before the attack on the Houthis started. Here are some of the messages that were posted that the Atlantic shared today from Pete Hegseth. He said, at 11:44 Eastern Time, around 2 hours before the attack began, he said, team update, time now 11:44 ET. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM we are a go for mission launch. Then he posted a timeline of some upcoming details about the attack. He said 12:15 ET, F-18's launch, first strike package. 13:45, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch MQ-9s. 1410 ET. More F-18s launch. Second strike package. 1415 ET. Strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. 1536 ET. F-18 second strike starts. Also, first sea-based Tomahawks launched. Also, Mike Waltz, after the after the attack began, Mike Waltz, National Security Advisor, posted in the chat at 2 p.m. Shortly after, I believe this is about 15 minutes or so after the attack began. At 2 p.m., Mike Waltz said, the first target, their top missile guy, we had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and now it's collapsed. By the way, that House hearing is now ended. Just so you know. In 27 minutes, there will be a White House press briefing. Hang on a moment here. By the way, I have a quote here from Roger Wicker, who is the Roger Wicker is the Republican senator who is the chair of the Senate Armed Services Committee. According to Scott Wong, who is with NBC News, Roger Wicker said, the information as published recently appears to be of such a sensitive nature that, based on my knowledge, I would have wanted it classified. By the way, the Defense Department X account, DOD Rapid Response, said something similar to what we heard Pete Hegseth and Pete Hegseth's spokesperson and a couple of Republicans in Congress we heard in that hearing we were just watching say. The DOD Rapid Response account says, no names, no targets, no locations, no classified info. They're saying no classified info. No war plans, just an update in real time. The Atlantic is a hoax generating machine. Thanks, Bass 300, for your support. Who says, is there anything else going on they would want to distract the critics from with this? This thing sounds provocative but innocent. That's what Bass 300 says. Thanks also, La Calma. Thanks, La Calma, for your support. Also, Patricia Banks, who says, is anything secure or can't be hacked? I don't know enough to know, is it impossible to somehow hack a secure facility room which is approved for classified conversations, a U.S. government SCIF room? I don't know enough about it to know if in theory it cannot be hacked. That is beyond me. I would think it'd be quite difficult. Thank you also, PZ Papa Zulu, for your support. I really appreciate it. PZ Papa Zulu, who says President Trump has had an amazing 60 plus days. Just to repeat here about, this is from a Washington Post article from yesterday about the normal procedures. The federal government has different protocols for handling information based on its level of classification, but war plans and weapon designs are among the information often considered top secret. Generally, the federal government requires officials to handle high-level classified information in person, with personal cell phones, and other electronic devices left outside of secure rooms where confidential meetings take place, according to a current House member, Seth Magaziner. The facilities with these rooms, called sensitive compartmented information facilities or SCIFs, are designed to protect adversaries from being able to listen in on what is being discussed. He said. If an official is not physically able to be at a secure facility, the government operates secure communication channels that can be used instead, according to the House representative. But Signal is not one of those systems. What are the risks of using Signal? The Defense Department has previously referred to Signal as an unmanaged messaging app. In a 2023 memo, the department defined unmanaged apps as those not authorized to access, transmit, process non-public DoD information. The apps that are authorized to access Defense Department information are controlled by an enterprise management system which can enforce controls on the application and data in a way that can reduce the risk of data compromise or exposure spillage of data to unmanaged applications. Signal offers some level of protection for messages because it is an encrypted platform, but it is not suitable for highly sensitive classified conversations, according to a professor of computer science and law at Georgetown University. Signal runs on fundamentally insecure devices, smartphones and laptop computers attached to the internet that may be subject to all sorts of attacks against the devices that have nothing to do with the security of the software. Yeah, and by the way, one of our viewers just said, if you look at the original article, where is it here? I think one of the articles actually, was it the original or the second one? One of the articles actually, yes, no, the article today from The Atlantic has a screenshot of this chat group, and it literally says, Michael Waltz added you to the group. It has a screenshot of that, as one of our viewers just said. Hey, thanks, by the way, to the Vladinator. That's so nice of you, from Australia. Vladinator says, keep in mind Hegseth. Now, Pete Hegseth's background, he mentions that Pete Hegseth was a Fox host. So if we go here, you can see here from his Wikipedia page, Hegseth was deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. He worked for several organizations after leaving Iraq, including as an executive director for Vets for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. He became a contributor for Fox News in 2014. The Vladinator thinks that China, Russia, and Iran will learn from this leak that they should hack Signal, Discord, etc. because of this. Thank you, the Vladinator. Thank you also, Napoleon Solo and the Silver Sergeant. Thanks to Silver Sergeant for the gift memberships. Coming up in 20 minutes, White House press briefing in 20 minutes, if it starts on time. Oh, we're going to do a poll question. We're going to do a poll question right now. Will anyone lose their job over the Signal chat? They could be fired. They could quit. Will anyone lose their job over the Signal chat? Yes or no? I am asking it right now in the chat, and we'll see. I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea. let me just finish posting this, and then what we will do is I'll show you what you guys had to say. I got to post it on 3 platforms. I've posted it on 2. Okay. Okay, I asked you guys, I said, you can see there the headline from AP, The Atlantic releases the entire signal chat showing Hegseth's detailed attack plans against Houthis. The Atlantic today released the entire signal chat among national security officials, showing that Defense Secretary Hegseth posted the exact timings of warplane launches and when bombs would drop before the men and women flying those attacks against Yemen's Houthis this month on behalf of the United States were airborne. All right, I said to you guys, I said, will anybody lose their job? Be fired? Quit? Over on YouTube, the vote is 65% say no. On Facebook, 73% say no. And on Twitch, we have 68% say no. So most of you think it's a no. Elizabeth Murthy, our viewer, says, should anybody be fired? Yes. Will they? No. Brandon Curry Pitcher says, I doubt it. Brandon Curry Pitcher said they should, but I doubt it. Bluesy Girl says, why should Pete lose his job? He didn't do it. Brazel says, I think no, because doing so would be admitting fault. He doesn't think the administration would want to do that. He or she. All right. So again, most of you think no, nobody will lose their job. We're waiting in 15 minutes. There is a White House press briefing coming up in 15 minutes. How about that? Let me put something on the screen about, well, I'm not going to put it on right now. White House press briefing coming up in 15 minutes, guys. We are definitely going to cover that. Let me show you something really quick here from Reuters. Pentagon's Hegseth texted start time of planned killing of Yemeni militant. Well, also of just the whole operation. You can see they say Defense Secretary Hegseth. Oh, look, they actually have the text in here, though. Defense Secretary Hegseth texted plans to kill Houthi militant leader in Yemen 2 hours before a military operation that would normally be a closely guarded secret, according to screenshots released by The Atlantic today. The revelation that highly sensitive attack plans were shared on a commercial messaging app, possibly on personal cell phones, has triggered outrage in Washington and calls from Democrats that members of Trump national security team be fired over the leaks. Hegseth has repeatedly denied texting war plans, and Trump and his top advisors are saying no classified information was shared. bewildering Democrats and former U.S. officials who regard timing and targeting details as some of the most closely held material ahead of a U.S. military campaign. If Houthi leaders knew a strike was coming, they might have been able to flee, possibly to crowded areas where targeting is more difficult and the number of potential civilian casualties might be deemed too high to proceed. The chat did not appear to include any names or precise locations of the Houthi militants being targeted, although one of the messages after the Mike Waltz did post in the chat that the Houthis' top missile expert was positively ID'd walking into his girlfriend's building, and now it's collapsed. So that is a location. But no, I didn't see any addresses or anything. Anyways, the chat also did not appear to disclose information that could have been used to target U.S. troops carrying out the operation. Well, I mean, that depends on what you think about times times when this would happen. Pentagon officials aware of the planning believe the information was classified at the time, one U.S. official told Reuters, raising questions over whether, when, and how Hegseth's text messages may have been declassified, if they're not classified. It also has renewed scrutiny of Hegseth, who only narrowly won Senate confirmation after a bruising review that raised serious questions about his experience, temperament, and views about women in combat. All right, so here are, look, this is a transcript from Reuters based on the Atlantic showing you what was in the Atlantic article today. The Atlantic article posted screenshots of these messages, and so Reuters has taken some of these and put them in this article here. So Pete Hegseth posted this stuff. Team update. This was about 2 hours before the attack started. Hegseth's text started with the title Team Update and included these details according to the Atlantic. I'll make this bigger for you. Time now, 11:44 ET. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for mission launch. 12:15 ET. F-18's launch. He's posting this stuff at 11:44 AT. This is like a timeline of what's about to happen. 12:15 ET. F-18's launch. First strike package. 13:45. Trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time in capital letters. Also, strike drones launch MQ-9s. 14:10 ET, more F-18s launch, second strike package. 14:15 ET, strike drones on target, in capital letters. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. 15:36, F-18 second strike starts. Also, first sea-based Tomahawks launched. More to follow per timeline. He also says we are currently clean on OPSEC, operational security, when in fact, there was a journalist who was reading all of this because Michael Waltz had invited him, probably accidentally, I would think, to the chat. Hours later, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz confirmed to the group the killing of the Houthis' top missile expert. We had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and it's now collapsed, he wrote. Reuters could not immediately establish what kind of building was brought down in the U.S. military strike, how many occupants were inside, and how the detail squares with Pentagon statements that there were no known civilian casualties. Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said on X that Hegseth was merely updating the group on a plan that was underway and had already been briefed through official channels. Senior U.S. national security officials have classified systems that are meant to be used to communicate secret materials. Waltz has said he took full responsibility for the breach as he created the signal group, but on Wednesday, today, Waltz also played down the disclosure, saying on X, no locations, no sources and methods, no war plans, foreign partners had already been notified that strikes were imminent. All right. So anyways, those are, you could just, I just showed you the messages with those times of the different steps of the operation that were posted shortly before the operation by Pete Hegseth. Hang on a moment here. We are waiting for the White House briefing. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. The White House briefing is going to start in about 8 minutes. About 8 minutes until the White House press briefing. We definitely want to see that. By the way, thank you to Weaselman, our member. Thank you, Cardinal Glick, 57 for your support. Thank you, Joe Brown. I appreciate that, Joe Brown. Thanks for your support and your comment. Thank you, Zelgeth. Zelgeth said the message is described when actual pilots would go in. Thank you, PsyOps. Thanks for your support, PsyOps. Who says, I am more concerned with 23andMe possibly selling genetic data. We're not going to talk about that right now. Be a bit of a digression. Thank you, PsyOps, though. Thank you, Still Real. Thank you also, Shelley, and our member Lore, and Patricia Banks, and IndyCar. I appreciated IndyCar. All right. Also, quick shout out to our moderators as we wait for this White House press briefing, which will just start in a few minutes. Thank you to our moderators. We have Sabrina over there on YouTube. We have Cynthia Moon. Thank you so much. We have over on X, our moderators there. Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3. Sarah and Surly Dev, thank you. We also have our Facebook moderators. Oops. And our X moderators. Over on X, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, and Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body moderating over there on Facebook right now. Oops, one moment, please. One moment, please. One moment, please. I might even be able to get you some video of the... It's possible I will have video of the White House briefing room even before that briefing starts. I don't know if I will, though. I'm checking right now. Oops, I don't want that. But we will have live coverage for you of the White House press briefing. Sure to be a lot of questions about this at the briefing today. And then also, oh, by the way, thanks so much to Mary Payne. Mary Payne, that's so kind of you. I really appreciate your support. Mary Payne, very kind of you. Thanks for your support of the channel, Mary. Thanks for the note as well. All right. So I'm getting ready to show you the White House press briefing. Also, are we going to hear... You know, President Trump, I think we might hear from him this afternoon. Because, well, I don't know if he'll take questions. At 3 p.m., the president is supposed to participate in a Women's History Month event at the White House. Now, will he take questions then? I don't know. The White House is not live yet, guys. They're not live yet. But there is a press briefing coming up. And at some point I don't have it personally right now. At some point I might have the video from the room. Well, I'll have the video from the room. At some point I might get early video from the room. That's what I was looking for. But I don't have the early video yet. Okay. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. The press briefing is supposed to be in 2 minutes. I want to make sure I don't miss the start of it. I didn't even know if Trump posted on True Social about this. Let's see, I'm looking back the last few hours on Trump's True Social. I don't see anything. He's reposted some stuff, but I don't see any kind of original in the last day. I don't see any new posts that he made personally about this on his Truth Social. I don't even know if he's reposted about this. I'm looking through. I'm not really seeing anything. Oh, hang on a moment. I gotta refresh this. Hang on here. Okay. All right. Any moment, White House press briefing coming up at any moment. Unless they delay it. I haven't heard it's delayed. I got to take some more comments too, which I will definitely be doing. We'll be reading some more comments from you guys. Testing, testing, testing. Okay. Ryan Nobles with NBC News reports that the Republican Armed Services Senate Committee Chair, Roger Wicker, says he and Ranking Democrat Jack Reed have agreed to ask the administration for an independent Inspector General report on the Signal chat. Okay, so again, Republican Senator Roger Wicker, who is the head of the Senate Armed Services Committee, the chair, says he and the highest-ranking Democrat, Jack Reed of the Senate Armed Services Committee, have agreed to ask the administration for an independent Inspector General report on the Signal chat matter. That is via Ryan Nobles. All right, hold on a moment. Hang on, guys. Look, the White House, the press briefing is live. That's not live yet. The White House stream just started, which I'll put up on the screen for you. It's not live yet, but it's interesting. I think it has the wrong graphic up. Oopsie. Let me show you. Hang on. Got to get this on the screen for you. Oh, no, now it's right. It's right. It's fixed. It's fixed. Here it is. I have it. Look, We will begin shortly. Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt briefs members of the media today. That obviously, it's going to be live at the White House is what it's going to be. They should say the White House. So it's not at the White House yet. I'll have to put that up there. I'm going to leave that up there anyway because I'll forget. No, I'm not, because you're looking at a graphic, not the White House. All right, but there it is. There is that's the feed. So as soon as it starts, we will have that for you. I'm going to guess that since we have heard Mike Waltz and Pete Hegseth and multiple Republicans in the House committee in the meeting we were watching say some form of this. Mike Waltz today said, no locations, no sources, no methods, no war plans. I'm guessing she might say something similar. Here, I'll put on the screen for you what Mike Waltz posted. You can see he says, no locations, no sources and methods, he says no war plans. I guess it depends on your definition of war plans. He says foreign partners had already been notified that strikes were imminent. Bottom line, President Trump is protecting America and our interests. Cinnamon Wheelo says no methods. I mean, he did, well, I mean, you know, so I think what our viewer is saying, Cinnamon, is maybe she considers it a method to say what kind of planes and drones are going to be used. In a moment, I might have, hold on, I think I'm about to get live video from the room. One moment here. One moment here. Thanks to Boomer Wow. Boomer Wow thinks method refers to method of gathering the info. Yeah, so when he says no sources, no methods, right? As Boomer Wow is saying, could mean intelligence method. That makes sense, what Boomer Wow said. All right, hold on a second here. Look what I have for you. Look what I have for you. Is this going to work? Is this going to work? There it is. Hey, look, it's the White House. It's the White House. There it is. There's the briefing room. Where's the volume? Do we have any volume on this shot? I don't know if this shot has volume on it. I don't think it does. Oh, no, wait, I think it does. It's Jackie Heinrich from Fox on the left. I think that's Jackie Heinrich. And Caitlin Collins from CNN on the right.
This reporter to this message about these sensitive plans that they were discussing. Mike Waltz himself, the National Security Advisor.
Yeah, that looks like Jackie Heinrich.
He was the one who added and said he took full responsibility for that for us.
Now, when this starts, I'll probably switch to the White House feed, the official one. So there'll be a second delay, because I like that feed better because they show the questioners. So when it actually starts, I'm going to switch the shot. So be ready for that. Might take a second. Bringing you live coverage. Our viewer Ali C says they didn't check who they were talking with and they need to admit it. How hard is that to do? Our viewer Mona L says, I am a Trump supporter, and I think this is a huge error, but this is all way over my head. Now, our viewer, Mr. Juan Dover says methods refers to information gathering, like when Mike Waltz said no methods were revealed. So how did they know the guy was in that building? Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's an argument someone could make. Someone could make the argument that if shortly after the attack, Mike Waltz is saying that the, what did Mike Waltz say? The message that he posted in the chat shortly after the attack began was, we had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building and it's now collapsed. So if the Houthis hear that the U.S. knew that this Houthi operative was walking into his girlfriend's building, could that give the Houthis some idea of who is telling them this information, or how do they know this information? I don't know. But the idea would be is that you don't necessarily have to specifically say, we heard this from this person or got it this way to compromise methods. If the people you're spying on can see that you have certain information, maybe they can reason from that, this points to maybe a possible leak source, you know? I've seen that said about this kind of thing in other circumstances where, you know, again, it's not just, you can, in theory, a method can be compromised in other ways than just saying, hey, I literally talked to this person and they told me this. I mean, one thing that it's clear that the U.S. knew, apparently, is that the Houthis' top missile expert had a girlfriend and was at her building. Thank you, Blue Cow Dog, by the way, who says Democrats haven't held anyone accountable for the service members who were killed in the Afghan withdrawal, yet this is all they want to talk about for 4 months, SMH. All they will talk about. That's what Blue Cow Dog says. Thank you, Aaron Easton, who says, I am tired of the partisanship and double standards. The same people demanding that former First Lady Hillary Clinton pay for her laptop crime, now saying this is no big deal. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, who says there's a theory it was leaked intentionally.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Since Inauguration Day, President Trump has secured trillions of dollars in private and foreign investments. Good to see you all. Every single day, more money is pouring into our country, which will create more jobs for hardworking Americans. Today, Schneider Electric pledged to invest more than $700 million in the United States to boost American energy infrastructure and AI. On Monday, Hyundai announced a $20 billion investment in the United States, including $5.8 billion for a new steel plant, which will create nearly 1,500 high-paying jobs. President Trump is truly turning America back into a manufacturing superpower.
I just need to fix the audio.
President Trump marked National Medal of Honor Day by meeting with 21 of our nation's bravest heroes and incredible patriots who have been awarded the highest military honor. Beautiful picture. The president also signed a historic executive order to protect the integrity of American elections by strengthening voter citizenship verification and banning foreign nationals from interfering in U.S. elections. These are the common sense solutions that only Democrats could oppose. But voters deserve elections they can trust, and critical confidence is being restored thanks to President Trump's leadership. Later this afternoon in the East Room, President Trump will mark Women's History Month by honoring the exceptional women around our country, including the highly talented women in his administration and his cabinet. And on an additional scheduling update, the president will hold a press conference in the Oval Office today at 4:00 p.m. to announce tariffs on the auto industry. And I will leave that to him to make that announcement later. Unfortunately, all of this good is happening for our country. This administration is working hard on behalf of the American public every day, but the mainstream media continues to be focused on a sensationalized story from the failing Atlantic magazine that is falling apart by the hour. Here are the facts. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this matter, and the National Security Council immediately said, alongside the White House counsel's office, that they are looking into how a reporter's number was inadvertently added to this messaging thread. We have said all along that no classified material was sent on this messaging thread. There were no locations, no sources, or methods revealed, and there were certainly no war plans discussed. The Atlantic has even admitted this themselves. Their release of these internal messages validates the truth, which we have been saying all along. If this story proves anything, it proves that Democrats and their propagandists in the mainstream media know how to fabricate, orchestrate, and disseminate a misinformation campaign quite well. And there's arguably no one in the media who loves manufacturing and pushing hoaxes more than Jeffrey Goldberg. Goldberg is an anti-Trump hater. He is a registered Democrat. Goldberg's wife is also a registered Democrat and a big Democrat donor who used to work under who? Hillary Clinton. This is the same Jeffrey Goldberg who infamously lied about weapons of mass destruction to get us into the Iraq War, which cost trillions of dollars and thousands of American soldiers. And how else has Goldberg discredited himself? By absurdly claiming that President Trump was Vladimir Putin during the 2016 campaign, by peddling the Russia hoax that tried to hijack President Trump's first term, by inventing the suckers and losers hoax to help Joe Biden in the 2020 election, by peddling a hoax about President Trump involving Gold Star families to help Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, which our campaign at the time vigorously denied. Jeffrey Goldberg didn't care. There's more, but we don't have all day, and we can now add this signal hoax to this very long list. The real story here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action against Houthi terrorists. On March 15th, President Trump ordered a series of military operations against the terrorist Houthis to defend U.S. shipping assets in the Red Sea, restore freedom of navigation for international shipping, and defend the United States from enemy threats. United States forces successfully struck dozens of targets across Houthi-controlled territory. And as a result of these actions, several Houthi leaders were killed, including the Houthi drone chief, his deputy, and several of their drone experts and other key leaders. We also destroyed command and controlled facilities, weapons manufacturing facilities, and advanced weapons storage locations. And it's important to remember why this powerful action took place in the first place. Because of Joe Biden's incompetence and pathetic weakness on the world stage for years, the Houthi terrorists grew emboldened. Immediately after taking office in 2021, Joe Biden removed the Iran-backed Houthis from the foreign terrorist organization and specifically designated global terrorist list. Did anybody in this room ask the Biden administration at the time why they made such a stupid mistake? This reckless action undid the designation put in place by President Trump during his first term, and what followed was predictable and devastating. The Houthis targeted U.S. military ships and aircraft, hit commercial ships, including U.S. flagged vessels, threatened our personnel overseas, and attacked our allies in the region. This resulted in more than a year of U.S. flagged commercial ships being prevented from safely sailing through the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden. This had a massive negative impact on global trade of the economic security of the United States. Joe Biden was the commander-in-chief, and he sat on his hands while the United States of America was bullied and embarrassed by terrorists. President Trump and his team are putting a stop to these threats and restoring American strength around the world. The Trump peace through strength approach means no terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing the waterways of the world. But unfortunately, this is not what the Democrats and the media want to talk about. They are focused on a coordinated campaign to try and sow chaos in this White House. And this has been the most successful first 2 months of any administration ever, which is exactly why they are doing this. We are not going to bend in the face of this insincere outrage. And here's just one example of how bad faith the Democrats' criticisms are. Democrat Senator Mark Warner is hysterical over the use of Signal, which is an approved decrypted app, in the killing of Houthi terrorists. But Senator Warner himself used Signal to work with a lobbyist for a Russian oligarch to connect with the disgraced Steele dossier author who started the Russia hoax, which Jeffrey Goldberg later reported on. How ironic. We're not going to lose focus of the bottom line, which is that Joe Biden's weakness enabled and emboldened Houthi terrorists, and President Trump's strength and resolve eliminated those terrorists. Here in our new media seat today, we have Lindsay Keith. She is the managing editor for Merit TV and serves as their White House correspondent. Merit TV launched 1 year ago and creates and distributes content across diverse platforms. We're glad to have you with us, Lindsay. Please kick us off.
Thank you, Caroline. I appreciate it and this opportunity for Merit TV. 2 questions, if I may. One on Signal, one on the economy.
Sure.
On Signal, how comfortable is the president with what was shared so far now that the chain has been released?
The president's view on all of this remains the same today as it did yesterday. And I think it speaks volumes about the leadership of this president that he went directly to all of you, members of the press corps. He was asked, do you want someone else to go out and do a briefing? And he said, no, I will tackle this story. I will discuss it. The people need to hear from me about this situation. And so his thoughts on this remained the same today. He has placed great trust in his national security team. And as for the usage of Signal, as the president said yesterday, as the CIA director has testified under oath, this is an approved app. It's an encrypted app. The Department of Defense, the Department of State, the CIA has it loaded onto government phones because it is the most secure and efficient way to communicate. As for, again, the original situation in this messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office continues to look in to how this mistake, which the National Security Advisor has owned, occurred, and the president has ensured they are doing that.
On the economy, consumer confidence hit a 4-year low this month. Can you help explain to the American people how tariffs will help them in the long run?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm grateful for the question. The American public will hear later this afternoon from the president directly on the topic of tariffs. And as you all know, April 2nd day, President Trump has proudly dubbed it Liberation Day for our country. What he means by that is it will be a day where the United States of America will no longer be ripped off by nations around this world. It will be a day where Americans finally see free and fair trade practices restored. We are no longer going to allow our allies, our competitors, and our adversaries to take advantage of American workers. And if you think about your hometown in the state that you grew up, Main Street looks a lot different today than it did many years ago. And President Trump wants to restore America as a manufacturing superpower around the globe. He wants products to be made right here in the our great country with great, hardworking American hands that will ultimately result in higher wages and more money in the pockets of the American people. And he's also, in addition to tariffs, also determined to pass tax cuts later this year, as he did successfully in his first term, to put even more money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. Peter.
Caroline, if I can ask you very quickly about the information we've seen, just to set the predicate to all this. Has the president been briefed and physically seen he's seen all the details of the chat as printed by the Atlantic?
I just spoke to the president about it, yes.
Okay. Then let me ask you, if I can, very quickly. In the chat, Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, details F-18s, Tomahawks, so some of the weapons that were used. He details the timing involved for this, all of which occurred 31 minutes before, as he says, F-18s would launch. The DoD manual details classified information as significant military plans, saying that is secret, that's classified. So what about, there are no methods, there are no sources, but that's not what determines what's classified. So what is it about what Pete Hegseth wrote that makes you say this is not classified?
Well, it's not just me saying that, Peter. It's the Secretary of Defense himself who is saying this as well. And he put out a very strong statement earlier today listing all of the things that were not included in that message that he sent to the group. And again, this message, there was no classified information transmitted. There were no war plans discussed. Why did the Atlantic downgrade their allegation about war plans to attack plans? They're now playing word games because they know this was sensationalist spin from a reporter who is well known for doing this. We have said all along no war plans were discussed, no classified material was sent. You have the Secretary of Defense saying that. You have the Director of the CIA, the Director of National Intelligence, the FBI Director, all testifying to that under oath, and they should be trusted with that.
To be clear, Americans can make the decision for themselves, but whether it's
Sure.
You said it's not war plans. Would you characterize these as military plans, military operation plans?
I would characterize this messaging thread as a policy discussion, a sensitive policy discussion, surely, amongst high-level cabinet officials and senior staff. And I'm so glad, Peter, that you said the American public can decide for themselves, because I think the American public should decide for themselves based on the outcome of this operation. And what happened in this operation? Terrorists that were allowed to run wild by the Biden administration were killed because of the direction and the determination of this president and his team. And this message also shows, this messaging thread also proved that President Trump has an incredibly dynamic team who is working incredibly hard, flying all over the world to secure world peace and to fix up the foreign policy crises that the previous administration left for this team to inherit.
So to be clear, we all in this room and around the country would agree that we're glad no American service members were harmed, and we're glad that the mission was a success. We'll stipulate that. But the president said that Pete Hegseth said none of this was classified. So given the president has seen it now, and given the president understands that significant military plans are deemed classified as secret, how does the president view none of this, which details times and weapons and more, as being not classified?
I've already been asked and answered this question. The president's thoughts on this remain the same today as they were yesterday, as well as the Secretary of Defense. This question has been asked and answered. There was no classified material discussed. Jackie.
On what basis I was asking?
Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So why aren't launch times on a mission strike classified?
Again, I would defer you to the Secretary of Defense's statement he put out this morning. There were various reasons he listed, things that were not included in that messaging thread that were not classified. And again, going back to the American public, do you trust the Secretary of Defense, who was nominated for this role, voted by the United States Senate into this role, who has served in combat, honorably served our nation in uniform? Or do you trust Jeffrey Goldberg, who is a registered Democrat and an anti-Trump sensationalist reporter? This president and this national security team are putting our national security and the American people first. We are restoring American strength around the world, and the results of this operation speak for themselves.
Putting aside Jeffrey Goldberg, though, just for for American service members who are going to have to carry out these missions in the future, what I guess the message that's coming from the response to all this that we're hearing is that nothing sensitive happened, and I guess the logical conclusion of that is that if these messages had gone out publicly prior to the launch, that wouldn't have been a risk to service members. I don't know that they're comfortable with that. So can you explain, had these messages been published, would the plans have moved forward? Would the launch have still taken off?
What I can tell you is that the President, as the Commander-in-Chief of our United States Armed Forces, and Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is an incredible man and a warfighter himself, take the lives of our American service members with the utmost responsibility, and they would never do anything intentionally to put their lives at risk. And again, they are working hard on that every single day, and we are protecting our service members while also restoring peace throughout this globe. It's something the previous administration has not done. And I would just add one more point. We are not going to be lectured about national security and American troops by Democrats in the mainstream media who turned the other cheek when the Biden administration, because of their incompetence, left 13 service members dead in Afghanistan, and not a single person in the previous administration was held accountable for that botched withdrawal. Joe Biden said, in fact, it was a great operation. That is despicable. It's unacceptable to this president and this Secretary of Defense. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this inadvertent number being added to the messaging thread. But above all, we take the lives of our troops, safety, security, prosperity around the globe with the utmost seriousness.
Goldberg's intentions, do you believe
Jennifer,
that he
go
would
ahead.
release that to embarrass the administration ahead of the worldwide threats?
Jennifer, go ahead.
Given what you've said about the president's trust in his national security team, can you say definitively that no one will lose their jobs? No one will lose their job at all because of this signal situation?
What I can say definitively is what I just spoke to the president about, and he continues to have confidence in his national security team.
Caroline, one more. Can I ask one more, Karen? On the targets in Yemen on March 15th, can you say were 100% of the targets that were planned for March 15th, were they all destroyed? Because that would be an indication if some of them were moved or they were not all hit, that maybe perhaps some of the enemies were able to get some of the information in that signal.
What I can say about the operation is what the Department of Defense has put out there. I would refer to them for any further operational details. But there have been more than 100 strikes conducted against Houthi targets, and they have hit key Houthi leaders, air defense systems, command and control nodes, headquarters, weapons manufacturing and storage facilities, and these operations will continue until the freedom of navigation in our seas is restored and U.S. shipping can safely transmit without the fear of attack. And again, we believe that this has been a very successful operation thus far, and it will continue until this administration feels it no longer has to, and these terrorists have been taken out, which again is something the previous administration should have done, but they didn't, and now we've inherited this crisis. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to clarify something about the investigation and also ask about some conservative commentary. On the investigation, Mike Waltz said last night that he had spoken to Elon Musk about figuring out how Jeffrey Goldberg's number got in his phone. You mentioned the NSC and the White House counsel's office investigating. Can you just clarify who is investigating, who's leading that, and also Dave Portnoy, who endorsed President Trump, said today that he thinks that Mike Waltz should leave. Could you respond to that?
Sure. Great respect for Dave Portnoy, but I just answered that previous question from Jennifer. As for your original question about who's looking into the messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office, and also, yes, Elon Musk's team. Elon Musk has offered to put his technical experts on this to figure out how this number was inadvertently added to the chat. Again, to take responsibility and ensure this can never happen again.
Caroline, I have two questions. One on a follow-up on something you just said. But since we have these messages released, and you said that the president has now personally reviewed them, at the chat at one point, Pete Hegseth wrote 14-15 strike drones on target, and in all caps he said, "This is when the first bombs will definitely drop." Does the president feel that he was misled by his national security advisors, whoever it was that told him there was no classified information in there, now that he's seen these messages?
I've now been asked and answered this question 3 times by the both of you, and I've given you my answer. The president feels the same today as he did yesterday.
Okay.
Philip.
On my follow-up on what you had just said.
No, go ahead, Philip. Caitlin, I'm not taking your follow-up. Philip, go ahead.
I have a follow-up on something you just said, though, Caroline. That's
Caitlin, I'm not taking your follow-up. Philip, go ahead. I have called on you. Thank you.
The Vice President seemed to express some frustration that Europe wasn't doing more to police waterways in their backyard, noting in that signal thread that 40% of European trade goes through the Suez Canal. Does the President share that opinion and frustration? And then going forward, should the Europeans be responsible for policing that waterway?
Well, the president was asked this question yesterday by the pool in the cabinet room, and he answered this question. He said yes, he believes that Europe has been, as the vice president put it, freeloading on the backs of American taxpayers and off the backs of the United States of America, and he wants to ensure that Europe pays their fair share. He's always been very honest and upfront about that, and I think the vice president shares those concerns with him as well.
And then one more.
Sure.
Enlisted soldiers, sailors, and Marines would face consequences if they shared this type of information inadvertently with a reporter. Can you tell us more why the president is so willing to give Mike Waltz a mulligan here?
Again, I have now been asked and answered the same question using different language multiple times. If anybody has another question, there's a lot of different things going on in the world. We have tariffs possibly being implemented later today. The president is going to talk about that at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for taking my question. I wanted to first and foremost thank the administration for the election integrity executive order, because so many journalists for 4 years were banned from talking about this very subject. So thank you to the administration for that. My question is, yesterday President Trump, when signing the order, said that there is more to come when it comes to election integrity. Would that include same-day voting and hand-counted paper ballots? And why are Democrats so against election integrity measures like obviously proof of citizenship when it comes to voting in a United States election?
Well, it's a very good question. You'll have to ask the Democrats why they're against so many common sense things, not just mandating voter ID. Why are they against men and women's sports? Why are they against deporting foreign terrorists from American soil who have been designated a foreign terrorist organization? I'm referring to Tren de Aragua. As for the election integrity executive order that the president signed yesterday, this is in an effort to restore trust in American elections. There were more than 10 steps taken, 10 executive actions taken throughout this one order. It directs the department, or the Attorney General rather, in Homeland Security to prevent non-citizens from any involvement in administering elections. There's also another host of actions. We can provide the fact sheet for you, but it's a very strong election integrity executive order, and the president would also like to see Congress do something about this very important issue. Sure, go ahead.
Caroline, the Republicans and Democrats alike have been expressing some concern about the frequency with which senior Trump officials have been using the Signal app. Has there been discussion, or will there be a review about how often they use Signal, and if you could explain to us how they might be considering other applications to get away from something like this happening again?
Sure. Well, again, first of all, Signal has been an approved app for government use. It's an encrypted app, and as I said, it's the most safe and efficient way of communicating, especially when people can't be in a skiff or inside a room physically together. I think, as the president said yesterday, he wishes that everybody could be in the room, and it's our goal to ensure that everybody can be. But again, no classified information was discussed in this chat, and any time classified information is discussed amongst high-level officials across this administration, secure lines of communication are used, including, by the way, our special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who I understand the Wall Street Journal erroneously reported that he was on this Signal chat on a personal device while in Moscow. That is absolutely false. Steve Witkoff did not have his personal device, nor did he have his government device with him. He was given a classified, protected server by the United States government, and he was very careful about his communications when he was in Russia. So rest assured to the American public, this administration is taking every precaution when it comes to protecting our national security. And that's why the American people reelected this president, because they know that our national security is in good hands with the President of the United States. Speaking of the Vice President, I understand he's going to be speaking any moment now. I would hate to counter-program the Vice President of the United States. You'll also hear from the President at 3 o'clock. He will be honoring women's history at the Women's History Month celebration. We have a lot of great women across our cabinet who will be in attendance, so we'll see you all there. And then you'll also hear from the President again at 4 o'clock when he talks about tariffs. So plenty of time for more questions. Sorry it's a bit shorter today, guys. We'll see you later.
Jeffrey Goldberg's number and
All right.
phone.
There you
He's
go.
a registered Democrat and anti-Trump reporter.
Here you go. Okay. Wow. That was the press briefing. She said that the press secretary said that the national security team still has the confidence of the president, still maintaining that there was no classified information in that chat, in that Signal chat. Now she said that Vice President Vance is about to speak. Let me just double check and see. I don't know if I have video of that. President Trump will be giving a press conference at 4 p.m. to announce new auto tariffs. So he could be asked about questions about this then. President Trump will also be appearing at 3 p.m. at, is it a Women's History Month celebration? I don't know if he'll take questions at that. That's at 3 p.m. And then this vice president thing, but there will be a President Trump press conference at 4 p.m. I don't know if I have video of J.D. Vance speaking. I'm looking for it here. Brad Kuiper thinks no way that info isn't classified. Just to be clear, I'll show you again some of these text messages. By the way, thanks so much for your support. Mitchell Pilot and Tanner Toxicity. Louis R. Louis R. thinks that the press secretary couldn't get out of there fast enough. Thank you, Louis R. There was an interesting moment when she told Caitlin Collins she was not going to take her follow-up question. It got a little spicy at that point. Let's see. Also, thanks to Boomer Wow and Arn Kriegbaum and Bebop and Rocksteady for your support, and Barb. Thank you. Oops. And, all right, hang on a moment here. And thanks again, Bruce Kaiser and PH Survivor 92. Okay, wow. A lot going on. We will, by the way, have coverage. Well, I'm sure we'll be covering President Trump's news conference. That's coming up at 4. Oh, hold on. I got to update the headline. Sorry. Give me one moment here, and I will update the headline. Because it's not the White House press briefing anymore. New messages released from Signal chat among U.S. officials. Okay. Get that changed. Let me show you some of those messages again. Yes, thank you, Bud. Trump is doing a press conference at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. J.D. Vance is speaking, but I do not have, I don't know if I have access to this. I don't know that he's going to speak on, give me one moment here. Just give me one moment. I don't know that he's doing an event at the Marine Corps base in Quantico. My guess is he won't take questions. So I don't know that he'll speak about the Signal chat there. But let me just check something real quick. Yeah, I don't think I have that. Well, I don't think I have something. I don't think I have video that I'm allowed to show you. But again, J.D. Vance is speaking at the Marine Corps base in Quantico. But I don't believe that I have video of that I have the rights to that I can show you. But I will have President Trump. Let me show you guys again, just to remind you. This is from Reuters. This is Reuters article where they they posted some of the messages that were posted in the Atlantic article today. The Atlantic posted more messages from that signal chat among top U.S. officials right in the days leading up to the attack, the U.S. strike on the Houthis, and Jeffrey Goldberg of the Atlantic was somehow accidentally added to this group chat, so he got these messages. As you can see here, this is a update that these are messages that Defense Secretary Hegseth posted to this Signal app chat. Again, Signal app is not approved for now. I know that the press secretary said that. I think she said Signal is approved for government use, but she didn't say Signal was approved for all government kinds of use. My understanding, and I've shown you in articles, is that Signal is not approved to discuss highly sensitive materials and classified materials. Actually, I can show you this right here. You can see this is a Washington Post article today. It says, yes, they talked to a House of Representatives, a U.S. House representative, Representative Seth Magaziner, who said Signal is not approved for discussing high-level classified information. Now, the White House is arguing that this was not classified information. That's what the White House is saying. And other administration officials are saying no classified information was in this Signal chat. Well, you can see here are some of the messages. Shortly before, about 2 hours before the start of the, well, actually, about a half an hour before the start of the operation against the Houthis, Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, posted a team update and said, time now, 11:44 ET. He said, weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM, we are a go for mission launch. Then he posted a timeline of what was going to happen. 12:15 Eastern Time, F-18s launch, first strike package. 13:45, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch MQ-9s. 14:10, more F-18s launch. Second strike package. 14:15, strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop. Sorry, I need to take a drink of water. Pending trigger-based targets. 15:36. F-18 second strike starts. Also, first sea-based Tomahawks launched. More to follow. Then, hours later, Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, posted, we had that he confirmed to the group the killing of the Houthis' top military expert. And he said, we had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and now it's collapsed. It's now collapsed. Oh my gosh. I forgot to drink water. Now my throat is all parched. Okay. So, is this really not classified information? Is it not classified information? The timetable for this attack posted a half an hour before it begins, and all these different parts of it with times. And also, is it not classified information to say we had positive ID of the killing of the Houthis' top missile expert walking into his girlfriend's building, and it's now collapsed? And one of the questions in the I mean, there were a number of questions like this, but I remember one specific question. Multiple reporters said some version of, how is this not classified information? And the response from the press secretary was some form of like, well, the defense secretary says it's not classified, and pointing to people saying it's not classified. But there was never an explanation in the press conference of like, well, no matter who said anything, how is it that this kind of information is not classified? That was the question. So that has not been explained. Kay says they had no response. We'll have to see. You know, President Trump is doing a press conference at 4 to announce auto tariffs. I assume he'll be asked about this. Oh, hold on a moment here. One of our viewers mentioned the markets. NASDAQ is down over 2% today. S&P 500 down over about 1.25%, down about 0.5%. President Trump is going to announce tariffs. That's a big story in itself, that President Trump's going to announce new auto tariffs today. I don't know the specifics on what those are going to be. I also wanted to mention here, there's a lot of news going on that, hold on a second here. Yeah, 4 U.S. soldiers were killed in Lithuania. So I want to just mention that. So according to Reuters, 4 U.S. soldiers died in Lithuania, according to the NATO Secretary General. 4 U.S. soldiers in a tracked vehicle had gone missing and were being searched for. They were training in eastern Lithuania. So they were doing scheduled tactical training. A U.S. Army said. So condolences to the families of those 4 soldiers who were killed. Let me just real quick. Yeah, 4 U.S. soldiers who went missing. I might have something else about that for you. Hold on. Here it is right here. I got it. 4 American soldiers who went missing in Lithuania have died, NATO leaders said. This is an update from Associated Press. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, I think it is, or something like that, said Wednesday that 4 U.S. soldiers who went missing while training in Lithuania had died. But he did not yet know he did not yet know the details. A U.S. official would only say that the 4 soldiers were involved in a training accident. Rutte said during a trip to Warsaw that he had received word of the deaths of the 4 soldiers and that his thoughts were with the families in the United States. A statement from the U.S. Army, Europe, and Africa Public Affairs in Germany said the soldiers were conducting scheduled tactical training at the time. Wow, that's sad. Not good. They were missing initially, but now it turns out they have died. All right, let me check for some updates here. We're going to take some more comments. And again, President Trump is doing a press conference at 4 p.m. 4 p.m. press conference for President Trump. And also at 3 p.m., President Trump is supposed to do a appearance at the White House for, is it a Women's History Month event. I'd like to show you something about the auto tariffs too. Trump sets Wednesday press conference today for auto tariffs, the White House says. U.S. President Trump plans to hold a press conference this afternoon to announce tariffs on automobile imports, the White House said. Trump had said Monday the long-promised tariffs on imported cars could come this week, even before a swath of reciprocal tariffs aimed at countries responsible for the bulk of U.S. trade deficit come on April 2nd. The White House has given no details on the extent of these auto tariffs. Trump in February floated the idea of a 25% tariff on imported vehicles, but has offered no other details. So what is the level of auto tariffs going to be? Beats me. That's coming up today. Hey, thanks so much to Bud. Hey, Bud, that's really kind of you. Bud from Canada, and I really appreciate your support and your kind words. Thank you, Bud. Also, thanks so much to... hang on a second here. The Polish drunk, thank you, who says it's up to the intelligence service and president to determine what is classified. I mean, I think the question would be, so suppose that the president just said this isn't classified. Well, then the question would be like, why did he say that? When reporters are asking about this stuff being classified, they're not saying, oh, was this declassified after the fact? They're saying, how can it not be classified when it's actually being discussed? So, I mean, there doesn't seem to be a reason that anything that would normally be classified was declassified right as it was being discussed. So, yeah, I understand, point taken that the president has the power to declassify things. But what was being focused on is in the press briefing today, is if it was declassified, then why was it declassified? And if it was declassified after the fact, that doesn't change that it was classified when it was discussed. Again, we have not received, the administration has repeatedly said for a couple days nothing was classified, but they have not given any specifics on why material of this type would not be classified in this situation. That has not been discussed. Thank you, the Polish Drunk, for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you also, Tanner Toxicity. Ian Murph. Murph thinks that this is even a debate is ridiculous. It is literally a federal crime. What are we doing? Murph thinks it's a crime to post this information in this form. I have read articles saying that it's possible that having this information posted in on this kind of app could in itself possibly break the law. I'm not a legal expert, so I don't know. In the articles I've seen, they say it's possible. I mean, there's different opinions about it. Thank you also John Miller and Bebop and Rocksteady and Marcus. Thank you, Marcus, from Europe. I really appreciate it. Marcus, Casa Magica Photography. And the Vladinator. The Vladinator thinks all those on the Signal chat should be reprimanded. Also, thank you, Rosiod Mar, for being a member. And Mitchell Pilot for your support. All right, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Also, thanks Hunt Beer. I owe some thanks on Twitch. Thank you, Hunt Beer. Thank you, Drunk Can't Cook, for subscribing. Thank you, Larry Picklejar, for your support. Who says, stop playing word games with all of... He says the administration is playing word games. Thank you, Houthis, for gifting a subscription. All right, hold on a moment here. Again, President Trump press conference at 4 p.m. President Trump will be making an appearance at 3 p.m. So I'm trying to check some of the messages people have been sending. People have been sending me a lot of messages too. I find the tariff story really interesting myself. New auto tariffs coming up today. Oops, one moment. There's like so much going on today. I also read something. Let me check on this if I can find it. U.S. authorities detain Turkish student at Tufts University, revoke visa. I was just hearing about this. Supposedly there's a video going around of when this happened. Let me just mention this. Tufts is in the Boston area. Reuters. U.S. immigration authorities late yesterday detained a Turkish doctoral student at Tufts University near Boston who had voiced support for Palestinians during Israel's war in Gaza and have revoked her visa, according to her attorney in the university. Rumeysa Öztürk supporters say her detention is the first known immigration arrest of a Boston area student engaged in such activism to be carried out by President Trump's administration, which has detained or sought to detain several foreign-born students who are legally in the U.S. and have been involved in pro-Palestinian protests. The actions have been condemned as an assault on free speech, while the Trump administration says some protests can undermine foreign policy. The 30-year-old Turkish national was taken into custody near her home in Somerville, Massachusetts last night, while she was heading to meet with friends to break her Ramadan fast, according to her lawyer. Her lawyer filed a lawsuit alleging that she had been unlawfully detained. A judge ordered ICE to not move her out of Massachusetts without first providing advance notice and keep her in the state for at least 48 hours. She is on an ICE custody. The Trump administration has targeted international students as it seeks to crack down on immigration, including ramping up immigration arrests and sharply restricting border crossings. Trump and his Secretary of State in particular have pledged to deport foreign pro-Palestinian protesters, accusing them of supporting Hamas militants, posing hurdles for U.S. foreign policy, and being anti-Semitic. Ozturk is a Fulbright scholar and a student in Tufts' doctoral program for child study and human development, according to her LinkedIn profile, and had previously studied at Columbia University in New York. Last year, she co-authored an opinion piece in the student paper that criticized Tufts' responses to calls by students to divest from companies with ties to Israel and to acknowledge the Palestinian genocide. So that happened. Also, there's a video floating around. I haven't even got a chance to watch it. And I don't own the rights to it, but of the person being taken into custody. Hold on a second. I'm gonna pause this so I can listen to it. Then I'll post a link to this. All right, I'm going to post this in the chat. It's an unconfirmed video that was posted on social media by Daniel Boguslav. I'll post a link in the chat, which is supposedly of this Tufts student being taken into custody. He calls the people taking her into custody kidnappers. Again, she was arrested by federal authorities, apparently, according to the article. I just posted the link in the chat for you. U.S. immigration authorities. The J.D. Vance Greenland visit, I don't believe it's canceled. I believe there were some scheduling changes. I'll post that link again. I just posted the link again to the video. Yeah, change in itinerary for J.D. Vance in Greenland. The trip wasn't canceled. Greenland and Denmark appeared cautiously relieved early Wednesday by the news that Vice President Vance and his wife are changing their itinerary for their first visit to Greenland Friday, reducing the likelihood that they will cross paths with residents angered by the Trump administration's attempts to annex the vast Arctic island, which is a semi-autonomous Danish territory. President Trump, says AP, irked much of Europe by suggesting the U.S. should in some form control the self-governing mineral-rich territory of Denmark, a U.S. ally and NATO member. As the nautical gateway to the Arctic and North Atlantic approaches to North America, Greenland has broader strategic value as both China and Russia seek access to its waterways and natural resources. Trump, in an interview today, it says, repeated his desire for U.S. control of Greenland. Asked if people there are eager to become U.S. citizens, Trump said he didn't know, but I think we'll have to do it, and we have to convince them. The vice president's decision to visit a U.S. military base in Greenland has removed the risk of violating potential diplomatic taboos by sending a delegation to another country without an official invitation. So again, he is going to go... They are going to visit a U.S. Space Force outpost instead of Usha Vance's previously announced solo trip to a dog sled race. So they are now going to a U.S. Space Force base in Greenland. A Greenlander who AP talked to, and an expert on Arctic politics and development, said recent anti-U.S. demonstrations in Nuuk might have scared the Trump administration enough to revise the trip to avoid interactions with angry Greenlanders. But, she said, even a visit to the space base shows the U.S. administration still considers annexing Greenland to be on the table. She thinks it's a signal to the whole world, and it's a strong signal to Denmark, it's a signal to Greenland, and of course it's an internal signal to the U.S. that this is something we're pursuing. The Greenland government had posted on Facebook Monday night that it had not extended any invitations for any visits, neither private nor official. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen told Danish national broadcast Tuesday that the visit was an unacceptable pressure. This is interesting. A professor at the Danish Defense Academy said the trip's flip-flop continues to cause major confusion on the island of Greenland. The U.S. has not articulated specific demands from Greenland or Denmark at this point. We have no idea what the end game is, he said. In Greenland, the political group the most sympathetic to the U.S. president, the Nallurak Party, that advocates a swift path toward independence, has now been excluded from coalition talks to form the next government. The Trump administration's aspirations for Greenland could backfire and push the more mild parties closer to Denmark. This professor at the Danish Defense Academy believes that Trump has scared most Greenlanders away from this idea about a close relationship to the United States because they don't trust him. This professor says that it might be helpful for Greenland to threaten Denmark with independence and a referendum than actually do it. As long as the threat is there, Greenland can push for more concessions and more money from Denmark. If the island pins all its hopes on the U.S., Greenlanders have no guarantee they will be better off or have any power in a future relationship with America, he said. Currently, Greenland receives an annual block grant from Denmark of around $506 million, which is more than half the public budget to cover the island's Nordic-style social programs, including free health care. Fishing accounts for 90% of exports. Anyways, that's a little interesting. I think that's interesting background on Greenland from AP. But the itinerary has changed. Sorry, I know the stream is about the signal chat, but I wanted to just mention a couple updates, especially of things that people had asked about in the chat. Our viewer Corn Dog says Greenland will be 52 after Canada. Thor says we Danes don't want them visiting Greenland. Happy Jack says they operate the U.S. Space Force, the Patufic, is it? Base. Here it is. Patufic Space Base, Greenland. There it is. That's the website. Pronounced Bidufik. Bidufik. Bidufik Space. It's the Department of Defense's northernmost installation. Susan Wallach thinks it's rude the advances are showing up unwanted. Oh, did Pete Hegseth, what did he speak on CNN or something like that? I can rewind it. Oh, I see. Oh, Pete Hegseth was just speaking. Well, they had a clip of him. I don't know that I had access to that, though. Hold on. I don't think I did. Although I don't know for sure. Pete Hegseth was just speaking for about a minute, it looks like. Or was that from today? I don't even know. Let me play it here. Deadly says he was speaking on Fox, didn't take questions. It looks like that there was like maybe pool video. Let me see what he said. All right, I'm going to watch this. Okay, hold on. I'm going to watch what he said. Saying it's a beautiful day. He's in Hawaii. He's talking about troops are reestablishing deterrence. Hasn't spoken about the signal stuff yet. I'm still watching it. Says we love the Warriors. He's saying, he's still talking about, he hasn't talked about the signal chat yet. He's talking about what was done to the Houthi terrorists. Now he's talking about the Biden administration. Did he just not talk about it? Maybe he didn't talk about it. I'm just finishing watching. All right, hold on. I'm still watching it, his brief statement he made. I have not, oh, he said nobody's texting war plans. He said nobody's texting war planes. He said what came out today didn't look like war plans, and they changed the title to attack plans because they know it's not war plans. He said there's no units, no locations, no routes, no flight paths, no sources, no methods, no classified information. He says there's no classified information. He says, you know, he sees war plans. I see them every single day. I looked at them this morning, those texts. He said, I looked at attack plans this morning. You know who look at attack plans like war plans? Men like that, the admiral right there. So he's saying, still saying no classified information, no war plans were released in this, put in the signal chat. He just said that. And all right, I'm just going to watch the end of his statement here. That was it. Okay, that was it. He didn't take questions. I'll just again read you. I'll just show you what came out today. This is from the Reuters article that talks about the Atlantic article that came out today that revealed more messages from this signal chat that was held in the days before and right before the operation on the Houthis began. And I'll just show you again right here. These are messages that Pete Hegseth posted in that signal chat, to which a reporter from the Atlantic was accidentally apparently invited. Hegseth's texts started with the title Team Update and included these details according to the Atlantic. And this is about a half hour before the operation starts. Time now 11:44 ET. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM we are a go for mission launch. That's being posted about a half hour before the mission starts. 12:15 ET, before the first planes launch. 12:15 ET, F-18s launch first strike package. 1345, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch MQ-9s. 1410, more F-18s launch, second strike package. He's posting this timeline of what's going to happen. 1415, strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. 1536, F-18, second strike starts, also first sea-based Tomahawks launched. More to follow per timeline. We are currently clean on operational security, which actually apparently was not the case because there was aside from it being on Signal, and who knows if anybody else was listening on Signal or monitoring, there was a journalist who could read all of this stuff. And then hours later, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz confirmed to the group the killing of the Houthis' top missile expert, posting in the chat, "We had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and now it's collapsed." So, again, Pete Hegseth is saying he didn't post war plans. He's saying nothing was classified. We heard a number of questions in the White House press briefing today saying something like, well, how could posts like this not be classified? And there was not really, the only answer given in the White House press briefing was something to the effect of that certain people had said it wasn't classified, like Defense Secretary Rubio. There was no explanation given of why that wouldn't be classified. W.C. Bird says it mentions the girlfriend's building, a civilian building. We don't know. Notice that Reuters says Reuters could not immediately establish what kind of building was brought down in the U.S. military strike, how many occupants were inside, and how the detail squares with Pentagon statements that there were no known civilian casualties. A couple people are saying the president can determine what can be classified. I'll just repeat this again. First of all, no one is disputing that the president has the ability to declassify information. The question is, if this was somehow, first of all, was it declassified? But if so, why? And when? Was it declassified before they even said it? If it wasn't, then they were posting classified, and it was classified originally, then that was a case of classified information being posted in this chat. I don't think the concern is that it might, after the fact, have been made non-classified. That's not the point. The point is, was it classified when it was being posted? Also, if somehow, I guess some people are saying that maybe the president could have declassified it before it was even posted. Well, if somehow that happened, then why? Why would information that would normally be classified preemptively been declared not classified? So again, the people who are asking questions about this information being classified, I don't think the big concern is whether after the fact that President Trump could say this is no longer classified. They're not questioning that. And if it was somehow declassified before it was posted, well, why would that have happened? Just to be clear, because I hear some people saying, well, the president has power to declassify it, but I don't think that's what's being questioned. History Underfoot says a big concern is a reporter was added and people kept testing sensitive info without noticing him. I mean, that's a whole other question about nobody noticing he's there and why. Also, I mean, regardless of, there's the issue of the reporter being there and hearing this, but there's also the issue of, regardless of the reporter being there, using this platform, which a number of articles I've read say is not supposed to be used for this kind of discussion. Well, President Trump is going to be doing a press conference at 4. On tariffs, on auto tariffs, but I assume he'll be asked about this. If he take, I mean, I assume he's going to take questions because it's a press conference. All right, hold on. I'm looking at some of the comments people have sent me. Tyler Cooper, our viewer, sent me a post by somebody who thinks maybe Mike Waltz added this journalist because he was trying to add somebody else with the same initials. Don't know. I would have to assume that Mike Waltz did not intentionally add this journalist to the chat. Our viewer Karen Moore says, even if it's true they didn't invite a reporter to the chat, well, just to be clear, she says, it's even more concerning how he was able to access the messages. They need to admit it. So in the article today from The Atlantic, it literally has a screenshot that says, Michael Waltz added you to the group. It's literally a screenshot of the group that says, Michael Waltz added you to the group. So it certainly appears that he was invited. Ken Rose says, we deserve to understand how Goldberg was included in the text thread. Yeah, I think it's a good question. How did that happen? Our viewer Otto D. Liu thinks that Trump has to speak about this Signal chat. He made some remarks about it yesterday, but maybe I should show those. That might be interesting for people to look at again. It wasn't that long. In the White House, where is it here? Yeah, do you guys want to check out? Let's watch what President Trump said yesterday about this Signal chat. He was taking questions and he was asked about it. And Mike Waltz was actually in this event and he spoke. Now this was yesterday before these new messages were posted today. So I think we should check that out because I think that's interesting, given what's going on today. Let me just get this on the screen for you. yesterday, the White House. Okay. There's the meeting. I got to just find when he's talking about it. If you give me a second, I'll pull it up here.
Well, I would love to do that. I think it's what you mean too many it's fraud. We may just with, and we are looking into them.
I think I found it.
And I think ships, not only us, but
I think I found it. If I can just pull it up here. Round.
So we President want to keep, and they want to shield criminals from being sent back to their room. Ending sanctuary.
Okay. So, oh, by the way, a quick thank you to Lucia Horizo. Thanks so much, Lucia, for your support. She said, no one is talking about how this reporter saw what he thought was classified info and decided to download it onto his not secure computer and post it. So just to be clear, thank you, Lucia. Just to be clear about the posting, The Atlantic in their article today explained why they posted more of these posts today and explained, including these Pete Hegseth messages talking about the specific timing of different parts of the operation. And what The Atlantic said was, in the article today, what Jeffrey Goldberg said in the article, Jeffrey Goldberg and Shane Harris said today, they said that they pointed out that yesterday, Pete Hegseth said nobody was texting war plans. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, and the director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, were asked about this. And Gabbard said there was no classified material that was shared in the signal group. Ratcliffe said basically made similar comments. President Trump said yesterday it wasn't classified information. And The Atlantic says, the authors of the article today said, these statements presented us with a dilemma. In our initial story, it was, we withheld specific information related to weapons and to the timing of attacks. As a general rule, we do not publish information about military operations if that information could possibly jeopardize the lives of U.S. personnel. So they did not initially publish that stuff. But then they said today, the statements yesterday by Hegseth, Gabbard, Ratcliffe, and Trump, combined with the assertions of numerous administration officials that we are lying about the content of the texts, have led us to believe that people should see the texts in order to reach their own conclusions. They said there's clear public interest in disclosing the sort of information that the Trump advisors included in a non-secure communications channels, especially because senior administration figures are attempting to downplay the significance of the messages that were shared. So that's their explanation. They said they didn't initially post the stuff on Monday, but given that yesterday the Trump administration said they were lying about what was in the text, given that multiple Trump administration officials and President Trump were saying yesterday there was no classified information, they thought, well, we need to post this stuff and let the American people and let people see it for themselves. So that was the explanation that they gave. Thank you so much, Lucia Horizo. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you to Zoe Condi and Roger Shoemaker. Roger believes a person in uniform would be court-martialed if they released this info to the press before an attack. Thank you also, Bud, for your support. That's really kind of you, Bud from Canada. Thanks for shouting out the moderators, too. Yeah, thanks to our moderators, Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube. We have Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev, thank you. Also, our Facebook moderators, like K. Larry Body, and Margaret Riley. Thank you, Paul Anderson. Thank you so much. Thanks, by the way, to Sharon Klassen Goslin and Robert Rial II for subscribing on Facebook. Robert Rial thinks it looks like they're going to try to claim the Harry Potter school of magically classifying and declassifying information. Thanks, Rita Evans-Lang, for subscribing too. Thank you on Facebook there. All right, so I was going to show you guys what President Trump had to say yesterday and Mike Waltz had to say yesterday. Oh, hold on a second. I have an update here. Caitlin Collins reports that Marco Rubio was asked about the group chat and said today, while traveling Jamaica today, and said someone made a big mistake and added a journalist. And Marco Rubio said he had been assured by the Pentagon that none of the information at any point threatened the lives of service members. Is the information classified? Rubio says, well, the Pentagon says it was not. That was his response. He just gave, I guess, a few minutes ago to the question, is the information classified? Secretary of State Rubio said, well, the Pentagon says it was not. All right, hang on a moment here. All right, this is yesterday. This is from yesterday's appearance. Oh, do I have Rubio speaking live? Hold on. I don't know that I have access to this. Oh, Rubio is speaking right now. Hold on a second. Hang on a moment. I don't know if he's going to speak about this. Let me put Rubio on the screen. Here is Marco Rubio.
To be supportive of, and we find that to be an egregious practice on the part of the Cuban regime. Now, every country operates their program differently. And obviously, because of our relationship with Jamaica, we're going to engage with them on that and talk about it further and have a better understanding. Perhaps none of this applies in the way it's handled here. But generally, that's the problem with the program. It's not that they're Cuban doctors. It's that the regime does not pay these doctors, takes away their passports, and basically it is, in many ways, forced labor. And that we cannot be in support of. Again, not speaking about here in particular, but in general about the program.
Okay, our next question is going to come from Will Lowry from the National News.
Thank you so much for taking my question, Mr. Secretary. I just want to circle back to John's question, the signal chat.
The signal chat, yes.
But of course, are you planning on making the Europeans pay for U.S. operations against the Houthis, given that their businesses seem to benefit more from opening up these shipping lanes, as discussed in that chat? And then moving to Russia, Ukraine, I was wondering if you could elaborate on the Black Sea ceasefire deal and how it's progressing. President Zelensky has already questioned Russia's seriousness, saying, quote, they are trying to distort agreements and, in fact, to see both our intermediaries in the entire world.
So on the first question about, look, here's the problem, okay? These guys, these Houthis, these are pirates, okay? This is a band of, it's a gang, in essence. That's gotten control of a certain part, but these are a religious fanatic gang. And these guys have missiles, and they've launched 174 attacks against the U.S. Navy ships, 150-something attacks on commercial vessels. They are literally saying they've set up a toll system at the Red Sea. These ships can go, these ships cannot. They don't blow up the Chinese ships, they don't blow up somebody, but they blow up all the other ships. This is not sustainable. And so I think the point that I've made publicly is we are doing a great favor to the world. The United States is doing a great favor to the world, going after these guys' capability of doing this. How can we live in a world where a group like this has advanced weapons, okay, and can shut down a shipping lane and increase the cost of shipping that we're all paying for? Everything we buy, all the stuff is embedded in the cost and in the price of these things is how much it costs to ship it. And so that's just not a sustainable thing. We can't allow it. So I think the point I would make is not, we're going to make anybody pay. It's everybody should recognize we are doing the world a great favor going after these guys because this can't continue. This is unsustainable. What's next? Some gang's going to show up somewhere else and shut off another shipping lane. That's not practical. It cannot happen. So what was your first question? I was so fired up about that one that I forgot the other one. Oh, yes, that one, easy ones. Well, look, I think yesterday our negotiators are en route, or perhaps they've already arrived, after spending, I think they met with the Ukrainians twice, the Russians once. What we have here is an agreement in principle on a Black Sea ceasefire. We got two things from that. The first is we have more detailed definition of what the energy ceasefire entails. And the second is the principle, concept of a Black Sea ceasefire. Obviously, after our meeting, as part of their release, the Russians detailed a number of conditions that they want to see met in order to do that. So we're going to evaluate that. Some of those conditions include sanctions that are not ours. They belong to the European Union. So we're going to be gathering and sort of when our folks get back, sitting down, going through the proposals, getting their impressions of the conversations so we can more fully understand what the Russian position is or what their ask is in exchange. And then we'll present that to the president, who will ultimately make a decision about what the next step here. I think it's a good thing that we have both the Ukrainians and the Russians talking about ceasefires, be they energy or be they potentially in the Black Sea. But obviously, this is hard and difficult work. This is a protracted almost 3.5-year war now, or 3-year war. It has a lot of framework of sanctions that have been built globally now that have to be looked at as part of an ultimate end to a conflict. There's a lot of things that have to be worked through. And I certainly think the only way you're going to make progress on these things is by engaging with both sides, understanding their asks, their demands, and seeing what's possible. So we're going to have a chance now to sort of sit down as a team and evaluate when they arrive in detail how the meetings went with the Ukrainians, how the meetings went with Russia, what are the Russians asking for, what are the Ukrainians asked for, compare all that, and then make a decision on that basis about what comes next in this process. In the end, the goal here is peace. The goal is to end a war where people are dying. And I think everyone should be happy that the United States is engaged in a process of ending a war and bringing about peace. It's not going to be easy. It won't be simple. It'll take some time. But at least we're on that road and we're talking about these things. And we're going to test it and see what's possible. We think we owe that to the world. And the president, I continue to say, is the only leader in the world right now, President Trump, who's in a position to even get these two nations to a city to talk about these things, albeit in rooms far apart from one another when these talks were going on. But nonetheless, they're talking. It's the first time in a while that we've seen any conversation about this. But we have a lot of work yet to be done, and we'll know more after we get the readout from our teams.
Okay, our last question will come from Andrea Chisholm from Television Jamaica.
Thank you. Secretary Rubio, given changes to U.S. immigration policies, there are some Jamaicans who are afraid to travel back to Jamaica.
All right, what I'm going to do, guys, because we're covering signal thing, I'm going to show you what Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, had to say moments ago about, I'm going to play you what Marco Rubio said moments ago about the signal chat, okay? Because he spoke about it at the beginning of that appearance. So let me go to that. I'm going to pull that up right here for you. And we will see what he had to say. Hang on a moment here. I just have to cue it up here. I'm just queuing it up here.
Several members of the media from Jamaica and of the Washington
Okay.
is going to be from John
Here it is. I got it queued up for you. Here it is. Here is from moments ago. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. That's not. I got to rewind it here. This is going to say moments ago. Him taking a question about the Signal chat controversy. So we got to lose that. Put that up there. There. All right. Watch this right now. Here we go.
To ask your question, and our first question is going to be from John Hudson of the Washington Post.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, Republican Congressman
He came with me. Don't say I don't take you to nice places.
Thank you for the hospitality. Beautiful weather, beautiful country. Much appreciated.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Secretary, Republican Congressman Don Bacon weighed in on the Signal chat breach, saying the White House is, quote, in denial that this was not classified or sensitive data. They should just own up to it and preserve credibility. Do you think that's true? Also, here in Jamaica, there are USAID employees at our embassy, like so many others around the world, on administrative leave, not carrying out the work of the American people. Do you worry that the DOGE effort won't ultimately end up benefiting U.S. taxpayers? And Prime Minister, violence and instability remains in Haiti. What would you like to see from the United States in terms of being a productive force? And a State Department envoy yesterday called the presence of Cuban doctors in Jamaica and elsewhere human trafficking. Do you agree with that? Thank you.
Let me take the first. I've already addressed the aid one, but let me address it again. This is not about getting rid of aid. This is about restructuring how we're going to do aid. And when you restructure, there's some disruption, but it has to happen. By the way, this is not an idea. This is an idea Condoleezza Rice wanted. This is an idea multiple secretaries of state throughout time have tried to achieve. And we intend to achieve it because we think it makes all the sense in the world. So I recognize that there's disruption involved when you make reform and you make change. But it's necessary because our foreign policy and our foreign aid have to be aligned. Foreign aid is an instrument of foreign policy. Okay? It is not a global charity. Jamaica's not asking for charity. They're asking for development assistance so they can become stronger at their security needs and other things of this nature. That's what they're asking for. They're not asking for a handout. They're asking for a hand up, help to build their capabilities so that they become a self-reliant partner and, frankly, could end up and already are helping other countries. Jamaica now is contributing to the effort in Haiti as an example. So these are the kinds of things we want to see in our foreign aid. So look, our goal was not to disrupt anyone's life. Our goal was to restructure the way we deliver foreign aid so that it is aligned with our foreign policy and with what we're trying to carry out at our respective missions around the world. On the first question, let me just say on the Signal thing. This thing was set up for purposes of coordinating how everyone was going to call. You know, when these things happen, I need to call foreign ministers, especially of our close allies. We need to notify members of Congress. Other members of the team have different people they need to notify as well. And that was the purpose of why it was set up. Obviously, someone made a mistake. Someone made a big mistake and added a journalist. Nothing against journalists, but you ain't supposed to be on that thing. So they got on there and this happened. I've been, so I can speak to myself or my presence on it. I think my role on it was just speaking for my role. I contributed to it twice. I identified my point of contact, which is my chief of staff. And then later on, I think 3 hours after the White House's official announcements had been made, I congratulated the members of the team. I've been assured by the Pentagon and everyone involved that none of the information that was on there, though not intended to be divulged, obviously that was a mistake and that shouldn't have happened and the White House is looking at it, but that none of the information on there at any point threaten the operation or the lives of our servicemen. And in fact, it was a very successful operation, and it's an ongoing operation. But that was the intent behind it. And again, I think the Pentagon's made clear that nothing on there would have endangered the lives or the mission. And the mission's been very successful.
Is it classified, the information?
Well, the Pentagon says it was not. And not only did it say it was not, they make very clear that it didn't put in danger anyone's life or the mission. There was no intelligence information. And understand, when this story first broke, they were sort of alluding to were there war maps, or there was no war plans on there. This was a sort of description of what we could inform our counterparts around the world when the time came to do so. Again, look, I think the White House is looking at this entire thing. How did that journalist get on there? Why was this the appropriate? And I think there'll be reforms and changes made, so this was not going to happen again. It can't. But I wanted everybody to understand why this thing was even set up in the first place, and also understand very clearly the mission was successful and at no point was it endangered, and that's coming from the highest ranking officials at the agency that was in charge of the actual operation, which is the Pentagon.
There was an interesting part of that answer where at the part start where he talked about why it was set up. And it almost sounded to me like he was saying like it wasn't being used for what it was set up for. Because it sounded like when he said why it was set up, he didn't say it was set up so we could have a serious policy discussion, which was part of what was being done. You know, because Signal is sometimes used by people in government for like, I believe like coordinating meetings and stuff like that. So I just want to play that part again where he talked about that. That stood out to me.
By the way, this is not an idea. This is an idea Condoleezza addressed and partner, and frankly, could end up on the first question. Let me just say on the Signal thing. This thing was set up for purposes of coordinating how everyone was going to call. You know, when these things happen, I need to call foreign ministers, especially of our close allies. We need to notify members of Congress. Other members of the team have different people they need to notify as well, and that was the purpose of why it was set up.
So he just said the purpose of the Signal chat was to coordinate people talking to other people. That's literally what he said. But, I mean, you can see from the Signal messages that have been put out there by The Atlantic, they were discussing the policy and debating the policy. And then just before the operation started, Pete Hegseth posted a detailed timeline of what was going to happen in the operation. So that's clearly not, I mean, again, he's saying it was set up for a certain reason, which, as I understand it from what I've read, would be a reason that government officials, it would be an acceptable use of Signal. If it's just about like coordinating who's going to talk to who when, generally speaking. So that was really interesting. That if you look into, I mean, he seems to be, he is implying that this chat was not being used for what it was supposed to be used for. Now, he also says, well, I didn't really contribute it. I only posted a couple of messages. There is this question raised of if anyone on this chat knew it wasn't being used the way it was supposed to be used, well, why didn't they do anything about it? So, you know, somebody could ask him, all right, well, even if you weren't posting that much, if it wasn't being used the way you thought it was going to be used, what did you say anything to anybody about this? Hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this on this chat, which wasn't made for this. I don't know, but that actually was very interesting when he said that. Because that's what he said. He said that's why it was set up. And look, it could have been, I certainly find it viable that it was set up to do that, but I don't know. But there's, I mean, I've seen of no reporting of any kind of messages from that thread where anybody was saying, hey guys, why are we talking about, we're supposed to only be talking about setting things like coordination on this chat, not this other stuff. Anyways, I thought that was interesting. Excuse me. I got to get some more water. Hey, President Trump is supposed to do an appearance in about 10 minutes. So, President Trump is doing a press conference at 4 p.m. Eastern, okay? So, where he's going to announce new auto tariffs, which is a big story in itself, but he's going to be doing a press conference. I'm pretty darn sure, well, I'm pretty confident he will be asked about the Signal chat stuff. Will he mention it all or take questions at his appearance at 3 Eastern time, which is just 9 minutes from now if it starts on time? President Trump will be doing a Women's History Month event at the White House. I believe we'll have video of that for you. So we'll have to see what he has to say at that event. Okay. And I didn't even show you yet. I was going to show you what President Trump said yesterday about all this. Hey, thanks so much, by the way, to PZ Papa Zulu. So nice of you, PZ Papa Zulu. Really appreciate your support. And Mark from Canada, thank you. Mark says, why doesn't the government have its own in-house secure apps? So what I can tell you is that there are non-signal channels that the government custom creates which are supposed to be used for when officials are talking about the most sensitive matters. So, for example, you can see here in this Washington Post article today, classified material laws and why experts say signal chat raises concerns. It says that the federal government has different protocols for handling information based on its level of classification. War plans and weapon designs are among the information considered top secret. Generally, the federal government requires officials to handle high-level classified information in person with personal cell phones and other electronic other electronic devices left outside of secure rooms where confidential meetings take place, according to a U.S. House member, Seth Magaziner. Those facilities with those rooms, called sensitive compartmentalized information facilities or SCIFs, are designed to prevent adversaries from being able to listen into what is being discussed. If an official is not physically able to be at a secure facility, the government operates its own secure communication systems that can be used instead, said Magaziner, but Signal is not one of those systems. A former CIA and NSA official, Larry Pfeiffer, told the Washington Post top administration officials, like those involved in the group chat, have government-approved communications devices with them 24 hours a day, even when traveling. Back in my time, it would have included a secure phone, computer, and video teleconference in the office and at home, he said. And there was a travel kit that would be with them on the road and in the air. Republican Michael Lawler, representative, said on X, classified information should not be transmitted on unsecured channels and certainly not to those without security clearances, including reporters. Safeguards must be put in place to ensure this never happens again. So the government does have its own methods of communication for sensitive material. Thank you also, Zoe Condi, for your support. Let's see here. We are waiting. President Trump event coming up shortly. In 5 minutes, if it starts on time. Trump participates in Women's History Month event. Will President Trump at the Women's History Month event talk about the Signal app or take questions? Signal chat or take questions? That I do not know. Chaotic Vet thinks no. Gay Ishan thinks yes. I have no idea. You never know when with President Trump there's going to be an impromptu news conference, even though he's doing a news conference at 4 p.m. So we're going to cover that as well. I'm keeping an eye out for that. I'm not sure that'll start on time. Hold on a second here. Oh, a little update here. I have an update for you about something. Apparently, the Houthis launched another missile at Israel, which has been happening a bunch in the last week or so. The Israeli Defense Force, I'm going to check it right now, said, have they posted about this yet? Let's see. I'm seeing this report coming out now. Normally the IDF reports about it, posts about it. Let me see here. Did they post about it today? Hang on. Trying to get some more information on this. Oh, okay. Here we go. I guess there's been some press reports, but Itay Blumenthal, who is with Channel 11 Khan News in Israel, says, contrary to reports, there is no missile launch from Yemen that's been detected on its way to us. So I saw some media reports saying there was. There have been a number of them. And then I went to the IDF and I was like, why aren't they reporting it? The IDF didn't confirm this. So it looks like maybe these reports are false. But there have been a number of missiles launched by Houthis in Yemen towards Israel in recent days. But I guess there's not a new one. All right, we're waiting for this White House event. So it is currently 2:58. At 4 p.m., there's supposed to be a press conference. So we'll definitely cover that. At 3 p.m., in 2 minutes, President Trump is going to do a Women's History Month event at the White House. Will that start on time? So I have my eye on it. I don't have any video from it yet. I assume the White House will be showing it. Oh, you know what? I'll have video of it anyway. I'll have video of it anyway, but give me a moment here. I am keeping my eye out for it right now. But it's not there yet. So I was going to show you guys what President Trump said yesterday about the signal stuff, but I'm a little concerned that if I start showing you that we'll miss the start of the live event. So should we just hold off on that? Because it's 3 o'clock right now. The live event's supposed to be now. The White House is not live yet. Yeah, people are saying hold off. People want to see the live event. Most people. Oh, the White House pool report I just saw that's following the vice president, Matthew Adams, says it does not appear that J.D. Vance will take any questions from reporters while he is visiting Quantico today. Oh, update. I have an update for you. The White House pool reporter, Shira Stein, says the event, East Room event gather now 3:10 p.m. East Room event gather now at 3:10 p.m. So it sounds like the event is maybe delayed by 10 minutes or so. Because she just posted 3:10 p.m. The news conference is at 4 p.m. Why don't we quickly, we have a couple minutes, let me show you let me show you what President Trump said yesterday when he was asked about the Signal chat. And actually, Mike Waltz, who is the person who added that reporter to the Signal chat, he was in the room. And President Trump had Mike Waltz speak too. So while we're waiting for the first of the two Trump events, which is going to start in about 10 minutes or so, let's put that on the screen for you and play that. And I'll keep my eye, well, I'm not going to miss the other thing. I'll keep my eye out for it. But, okay, so this was yesterday at the White House, okay? So I'm going to play this right now in case you missed it. Here's what President Trump had to say about the Signal chat yesterday. And you'll see actually that he has Mike Waltz speak. That's the person he has speak, Mike Waltz, who again is the person who added the journalist to that, inadvertently, to that Signal chat.
Cities.
Mr. President, are you going to change any of the practices that your national security officials used after a reporter was inadvertently added to a group chat about attacks on Yemen?
Well, I think it's a question I've been asked now, and I've given a few answers, and they've all been the same. We have an amazing group. Our national security now is stronger than it's ever been. We have had a very, very successful, numerous attacks on that area. These are people that shoot down ships, not only our ships, ships all over the world. They're shooting down right out of the water and damaging them badly, or they're going down. They're also shooting anything that happens to be flying in the area. We hit them very, very hard. There was no classified information, as I understand it. They used a app, if you want to call it an app, that a lot of people use, a lot of people in government use, a lot of people in the media use. And I think I'll ask Mike. Mike is here. Do you want to respond to that, please?
Yes, Mr. President. You asked about lessons. I think there's a lot of journalists in this city who have made big names for themselves, making up lies about this president, whether it's the...
All right, just to be clear, that person speaking at the end of the table is Mike Waltz. He is the National Security Advisor. He is the one who invited, accidentally, the journalist to the Signal chat, okay? So I'll rewind a couple seconds and let you see what he had to say yesterday.
About lessons. I think there's a lot of journalists in this city who have made big names for themselves, making up lies about this president, whether it's the Russia hoax or making up lies about Gold Star families. And this one in particular, I've never met, don't know, never communicated with, and we are looking into and reviewing how the heck he got into this room. But I'll tell you what, the world owes President Trump a favor. Under Biden, global shipping was shut down. Pinprick attacks, months between them, our destroyers being fired upon dozens of times. President Trump took decisive action with his national security team, took out the head missileer, knocked out missiles, knocked out headquarters, knocked out communication sites. And for once, as we hear, as you all hear from every one of our allies, thank God for American leadership again. Thank God for American strength. You're welcome, Lord. And look, we had a national security team that was coordinating these efforts. As Director Radcliffe testified today, his first day on the job, he was introduced to this app on his government systems at the CIA and at the State Department and otherwise. So look, this journalist, Mr. President, wants the world talking about more hoaxes and this kind of nonsense rather than the freedom that you're enabling. And a key part of our sovereignty is open sea lanes and knocking the crap out of terrorists, which is exactly what your team and Pete Hegseth, a good friend and fellow veteran, is leading the charge on, and it's an honor.
We had a very, very successful, we had a very, very successful evening, and we've had numerous successful evenings and days in that area. The Houthis are absolutely on the run. The worst of them has been killed. This should have been done a long time ago by Biden, but Biden was an incompetent president. He couldn't do anything. He didn't know where he was going. He had no clue. This guy had no clue. This should have been done a long time ago. As they shoot missiles at ships, randomly shoot missiles at ships, and they make their own missiles. You know, this is not an incompetent group of people. They make their own missiles. They get the missiles also from Iran. It's an offshoot of Iran, another offshoot. You have Hamas, you have Hezbollah, you have the Houthis. You got a lot of stuff going on with Iran. And we sent a letter to Iran. You're going to have to be speaking to us one way or the other pretty soon, because we can't let this happen. But that's an app that a lot of people use. And somebody got on. I mean, I happen to know the guy's a total sleazebag. The Atlantic is a failed magazine. Does very, very poorly. Nobody gives a damn about it. This gives it a little bit of a shot. And I will tell you this, that they've made up more stories, and they're just a failing magazine. The public understands that. He's a very good man. That man is a very good man right there that you criticize so strongly. He's a very good man, and he will continue to do a good job. In addition to him, we had very good people in that meeting, and those people have done a very, very effective job, and you're going to see it. And it goes on, by the way. It's going to go on. And I think the Houthis wish that it didn't happen, but that's what it's all about. We have to create a safe country, a safe world, and that's what we're doing.
Do you worry that national security was put at risk, Mr. President?
Of senior officials using signal.
Do I plan to ban who?
The use of signal to communicate from senior officials.
Well, I don't know I don't know anything about signal. I wasn't involved in this, but I just heard about it, and I hear it's used by a lot of groups. It's used by the media a lot. It's used by a lot of the military, and I think successfully. But sometimes somebody can get onto those things. That's one of the prices you pay when you're not sitting in the situation room with no phones on, which is always the best, frankly. But the best is to be there. In fact, oftentimes I've been in fact, just last week I was in the situation room with something very important, and we had a couple of people hooked up by line, and I said, cancel the line. Sorry, fellas, what you do is we'll tell you all about the meeting, because I know people do get on those lines, whether it's signal or anything else. Yeah.
So are you going to change any procedures as a result of this?
Well, I mean, look, we look at everything, and they've made a big deal out of this because we've had 2 perfect months. We are bringing in business. We have another one announced tomorrow, a big one, very big. Like in the history of our country, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I think probably a lot of people are saying they started by saying it was the greatest first month that a president has ever had, and I think that's true. And now they say it's the best second month, and they had to find something. And this certainly will look at this, but the main thing was nothing happened. The attack was totally successful. It was, I guess, from what I understand, took place during, and it wasn't classified information. So this was not classified. Now, if it's classified information, it's probably a little bit different. But I always say you have to learn from every experience. I think it was very unfair the way they attacked Michael. He's a good person. The person that was on just happens to be a sleazebag, so maybe that's just coincidence. I don't know.
But you are going to conduct
would
an
it be a problem if the Atlantic released all the text messages if they're not classified?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to ask the military about that, because maybe you wouldn't want that. I don't know. I will say this: that from what I heard, the man that we're talking about, who's not somebody that I don't think most people have ever heard of, he left. He found it very boring, and he left early. He got off the line very early. So I can't speak to it other than that. So he's made up a lot of stories, and I think he's basically bad for the country. But it's a failing venture, very failing venture. They're very upset, and a thing like this is publicity for them. But I don't think we should allow people that are very good, like that man sitting right at the end of the table who's done a great job. We shouldn't allow them to be hurt by it.
Mr. President, can I follow up on that? Can I follow up on that? Are you saying you're okay with the continued use of signal by administration officials for sensitive?
No, that's not what I said. I said we'll look into it, but everybody else seems to be using it. It seems to be the #1 used device or app, whatever you want to call it, and we will certainly look. If it was up to me, everybody would be sitting in a room together. The room would have solid lead walls and a lead ceiling and a lead floor. But, life doesn't always let you do that. In the meantime, the attack itself that we were talking about and discussing has been an unbelievable success.
But you will conduct an investigation, is what you're saying, into this.
We'll look into it, sure.
Who's going to lead that investigation?
I want to look into
the FBI or
anything like that. I would I would ask them, it's not really an FBI thing, it's really something having to do with security. Security, like, will somebody be able to break in? Are people able to break into conversations? And if that's true, we're going to have to find some other form of device. And I think that's something that we may have to do. Some people like Signal very much. Other people probably don't. But we'll look into it. I think, Michael, I've asked you to immediately study that and find out. If people are able to break into a system, now in this case it wasn't that this attack was going on and nobody found out anything. And again, the person that was on, as I understand it, he left very early because he didn't find it very exciting. But I think it's something you should look into.
Yes, sir, we are. We have our technical experts looking at it. We have our legal teams looking at it. And of course, we're going to keep everything as secure as possible. No one in your national security team would ever put anyone in danger. And as you said, and we've repeatedly said, the attack was phenomenal and it's ongoing. But the media wants to talk about everything else except for the hostages you're getting out of the Middle East, Iran on its back foot, sea lanes getting reopened, peace in Europe. As we just saw today with a Black Sea ceasefire, we were just on with Steve Lookner, myself, our team in Saudi Arabia. They want to talk about all this other stuff except for your amazing successes and the successes of your team.
One of the other things, and sometimes you have to move very quickly, and there are other devices that are very good, but they are very, very cumbersome, and you're not able to use them and from a practical standpoint. So all we can do is find out the best we have with modern technology. They'll probably get better over the years. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, on the Black Sea, so the Kremlin has said that there are several conditions that would need to be met for this agreement to happen.
All right, so that was what President Trump said yesterday. And you heard Michael Waltz, the National Security Advisor, speak too. He is the person who invited the journalist unintentionally to I believe unintentionally, to that chat. So that was yesterday, okay? And now it's 3:14. So any moment now, President Trump is going to be having an event at the White House. He's going to be appearing at a Women's History Month event at the White House. We'll show you that. And then at 4 p.m., originally it was announced as a press conference. The press secretary said a couple hours ago that President Trump would be giving a press conference on new auto tariffs at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. I just saw the updated White House schedule, and it says the president delivers remarks on auto tariffs at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. They're not officially calling it a press conference at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Does that mean he won't take questions? I don't know. But planning on covering both of those things for you. And any moment now, this Women's History Month event is going to start, but it has not started yet. So I have my eyes out for that, and we're going to bring you coverage of that. If you missed it, just to summarize, the Atlantic today posted some more messages from that Signal chat that one of its journalists, actually its editor, I believe, was accidentally invited to, talking about the upcoming Houthi attack, the U.S. attack on the Houthis. And among those messages were these. This is from a Reuters article, which talked about the Atlantic article. Among the messages posted in that chat were these messages posted shortly before the operation against the Houthis began by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. And you can see them here. He posted this in the chat. Hegseth's texts started with the title Team Update and included these details, according to The Atlantic, which has screenshots of these. 12:15 Eastern Time. So time now 11:44 Eastern Time, which is about a half hour before the start of the operation, according to him. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM, we are a go for mission launch. These are Pete Hegseth messages being posted to the Signal chat that were posted. And then he posts a series of posts laying out the schedule of the operation. 12:15 Eastern Time, F-18s launch first strike package. 13:45, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch MQ-9s. 14:10, more F-18s launch, second strike package. 14:15, strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. 15:36, F-18 second strike starts. Also, first sea-based Tomahawks launched. More to follow per timeline. Also, he says, we are currently clean on operational security, which was obviously not the case because it was a journalist in that chat. Also, they were on Signal, which I don't believe which many articles I have read suggested is not approved for this kind of discussion. Anyways, hours later in the same chat, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz confirmed to the group the killing of the Houthis' top missile expert and wrote in the chat, "We had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building and now it's collapsed." So, our viewer FD thinks those messages would be classified prior to the attack. There were a lot of questions from reporters in the White House press briefing asking about how could that kind of thing not be classified? You're telling us that wasn't classified. How could that not be classified? The White House press briefing did not give a detailed explanation. The press secretary kept talking about different people who had the ability to classify or unclassify, declassify information, but we have not yet seen any kind of explanation of if this was somehow unclassified, why. So we are waiting to see what President Trump says in his upcoming appearances today. Our viewer Ghost of Putin thinks it is classified. Calligram says the building collapsed. Reuters says Reuters could not immediately establish what kind of building was brought down in the U.S. military strike, how many occupants were inside, and how the detail squares with Pentagon statements that there were no known civilian casualties. Our viewer Kosumo says, I hope the girlfriend is okay. I don't know if they really destroyed the building where he was visiting her. Our viewer Conan Yo thinks it's a surface-level debrief of what will happen, not classified war plans. Stop the performative hysteria, says Conan Yo. Justin D says, skirting the Records Keeping Act. There is a concern also about messages on Signal that were I believe, if I remember right, I believe the Atlantic reported that maybe in the first article, was it, that at least some of the messages had been set to delete after, what was it, a week to 4 weeks? Hold on a second here. I want to, and that could be a concern because they're supposed to be kept according to the law, I think. But I got to go back and look at that for sure. So don't hold me to that. But let me get the video up on the screen. I have video for you guys. I got some video for you. I got live video from the White House. I'll check on that. But I have live video for you right now from the White House. Right now from the White House. Hold on, look. I'll show you. It's the Women's History Month event. That's live. That's not yesterday. It's live video. Oh, there's music playing. I can't play the music. I cannot play the music. But that is live video from the White House. We're waiting for President Trump. There is the event that President Trump will appear at. I could bump up. I don't know if it's a little dark in there or the video's a little dark. It might just be a little dark in there. But what I could do is I just have to remember to undo it. I could bump up the brightness a little bit. What if we do this? That's a little better. That's a little brighter right there. Just bumped up the brightness a little bit. Okay. And what was I going to do? Where is that first article? Meanwhile, I'll check the part of that first article in The Atlantic, which talked about the Presidential Records Act. If I can find it here. Here it is. Yes, The Atlantic reports that... well, hold on. Is there still music or are we hearing sound? No, it's still music. The Atlantic said that in the article on Monday that some of the messages in that chat, the Signal chat, were set to disappear after 1 week and some after 4. That raises questions about whether officials may have violated federal records law because text messages are official acts that are considered records that should be preserved. Now it's a little too bright, I think. I think it got too bright. Maybe the camera got adjusted. So I need to adjust this again. What if I do this? Is that too dark? No, I think that's all right. That's the normal brightness. Again, we are waiting for President Trump to speak at this event. Oh, hold on. Hang on a moment here. Let me do this also. All right. So when it starts and Trump comes in, I'm going to switch to that shot, I think. And remember, 4 p.m., President Trump is going to announce, if it's on time, it might not be. After this, President Trump is going to announce auto tariffs and may take questions at that event. He could take questions at this event, for all we know. I'm also going to post a new headline here. Trump to appear at White House amidst signal controversy. Oops, there is a typo. Hang on a moment. Are they still playing music? Yeah. I can't play the music. Might be copyrighted. Sharon Klassen Goslin says it looks very nice there. One of our viewers said, doesn't he live at the White House? Yeah, I mean, the point is he's making an appearance. The point is that he's going to appear on camera. Billy Joe thinks he'll be 45 minutes late. The official start time of this event was 3. It's now 3:26. Senator Tammy Duckworth came out with a statement that I want to mention. She is from Illinois, Democrat from Illinois. She said, this is Tammy Duckworth, senator. I didn't even see this 5 hours ago. I didn't even see this. She said Pete Hegseth, this is on her X account. She said Pete Hegseth is an effing liar. This is so clearly classified info he recklessly leaked that could have gotten our pilots killed. He needs to resign in disgrace immediately. That's what she posted on her X account. By the way, Tammy Duckworth did serve in the military. She actually lost both her legs when her Black Hawk helicopter was hit by a grenade, a rocket-propelled grenade in Iraq. Again, we're waiting. President Trump will be appearing at any moment. Maybe he'll speak about Signal at this event. I don't know. After this, he has an event where he's going to be speaking about auto tariffs, new auto tariffs. The one and only says, I don't think he will say anything about it at this event. Again, we're just waiting. The event was supposed to start at 3. It is now 3:29. Molly Morgan says, you never know. You don't know. I'm actually very interested in seeing what these tariffs are going to be. That's a big story in itself. New tariffs on cars, on automobiles. AP says shares in General Motors have fallen roughly 2.8% Wednesday afternoon trading. Ford stock was up slightly. Shares in Stellantis, the owner of Jeep and Chrysler, have dropped 3.2%. Trump has long said, says AP, that tariffs against auto imports would be a defining policy of his presidency, betting that the costs created by the taxes would cause more production to relocate to the U.S. But U.S. and foreign automakers with domestic plants still depend on Canada, Mexico, and other nations for parts and finished vehicles, meaning that auto prices could increase and sales could decline as new factories take time to build. The reciprocal tariffs announcement he's going to make is April 2nd. That's different than than the announcement today. Hang on a second here. So the Washington Post has their article about the Signal chat today. They updated their article. They said that veteran national security professionals said such information as was in that chat would almost certainly be classified. The information describing a projected schedule of attacks like the one Hegseth shared with the chat group. These veteran national security professionals described a projected schedule of attacks like the one Hegseth shared with the chat group as a closely guarded secret that should be discussed only in a secure environment. Mick Mulroy, a former CIA paramilitary officer and Marine Corps veteran who served as a senior Pentagon official during Trump's first term in office, told the Washington Post, this information was clearly taken from the real-time order of battle sequence of an ongoing operation. It is highly classified and protected. Next to nuclear and covert operations, this information is the most protected, said this, again, former CIA paramilitary officer and Marine Corps veteran who served as a senior Pentagon official during Trump's first term in office. We're still waiting here. This event is supposed to start at any moment. The official start time was 3. It's now 3:34. The music's still playing. I think we can safely say that the press conference, well, it's now called remarks about the auto tariffs, will not start at 4. Billy Joe says 11 minutes until I'm right. Billy Joe thought it was going to start 45 minutes late. Hold on, I think he's coming out now. I might switch to the White House feed when he does. There's a different feed. There he is. Okay, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Is the White House.
Well, thank you very much. Ooh, that's a lot of good-looking people there. This is great. It's a great honor to be with you, and I want to thank everyone and welcome you to the most spectacular place, the White House. It's just an amazing place to live and to work in, and you know, I've seen a lot of good places, but believe me, there's nothing like this. It's just very special, and it's great to have you here to celebrate Women's History Month. That's a big deal, and today we honor the legacy of incredible women like Betsy Ross, Harriet Tubman, Susan B. Anthony, Clara Barton, and Amelia Earhart, all legends. And their extraordinary courage and patriotism and devotion propelled our nation to glory and to greatness. They are great women, many great women. And thank you for the vote. You were very nice to me. The women, we set every record. We loved it. We loved that vote. But we're delighted to be joined by some of the pioneering women who are making history in our own time. A woman that's just absolutely incredible. I can't tell you enough about her. She ran my campaign. We kept winning. And then we did well, where she won Florida by record numbers. And I said, the second time I said, well, just keep running Florida. And the big one was stolen from us, So I said, we better get her for number 3. And we won in records. We won every swing state. We won by millions of votes, the popular vote. We won everything. We won the districts, 2,750 to 507 or something like that. And we just won so big. And her name is Susie Wiles. And where are you, Susie? And she was just named by one of the very prominent media groups. I won't mention it because I cannot stand the people, but she was just named as, and it's true, the most powerful woman in the world. Susie, that is crazy, huh? That's a big, her father was a great, Pat Summerall, a great announcer, really great football player and announcer for the NFL for like 27 years. He really got the NFL. He did pretty well with the NFL. He got him off to a very good start, didn't he? But he was great. But she's got those same traits. So thank you very much, Susie. Great job. Also, we're going to go to somebody that's really the rage right now. She's the youngest ever White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. Caroline, look at you, huh? They said, sir, she's just too young. And I said, I don't know about that. She did awfully good because she did it during the campaign and she was awfully good. And she's been amazing. She just did another one just a little while ago. She looked at Susie and looked at me. I don't know. I think I'm ready, sir. How old are you? 27, right? 27. And I said, you're not too young. And she's knocking them dead. Everyone's talking about you. Thank you very much. Great job. And we have somebody else who's like a rocket ship, the counselor to the president. She served me well. I'm going to miss her, but we'll see a lot of her anyway. I hope it's on friendly basis because I've got to be very concerned because she's going to be the new U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey. Alina, where's Alina Habba? Alina Habba. Thanks, Alina. She's going to be great. I'll tell you, she's going to be great. She's a great lawyer. And lives in New Jersey. And I said, that sounds like a good combination. Everybody wanted that job. They were all looking for the job. And I said, wait a minute, doesn't Alina live in New Jersey? Yeah, I think Alina's going to get that job. So congratulations, Alina. It's fantastic. I'm also thrilled to say that we have more women in our cabinet than any Republican president in the history of our country. And joining us today is a woman I've known a long time. You talk about strong women. This is a strong woman. Remember, they were saying, he doesn't like strong women. That may be true, but if that's true, I'm in deep trouble because I'm surrounded. I got the strongest women. And this is a beautiful, strong, wonderful woman, Attorney General Pam Bondi. But yesterday, she was talking about these guys that like burning down cars and plants and everything else. And I was watching her on television. She said, I'm going to get you. We're going to find you. And you're going to suffer. And I say, man, I don't want her after me. And, it's amazing. The attacks have gone down very, very precipitously. It's really, Pam is fantastic. Thank you very much, Pam. Really amazing. Along with a woman who was given a very hard and difficult problem, the cost of eggs. This was the problem. The cost of eggs. Eggs were through the roof. If you got to see the Biden chart, it's like a rocket ship, and Trump is like this way. But I gave Brooke the Secretary of Agriculture, and I didn't know it. I didn't know it. She studied that in college. I didn't know that. I was going to give it to her anyway. It didn't matter that she studied, but it sort of helped, right? But she came in and she lowered the cost of eggs by almost 50% in 3 weeks. Right? Someday you're going to tell us that secret. I want to find out. But the chart looks great. It's Biden like this, and then we're like this. But we also, by the way, we lowered energy costs really tremendously. Energy's way down. Cost of gasoline's way down. The cost of groceries, a word that I used a lot on the campaign. It's like an old-fashioned word, but it's a beautiful word, very descriptive word. And the groceries are coming down, Brooke, at a level that we're finally getting costs under control in our country, and people don't like talking about it because it's so good, it's so positive. I haven't seen one story on eggs plummeting by 50%, but someday they'll get around to writing it. Secretary of Education, she's trying to put herself out of a job. Linda, she's trying to put herself out of a job. She's moving education back to the states, and she's doing it at a rapid rate, and she's an amazing woman. I've known her also for a long time. She's been amazing. No matter where she's been successful, including with her husband building a tremendous empire. And Linda McMahon is very special. Thank you, Linda. Thank you. And it's getting praised, by the way, the concept of moving education back to the states, back to the mothers and the fathers. And you probably do it for less than half, and you're going to have great, great schools. You know, I say that in our country they have charts, and they rate the countries, various countries, and Norway and Denmark and Sweden and lots of places are rated at the top, and Finland. China's rated very high, too. Tell me, that takes the big problem out, because if they can do it, that's big, so we can do it. And we're rated toward the bottom. We're at number 37, 38, 39, or 40 out of 40. So we're just about last, and yet we're first in one very nice category, cost per pupil. So obviously there's something wrong. We just have to repeat that, Linda, and everybody says, well, I guess it's time to do it. And it's been that way for a long time. And originally we had it run by home state, so we never had that kind of a problem. But it's going to be, Katie, it's going to be brought back again, and Linda's going to do it. And I just say, you know, she said, you basically want me to get out of government, don't you? I said, that's right. Do your job and get out, but I promise I'll have something else for you, okay? I promise I'll have something even better for you, all right? But you're doing a job, and we appreciate it. Also, a special man. He's got a tremendous majority. It's so easy, a majority of about one. I think he's the only man who could do the job because everybody loves him. Everybody respects him. He's really smart. He's so nice. People say, is he smart? I said, you have no idea. He's actually, you know, he's really nice because he's smart. He knows it's the only way you can live with it. Where is Mike? Mike. It's the only way you can do it. He's the nicest guy. But in actuality, he's not a nice person. He's ruthless. You haven't seen this guy when he gets angry. I'll ruin your image overnight. He is a phenomenal guy. Our great speaker, Mike Johnson. Thank you very much. I don't know. Is that good or bad for you? I'm not so sure. It's okay. He said whatever the heck you want to say is okay. First female Republican Attorney General of Iowa and an early supporter of Trump. And where's Brenna Bird? Brenna, thank you very much. She's so popular in Iowa. She came out so early, and I appreciate it very much. That's great. Alaska Lieutenant Governor Nancy Dahlstrom. Nancy, thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much. You have a great governor, too, by the way, Nancy. He's also tall. He's seriously tall. I mean, the guy's like 7'2". He is a tall guy, but he's a great governor. And I have a son who's tall like him. And Barron is very tall. They're all tall, but Barron's seriously tall, right? So anyway, say hello to him. He's a great governor. South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evett. Where is Pamela? Thank you very much. Good job you're doing. Great job. Good. And good luck with everything. I know it's big stuff, right? Oh, good. Thank you. Well, you have a great governor. Oklahoma Agricultural Commissioner Blaine Arthur. Blaine. Thank you, Blaine. Good. Nice to see you. And so many other incredible women. I'm going to make so many enemies because I'm looking here. I know every one of them, and I'm supposed to say their names. Maybe we'll get to it. I don't know. It's a long list. For 4 long years, we had an administration that tried to abolish the very concept of womanhood and replace it with radical gender ideology. Maybe you heard something about that. They destroyed women's spaces and even tried to replace the word mother with the term birther person. A mother became a birther person What's that all about? Then you wonder why they lost. They're trying to figure out why did they lose. I saw a congressman today for the Democrats. He was having a big fight on television early this morning, trying to make it so that really he thinks men should play in women's sports. He hasn't given that up yet. He was fighting like crazy. I said, this guy is going to lose. He's going to lose badly. The whole party is still into that. They haven't learned and we don't want them to learn, frankly. We want them to keep fighting. Let's not tell them. Under the Trump administration, we're ending the Marxist war on women, and you had a war on women. And we're protecting women's rights, defending women's dignity, and standing up for the American moms and daughters. So many are represented here, great people in this room. American women have never had bigger champions than all of us in the White House. I mean, it's me, but it's the group of men and women. We have a lot of men that are like Howard, our head of commerce, I see is here. What are you doing here, Howard? Oh, that's a good, he's got his beautiful wife here. I was saying, what's Howard doing here? It's like there aren't too many men in this audience, actually. But he's a big advocate, and we're going to be making right after this, we're going to be making a big special announcement, Howard and I and Scott and a few other people on cars. We have Liberation Day in America. That's where we take back all of this money that's been ripped off from us for so many decades, and we start a process. We're going to go with the tariffs on cars, and as you've probably been reading, it's all over the place. You've been reading and seeing and watching car companies and every other form of company. They're pouring back into our country at levels never seen before. We're up to, I guess, close, Howard, to $5 trillion of investments already. And there's never been that much for a year. We did that in a period of 6 weeks. There's never been any numbers like that. We've never seen. They're all coming. They're all coming in so they don't have to pay tariffs. It's very simple, because if you build your product in the USA, there is no tariff. On day one, I made the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. So, is there anybody, seriously, is there anybody that disagrees with that in this room? I was thinking maybe somebody from the press might raise their hand. I don't think so. There aren't too many people. You know, it's amazing. It's got to be like a 98% issue, right? So what are they doing, Marjorie? What are they doing? They're fighting for a 2% issue. That's good. Let them keep doing it. No matter how many surgeries you have or chemicals you inject, if you're born with male DNA in every cell of your body, you can never become a woman. You're not going to be a woman. And that's why last month I proudly signed a historic executive order to ban men from competing in women's sports, and it was very popular and very popular. We had a track meet, and it was so disparaging to great women athletes. I've known so many great women athletes. I gave Annika Sorenstam the Medal of Freedom here not so long ago, and these are unbelievable athletes, but it's so ridiculous. They had a track meet. And you heard me talking about long-distance track meet. The man won by 5 hours and 14 minutes and 12 seconds. And I said, this is not good. And you want to see worse? Take a look at the weightlifting records. Take a look at the boxing. Take a look at this. The whole thing is ridiculous. And frankly, it's demeaning to women. And you are superior to men, in my opinion. What do I know? You are. I see you. No, they are superior. I've known it all my life, and I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy. I also banned puberty blockers. Can you believe I'm even saying this? And the sexual mutilation of minor youth. Now, who would think, you know, let's go back 10 or 15 years. If you ever heard a statement like that, you'd say, what the hell is he even talking about, right, Brooke? What is he talking about? Puberty blockers. But that's where we are. That's where we've come, and we're ending it. We're sending it back to where it came from, oblivion, right? So in the recent election, we did fantastically well with women. I kept hearing, women don't like them. I said, I think they do. You know, don't like fake polls don't like me. That's who don't like me. But we're setting records in so many of these cases, and I was for women. I was for the women, the suburban housewife, where I stopped low-income housing projects from being built at a house next to you, where people were being decimated. Their houses were being literally ripped up and destroyed. And I stopped it, and we've stopped it again. We had to stop it again. I stopped it first term. We had a great first term, a really successful first term. We had the largest increase in stock market value, 88% increase in the history of our country. We gave you the biggest tax cuts. We gave you the biggest regulation cuts. We rebuilt our military. We gave too much of it away to Afghanistan, this character. He gave billions and billions of dollars of it away to Afghanistan. And maybe we'll have to ask for that back, although it's getting a little old now. They're getting a little old. We're building new stuff. But I will say that it was such an honor working with so many great women. I've worked with women all my life. I've always been ahead on that subject. I had women in my construction business putting up skyscrapers in New York 30 years ago, 35 years ago, long before it was in vogue. And they were phenomenal. Every one of them was phenomenal. My administration listens to America's moms, and that's why I recently created the Presidential Commission to make America healthy again, and that's really caught on. That's really caught on. And Bobby Kennedy, by the way, is doing a great job. He was. I think it's going to go down as another great choice. And we just don't want to treat the chronic disease crisis. We want to prevent our children from getting sick in the first place. And there are so many things that we are doing wrong. Something happened. If you go back 20 years, autism, think of it, 1 in 20,000 children. Think of that. 1, autism. You see it all over. 1 in 20,000 children. Now it's 1 in 36 children. Now, what the hell is that all about? There's something out there, and we got to find it. But can you imagine 1 in 20,000, and now it's 1 in 36, not 36,000, 1 in 36 children. And I see it all the time. And so there's something out there, and we're going to find it. We're doing something really wrong. And it might be very simple to even correct, but we're looking very hard, and Bobby's looking very hard, and we're going to figure it out. And to further support our nation's mothers, I've signed an executive order to expand access to fertility treatments like IVF. That's Katie. Katie. Where's Katie? Katie called your great senator from Alabama. She called, and she was like in a little bit of angst, right? She said, "Sir, we just had a ruling from an Alabama judge who said you couldn't have the clinics IVF." And I was in my plane, and she said, "It's terrible, it's terrible. Friends of mine are virtually attacking me," and said, because they're not really, people don't talk about it necessarily. Why should they? But Katie called me up. She did such a great job. And she said, "Sir, you have to get on this right away. It's terrible. They're going to close up all the clinics." They ordered all the clinics closed. And I said, "So, Katie, give me a quick definition, please. Educate me in a minute or less." And she did. And I came out totally in favor of what all of these women wanted. And it became our issue. We actually took it away, Mike, from the Democrats. They were late to the party, and it was really, I give you a lot of credit, so thank you very much. Thank you, Katie. Great job. And I also signed an executive order to begin abolishing the Department of Education, as we said, but also to go back and do things with our school children that just hasn't been done in many, many years. But the basic is reading, writing, and arithmetic, and we want to make sure that they teach English, okay? But I think we're not going to have a problem. And you're going to see things happen, I think, on the education front like nobody can believe. It's very exciting. Very exciting. And so many of the states like Iowa and Idaho and Indiana, by the way, unrelated, but Indiana, they just signed Honda, one of the biggest auto plants in the world, is going. Honda, big company, would have never come here except for, let's say, the election. I like to say the election result, but let's give tariffs a little. Well, without the election result, you wouldn't have the tariffs, right? So I guess it's all about the election, Marjorie. But one of the biggest anywhere in the world, they're building in Indiana, big plant, and we have many of them going up. Many plants in other countries have stopped They've stopped construction. One of them, right in the middle of construction, they just signed a contract. They're going to build it here instead. So you're going to see that at record. Just remember, I told you so in 12 months from now. But on day one, we're ending the inflation nightmare that Joe Biden created and caused, but just by his spending. Two things, his spending, but I think more important, he destroyed our energy policy. And energy started going up, gasoline, any form of energy went through the roof. And then what he did to get it down a little bit, he went back to the Trump policy. Everything, let them drill, let them. They were very, very concerned. And it was too late because that jackrabbit had gotten out of the nest. And it was too late. They really screwed us up in so many ways. How about allowing millions and millions of people to come into our country, open borders, people from all over the world, not South America, but all over the world. They came in from Africa, from Asia, from all over the world, from prisons. The prisons were emptied into our country. I call them prisons and jails, prison being a slightly tougher term, but the prisons and jails were emptied into our country. The mental institutions and insane asylum, same thing. Insane asylum is mental institution on steroids, right? I used to say Dr. Hannibal Lecter, the great Dr. Hannibal Lecter is in a hotel room near you. And the fake news back there, a lot of fake news here, by the way. Fake news would say, why does he keep mentioning Hannibal Lecter? I said, you know why? Because we just won an election. We got a lot of votes because of Hannibal Lecter. We don't want to have Hannibal Lecter in our country. So we watched what was happening to destroy our country. And a woman, by the way, the head of Homeland, Christie is doing a great job. Kristi Noem. She's doing a great job. She's getting them out. And Tom Homan. But Tom Homan and Kristi Noem, they're doing an unbelievable job. She's tough. She might be tougher than Tom. Is that pretty tough, right? I say Tom is central casting, but he says, I think she might be tougher than me. So we needed that because she's dealing with a rough group of people. Millions and millions of people. 21 million people came in, but of that, at least 3 million are serious, serious criminals. Many of them are murderers, 11,088. And of that number, about half have murdered more than one person. This is not going to end well. So we're getting them out in record numbers, and we're having a lot of problems with the courts because the courts want to pretend they're president. And they're not president. They didn't get 80 million votes, and they're not. They can't do that to this country. That's not their job. But we're getting them out in record numbers, and it's going to save a lot of lives. We got some really bad people in this country, but you see the ones we're taking out. Trendy Aragua, the toughest of all gangs, MS-13. And we're getting them out. So in just 2 months, core inflation has dropped to its lowest pace in 4 years. We've got it going down. The groceries I told you about, and energy of all kinds, gasoline, that's fallen below now $3. For $3 for the first time in years since I was there, it's fallen below $3. We're going to get it down quite a bit lower. That's going to bring prices still further down, and people are going to be able to buy their groceries again, and so important. And again, I want to just congratulate you, Brooke. What a job you've done over there with the eggs. I was in office for 1 week, and I got this one article was so bad that Donald Trump has caused a massive egg problem. And I said, this is, and they showed it, it's like, terrible. But it was during his term that it went up, right? And, but they were hammering me. They thought they had us until I put you in that position. And I don't know what the hell magic wand you use. And now they don't talk about it anymore. It's terrible. Well, we'll talk. We have to talk about it, If they don't talk about it, we talk about it, right, Brooke? But what a job you've done. Now we need Congress to pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and Mike is going to get that. And I think we can finally say one big, beautiful bill, because everybody's there. I spoke with John Thune, is doing a terrific job also, and the senators, and we want one big, beautiful bill. Just put it all in that bill, and we'll figure a way to have it passed, right? We'll figure a way. But it'll be the largest tax cuts in American history. When you add that onto the fact that if they don't pass this, you will have the largest tax increase by far, because the tax increase that I passed 5 years ago, the biggest in history, bigger than the Reagan tax cuts. What happens is that jumps back to where they used to be. So if you add that onto the other normal tax increases that the Democrats want to give, this would be the largest tax increase in history by 58% or more, I guess, but 58%. And I don't know how anybody can vote for a Democrat, but I know one thing, that I believe the Democrats are going to be forced to help vote for this bill. And then we have the very important continuation of debt. I don't call it a debt increase because we're not looking to increase. We want to just continue that line, and we should call it, I think, from now on, Mike, we're going to call it the continuation because that's what it is. That was thrown into our lap unnecessarily, but we have it, and it's fine that we have it. But I think we're going to get tremendous support even from Democrats because otherwise they're voting for the biggest tax increase in history by far, by, I think, 38 points. And I don't think they're going to want to do that. So, Mike, I hear you're doing great on it. And we're going to have tremendous goodies in the bag for women, too. The women, between the fertilization and all of the other things that we're talking about, it's going to be great. We're joined today, fertilization. I'm still very proud of it. I don't care. I'll be known as the fertilization president, and that's okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. I've been called much worse. Actually, I like it, right? I like it. Thank you. We're joined today by many of the women members of the House and Senate who make up so much and make this all happen. And I especially want to recognize the leaders of the brand new Republican Women's Caucus, Senator Katie Britt. Again, Katie, thank you. Thank you, Katie. Great job you do. And Representative Kat Kamek, who just announced a new baby girl. That's good. I also want to say driving force behind the effort to create a women's history museum, with working very much with some of the women in this room. I'm not sure if it's been discussed specifically, but to create a women's museum on the National Mall. And we have a great site. I'm very good at real estate, you know. We have a great site. And Nicole Maliotakis is here someplace. Where's Nicole? And she is really working hard on this one. This is a passion for you, and you're working. It's a big, beautiful. She said it's going to be a big, beautiful museum. Well, it has to be. If it's for women, it better be big and beautiful, or we're in trouble, right? But we're working on that. Also here, I just have this list, and they're incredible people, so I have to do it. Otherwise, I'll be run out of town. I don't have the courage not to do it. Senator Marsha Blackburn. Marsha, thank you very much. So incredible. Unbelievable talent. Senator Joni Ernst. Joni Ernst. Where's Joni? Hi, Joni. I owe you a call. I'll call you. Okay? Deb Fisher just won a great race, Nebraska. Thank you, Deb. Great race, Deb. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith. Oh, we love Cindy Hyde. Thank you, Cindy Hyde. She said, sir, could you do a rally for me? I said, yeah, I'll do a rally for you. I get there. Sir, could you do 2 more for me? I did. We did 3, and we blew him out, right? It was an Obama sycophant. We blew him out of the water, right, Cindy Hyde? So thank you. And Senator Ashley Moody. Congratulations. Where is Ashley? Congratulations, Ashley. Also, Representative, and this one is tough. She's tough. Lisa McClain. She's tough and good. She's a good one. She's a real leader. Thank you. Great job, Lisa. Representative Stephanie Bice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Where's Stephanie? Thank you very much, darling. Sherry Biggs. Hi. Hi, Sherry. Good. Lauren Boebert. Great people. Monica De La Cruz. Monica De La Cruz. Hi, Monica. Good job. Julie Fedorchak. Fedorchak. Hi, Julie. Great. Nice to see you. A person that is more experienced than anybody, and she's still a young woman, very young, Virginia Fox. Virginia. What a good woman, right, Mike? A quiet woman, but she, underneath that quiet facade, she's a tiger. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Highly respected woman, I tell you. Thanks, Marjorie. Great woman. Diana Harshbarger. Diana Harshbarger. Where are you, Diana? Thank you. Thank you. Good job with your son, too. Thank you. Ashley Hinton. Ashley. Thank you. Thanks, Ashley. Good. Good job. Erin Houchin. Thank you, Erin. Thank you very much. Laurel Lee. Laurel, thank you. Good. Good job. Julia Letlow. Good. Nice seeing you, Julia. She's done a great job. Anna Paulina Luna. Anna. Good. Nice to see you. Another quiet one, Nancy Mace. Hi, Nancy. Great. Great job. And Nicole, I said hello to you and your museum, and you get that going, and we're going to back it 100%. Unless the women here would rather not have a... Is anybody not in favor of a women's museum in this room, please? It's okay. I could see some. Maybe they want to save a couple of bucks, right? No takers. Okay. You're all set. You have it then, I guess. I sort of thought that was going to happen. Celeste Malloy. Celeste, thank you. Great job. Great job. Carol Miller, great election. Thank you, Carol. Great job, Carol. A friend of mine, a beautiful person, a beautiful family. It's like she's got children. They're all supermodels, male and female. Handsome husband. Carol, Mary, Carol, Mary Miller, Mary. How's it going? Okay, good. Mary Miller's a really spectacular person and a great congresswoman. Thank you very much. 22nd grandchild. Look at her. It's one of the most beautiful families. It really is. Starting with you, it's just a beautiful family. So you have a long way to go, Kat. Come on, you have to get going. Marionette Miller Meeks, great election you had. Great election. Great. Great job. Oh, Maria Salazar. Where is Maria? She is strong. She is a tough one. But they love her. We all love her. Thank you. Another one who's really good. I got to know her very well along with Mike. We were having some talks, and she really knows what she's talking about. She was right 100%. Victoria Spartz. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you very much. And Beth Van Dyne, who's fabulous. Hi, Beth. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's such a great group of people. And there's others in there. I'm going to get killed. I know. You're for me, and I'm for you. That's true. Can you imagine there are others? I'm sitting and looking at others. I'm going to be in trouble. That's the problem. When you do that, you leave a couple of them out. They never speak to you again. They never. Now we need Congress to pass the largest tax cuts, and we are going to get that done. And we're joined today by so many people that are just so great. And we are going to have a little bit of a celebration after this is finished in one of the outer rooms. They have some stuff for the women. Much better. We did this for men. And, you know, it's very unexciting having a day for men. I stood up here. It was like I reduced the speech from 10 pages to about 2 paragraphs. It was boring. It was boring as hell to tell you. Throughout our history, strong, tough, visionary women have defended our flag, strengthened our communities, explored new frontiers, and expanded the American dream for all of our children and all of our people. Now, patriotic American women like those in this room are helping lead our nation into the golden age of America. And that's what we're calling it. This is the golden age of America. We want to do things that nobody thought were possible. You know, had I done it the more traditional way, which I actually did, but we won't talk about that. But had it been the, 4 + 4 as opposed to floor 4, let's see how bad they do, and then we get another 4 at numbers too big to rig, we call it. We have to go out too big to rig. They tried, but it was too big to rig. Had we done it that way, it wouldn't have been nearly as important or nearly as historic. It's much more historic. It's a much more important presidency. And frankly, because of how bad they were, we're able to do things that we could have never done if it were traditional. I don't think, Marjorie, we would have ever been able to have done the things we are doing now. You see what we're doing with the colleges, and they're all bending and saying, sir, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And they are, nobody can believe it, including law firms that have been so horrible, law firms that nobody would believe, and they're just saying, where do I sign? Where do I sign? Nobody can believe it, and there's more coming. But we really are in the golden age of America, and I think you're going to see it more and more as we go along. Together, we're beginning our country's greatest era, and we're building a future that will be stronger, safer, healthier, and happier than ever before. And you're really going to be the leaders. I think you're going to be the dominant leaders, and you have a lot of them in this room politically, but just the fact that you're here and the fact that you're with us is so important. There's nothing like strong, beautiful, wonderful women. You have the heart, you have the whole spirit. You're amazing people, and it's an honor to be with you, and we're going to work together, and we're going to make this the greatest age in the history of our country. Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, that was President Trump speaking at this White House Women's History Month event. Talked about a bunch of things. He did not talk about the Signal chat that I heard. But President Trump is supposed to speak after this. Now, right now it is 4:13 p.m. He was supposed to have a 4 p.m. event where he announced auto tariffs, which obviously cannot start on time because it literally is 4:13 right now. So he is going to announce auto tariffs coming up soon. I don't know exactly when. Give me one moment here. So we will cover that. And he might take questions. You know, originally it was said it was going to be a press conference, but now the White House is saying he gives remarks. So maybe he'll answer questions. Babalu had written to me asking if Melania, mentioning the possibility of Melania Trump speaking. Well, I'm not aware that she spoke at that event. It's an interesting thought, but I'm not aware that she did. Okay, so we are going to see if he takes questions at his upcoming event. I don't know if she was there. I don't recall him mentioning her. But I'm not positive. I'm not aware that she was there. Lost in Sydney said he didn't mention her name. So I don't, not positive, but I didn't hear it. So again, the next thing we're going to cover is he is supposed to do this announcement of auto tariffs. And he very well might take questions there. As to when it'll happen, I can't tell you. It was supposed to be 4. It's supposed to be 4 o'clock Eastern time. By the way, in case you missed it here, those are some of the messages that were released today from that Signal chat by The Atlantic. Those were posted by Pete Hegseth. By the way, I want to say a quick thanks to our moderators who are here. We have Roberts May Queen, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, all there in the YouTube chat. Sabrina, thank you so much. Also our Twitch moderators, Dashing Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev, big thanks. Linda Belk, Not Linda Belk. Oh yeah, on X, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry, Body. Thank you so much for moderating. And also want to shout out our member Trish TX71, member for 15 months. Thank you. Ivan, member for 12 months. Thank you, Ivan. L Train, our new member. TK, thanks for your support. PZ Papa Zulu, thank you so much for all your support. PZ Papa Zulu. And if you missed it, these are our messages from that text chat, which the Atlantic posted today, from the Signal chat, in which this is a Washington Post article, but they have a list of these messages. So Pete Hegseth posted about a half hour before the operation against the Houthis started, saying, "Time now, 11:44 ET. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for mission launch." He also posted 12:15 ET. F-18's launch, first strike package. He basically gave a timeline of what was going to happen. 13:45, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch, MQ-9s. 14:10, more F-18s launch, second strike package. 14:15, strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending the earlier trigger-based targets. 15:36, F-18 second strike starts, also first-based sea-based Tomahawks launched, more to follow per timeline. And then after, a little later on in the chat, Mike Waltz, National Security Advisor, provided information on the strike's impact, saying a building had collapsed and that multiple targets were believed killed, including a top missile guy who was allegedly struck while walking into his girlfriend's building, he said in the chat. The White House, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, number of other top officials say, the press secretary say there was nothing classified in here. They have not explained that, other than to say that at the White House press briefing today, the press secretary cited people. She said, for example, I believe the Secretary of Defense, I think she said something like it was up to the Secretary of Defense to classify stuff, but there's been no explanation from the White House, from the administration of, if this was not classified, why? And if somebody declared it unclassified, why? Oh, by the way, I saw something interesting too. Barbara Starr, who was a longtime Pentagon reporter, she said that Waltz revealed in extraordinary detail in that chat when he said there was intel showing the top Houthi missile guy walked into a building. You only know that if you have overhead surveillance, comms intercepts, or an operative on the ground. It means the U.S. had pattern of life surveillance. How is that not classified? So, again, we have heard Pete Hegseth today, Mike Waltz, say there were no sources and methods revealed, no war plans revealed. But I was saying before, I've seen experts claim in the past that it's possible sometimes you don't need information to say this person told us this our source named John Smith told us this information. That it's possible that your intelligence gathering can be compromised and information revealed by it, by just having information you have get out there. So what Barbara Starr is saying is she believes that that this information that the U.S. Mike Waltz posting in this chat that the top Houthi missile person was was that they saw him, I believe, what was it, walking into his girlfriend's house? Yes. She thinks that would be classified because it reveals something important about U.S. intelligence gathering. But we'll see if President Trump speaks about it. Coming up, President Trump is going to announce new auto tariffs and maybe take questions. I will keep an eye out. I don't have video yet of the new coming up event. When I have it, I will let you know. Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. Reuters is saying that the Trump event will be a tape replay, but hold on a second here. I don't know, because what they could do is they could do an event like in the Oval Office where he signs it and he signs something and announces it and takes questions, but we don't see it till after it happens. Some of the Trump events are like that. So Reuters is claiming at this point that that's what this is going to be, but I'm not sure that that's the case. You know what? AFP is saying the same thing. So it sounds like from what AFP and Reuters are saying that he's going to do this signing and say whatever he's going to say, and then after that the video will come out. Like that's what happened with, remember when we covered when he did an event with Elon Musk with the Tesla cars? That's how that was, where they did the event, and then after it was over, then the video came out. Again, I don't know if he'll take questions. The other thing is if he speaks for 45 minutes, then we won't see it until after 45 minutes. He could be doing the event right now, for all I know. But what'll happen, though, is a lot of times when he does this, there will be reporters in the room who will post about what he's saying. But that's something they do once in a while. I don't know that it'll. It's interesting because at the press briefing, the White House press briefing earlier today, the White House press secretary said he would be doing a press conference, and also she did say that the press would have a chance to ask him questions. If I remember right, she definitely said it was a press conference. So I don't know if it's not being billed as a press conference anymore. But they do these events once in a while. So again, he very well might end up taking questions at this event. Zoe Condi says Fox TV calls it a news conference. Well, the official White House schedule right now, the up-to-date one, says the president delivers remarks on auto tariffs. That's what it says. But again, all I can tell you is AFP and Reuters are calling it tape replay. Hey guys, I'm going to say this once. I don't know if it's something weird going on today. We get certain days. I've noticed a bunch of really rude comments in the chat. If you can't behave yourself, if you can't be polite and civil, you're going to get timed out and you're going to get hidden from the channel. So if you don't want to be able to chat anymore, be my guest. I don't know what it is about today. I'm noticing it, but you're going to get timed out and you're going to get hidden. You've been warned. I am still trying to get some more information on when this is going to be broadcast and exactly in what form. And I'm not sure yet. Still not sure. HomeAwares writes in and wonders if Pete Hegseth might be let go. Look, earlier today in the press briefing, the White House press secretary said that the national security team, President Trump had confidence in the national security team. So nothing coming from the White House at this point suggesting somebody might be let go. I have no idea what will happen. We did a poll earlier in the stream, and the large majority of you thought no one would end up losing their job over this. Wow, Mitchell Pilot just gave 50 of you memberships in the YouTube chat. That is incredibly generous of Mitchell Pilot. Please make sure you thank Mitchell Pilot if you got a membership from Mitchell Pilot. That's really nice of you, Mitchell Pilot. Thank you so much. Make sure you thank anybody who gives you a free membership or a gift sub. But that was really nice of Mitchell Pilot. Look at that. All these new members. Thank you so much. It is 4:30 right now. At some point, we're either going to see Trump live or Trump on tape announcing auto tariffs and maybe taking questions and maybe talking about the Signal chat. I don't have any updates on that for you. So I'm waiting just like you guys. Waiting just like you guys. By the way, thank you to our member, JP Villu. JP Villu, our member. Hang on one sec here. Also, Boomer Wow. And Tim King. Thank you, Tim King. Boomer Wow says they're in charge of the classification. They didn't classify it, so it's not classified. Again, so I think people asking about this know that the president can declassify information. The question would be is if for some reason they declassified it, well, if it was declassified after the chat, that wouldn't change that classified information was posted on Signal with a reporter there. If it and it also wouldn't explain why it was declassified after the chat. If it was declassified before the chat, which I don't really understand, well, why was that done? So no one is disputing that the president could make something declassified. The question would be is, if for some reason this was made declassified, why? That's the question. Thank you again, Boomer Wow. Paul V says classification is not truly subjective. It has to meet certain criteria related to damage to national security required. Yeah, I mean, there are regulations. I don't know if it's the law or regulations, but there are practices that are followed about what is treated as classified. Now, as I understand it, the president could retroactively unclassify something. But I've shown you a number of experts I've seen today have said this kind of thing would normally be classified. So I'll read this quote again. This is from the Washington Post talked to Mick Mulroy, a former CIA paramilitary officer and Marine Corps veteran who served as a senior Pentagon official during Trump's first term in office. He said, this information that Secretary Hegseth posted in the chat was clearly taken from the real-time order of battle sequence of an ongoing operation. It is highly classified and protected. He said, next to nuclear and covert operations, this information is the most protected information. Proud Canadian thinks it's classified. Come on, this debate is ridiculous. Now, if it's not classified, and it wasn't classified in the chat, I mean, we don't have an explanation from the White House of why that is. So maybe we'll get one. But they have not said that yet. Still waiting to hear from Trump. He's going to announce auto tariffs and maybe answer questions about this. Our viewer, Bergisher Jung, says, if it's not classified, I want this information on the Pentagon website next time. I have not seen any reporting about Trump starting his event yet, where he announces auto tariffs. By the way, the Wall Street Journal, which is not, they are not a left-leaning newspaper. The Wall Street Journal says, targeting plans and the use of American forces have long been considered to be highly classified before action is taken because their disclosure can tip off adversaries and provide them with insights on how the U.S. conducts sensitive military operations, former officials and national security experts say. They also mentioned that detailed battle assessments are also considered to be top secret, unless there have been efforts made to declassify them. Because remember, there was Mike Waltz put a damage assessment saying a certain building had been destroyed in that chat. Again, that's the Wall Street Journal. They're not a big left-leaning paper. Oh, thank you so much, Crypto King. Crypto King shouting out the mods. Thank you again, mods. All of our moderators. Beth Mythical, Sabrina, Ruth Kafasi, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Bastion Girl, Good Luck Duck, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev. All of our other moderators, big thanks to you. We couldn't have our chats without our mods. Oh, The Economist had an article about this today. I really like The Economist. They said several former and current Pentagon officials told The Economist that the details from the chat, specifically those posts from Secretary of Defense Hegseth about times of when these certain military operations would happen, several former and current Pentagon officials told The Economist that such details would have been classified unquestionably, said one of them. A classification guide published by the National Intelligence Agency, Miss Gabbard's agency. Is that the Office of National Intelligence? What is the agency called? The Director of National Intelligence, U.S. Intelligence Community. What is the agency? The DNI oversees the CIA, the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency. Anyways, that aside, The Economist says a classification guide published by Tulsi Gabbard's agency that was published in 2016 specifies that information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack is considered top secret, the highest level of classification, which is applied to information which could cause grave damage to national security if released, and no foreign, which means that in general it may not be sent to non-Americans. My headphones I have to switch, by the way. We may pause while I take my headphones off. Sometimes this happens. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. We may be okay. Pause, no pause. So far, no. Hold on, pause a second. The Economist also says that another guide published in 2012 by the Pentagon's Central Command says the date and time of operations, the movement of aircraft, and schedules should be classified secret, one notch down, but still classified. They also point out that in theory, Mr. Hegseth is empowered to declassify material, but The Brennan Center for Justice and Advocacy Group says the president and presumably Mr. Hegseth cannot classify documents or secrets by merely thinking about it without telling anyone. Trump is not live yet, by the way. We're waiting for him to appear, either live or on tape, to announce auto tariffs, new auto tariffs, and maybe answer questions about the signal controversy. Here again are some of these messages that were posted by Secretary of Defense Hegseth in the Signal chat. That is from the Washington Post, they took that from the Atlantic, which has screenshots. Dr. Alexis, our viewer, says more liberation today about the tariffs. Our viewer, History Underfoot, says if the reporters shared the info in real time, that would be a danger to our troops. Marnie thinks the reporter needs to be fired. Hey, thanks so much to Flacco. Flacco says, imagine if that chat got leaked before our pilots took off. Luckily, it didn't. We don't even know that it didn't. We don't know if somebody else was listening in. I mean, I haven't heard about it being leaked. And, fortunately, none of the pilots got hurt. Flacco thinks it's unacceptable. Thank you, Flacco, for your support. Gary Olafson thinks Pete Hegseth needs to know these were classified. Now, Tim King says Steve Witkoff was in Russia while on the Signal chat. Now, I forget what she said, but the White House press secretary denied claims today that I think the claims were that Steve Witkoff was in Russia using his personal phone while on this chat, and she gave some sort of denial of that today, and I can't remember the details. I don't want to misrepresent her. I don't know exactly where that is in the press briefing either. I'm seeing if maybe there's a transcript posted of the briefing. No transcript posted yet that I see. History Underfoot said she had a special server while in Moscow. Yeah, I couldn't remember what exactly she said, but she denied those claims. Tennis Deary said she said they gave him a private USA server. Limited State says he had a special phone connected to a private server. That's what she said. Something like that. The Economist, by the way, in their article says Signal and its ilk can protect messages in transit as they travel from device to device. They cannot protect users if their phone has already been compromised by spyware, potentially allowing a hacker to view its screen and keystrokes before any encryption is applied. That is why American officials are supposed to discuss sensitive information in special rooms known as SCIFs, sensitive compartmented information facilities, into which they cannot take personal devices and which are shielded from electronic eavesdropping. Some senior officials, including Mr. Hegseth and Ms. Gabbard, travel with special equipment that allows them access to classified high-side systems on the move. One Pentagon official told The Economist. The Economist reports many Pentagon officials are up in arms about the leaks and Ms. Gabbard's and Mr. Ratcliffe's denials to the Senate. There was a resounding sense of disgust at the lack of accountability, says a serving Pentagon official. They put people at risk. Had any of us done the same, our careers would be over at best and we would face jail time at worst. Our viewer M thinks it's just sloppy at best. We're waiting for President Trump to speak. He is going to announce tariffs. He might answer questions. I've seen, it's unclear to me whether this will be on tape or live. I have seen no reporting that he has started doing something in the White House, which if he was doing something with reporters there and it was being recorded, you would have reporting saying that. I've seen no reporting saying that. Unless, well, I guess in theory it could be happening if they told reporters not to post anything. Jason552 thinks this is a minor nothing of a story. The Democrats are trying to be, the Dramacrats are trying to make a big story out of it. Saint C says this isn't a non-story. If you think it is, you're wrong. Yes, Garden Variety. Garden Variety says Goldberg is the editor of The Atlantic. That is true. But I don't think it's incorrect if he is described as a journalist. But yes, he is the editor. No, the Atlantic report did not come out in real time. The Atlantic report came out on Monday, which was over a week, I believe, after the attack on the Houthis. HomeAware said, did I hear wrong or did Waltz say they are checking how the reporter got into the chat? I thought Waltz added him to the chat himself. Yeah, you know, I'd have to, I don't want to go back. That might have been said. I would have to watch it again. The video. But yes, the I don't know if I want to drag that up. But yes, well, we know that the Atlantic that Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic got invited by Mike Waltz, right? Because here's a screenshot posted saying invited by Mike Waltz. But that doesn't tell you how that happened. So, I mean, I'd have to guess that was an accident. How did that happen, though? I don't know. Now, what I think what HomeAwares is saying is like, well, wouldn't Mike Waltz just know that? Maybe yes, maybe no. Does somebody else have access to Mike Waltz's phone? And was Mike Waltz's assistant sending out the invites? You know, I don't know. I don't know if Mike Waltz knows exactly how this happened. Is this the part where he talked about saying they were looking into it? I don't know. I don't want to go. We showed this earlier. I don't want to go back over it all again. But if I can just really quick get it on the screen. This was earlier. Hold on. You can't hear. Hold on a moment. I have to put on my my headphones. This will pause for a sec while I put my headphones on, I think. Hang on one moment. If this is going to work. Will this work? I think it'll work. There we go.
National security team would ever put anyone in danger. And
Hold on, we don't have sound coming from...
As you've said, and we've repeatedly said,
we should have sound. Are you hearing this?
The attack was phenomenal.
I'm not hearing it.
And it's ongoing, but the media wants to talk about everything else except for the...
Hold on. I'm not hearing sound. Are you guys hearing sound from the video? It's loud, yeah. So I have to fix my headphones somehow are not picking up the sound. Let's try this again. Hang on a moment here. Sometimes things get weird with my headphones. I got to put these away. It's not behaving as I want it to. Let's try this again without the headphones.
Hostages you're getting.
Too loud.
You should look into.
Yes, sir, we are. We have our...
The person that was on, as I understand it, he left very early because he didn't find it very exciting. But I think it's something you
This is from yesterday.
should look into.
Yes, sir, we are. We have our technical experts looking at it. We have our legal teams looking at it. And of course, we're going to keep everything as secure as possible. No one in your national security team would ever put anyone in danger. And as you said, and we've repeated.
Yeah, I think there he was saying, you know, we're going to look into how this happened. So I don't know. Maybe he does know how it happened. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But clearly the person from the Atlantic was invited by Mike Waltz's Signal account to go in and participate. Thank you, HomeAwares, for writing in. TJ Adams thinks a Waltz aide added someone they shouldn't have. I mean, there's this whole other question of like, why didn't anybody notice that this extra person was in there? Regardless of who added. Is there somebody monitoring the chat who can tell that somebody else is there? A couple of our viewers, Lucas Blocks and PW360, messaged me a story that Spiegel International, which is a German publication, has a report that contact data of some U.S. officials, including cell phone numbers, is freely accessible on the internet. Some email addresses and some passwords. I don't know that this has any practical bearing on accessing classified data. Now, what the Spiegel says is that hostile intelligence services could use this data to hack communications by installing spyware on devices operated by these people. Spiegel says that hacked consumer data on the web includes phone numbers, email addresses, and even some passwords of people like Mike Waltz, Tulsi Gabbard, and Pete Hegseth. Again, I don't know what the says some of the passwords or numbers, email addresses were linked to profiles on social media platforms. Anyways. I will post a link to a post about it. And you can check it out further if you like. It's in German. I had a Google translation of it. We're still waiting. So President Trump was supposed to speak at 4 originally. Originally, it was announced that there was going to be a 4 p.m. press conference. Then it was changed to 4 p.m. giving remarks. And the latest I'm seeing is that there's going to be some recording coming out of him doing this. Whether or not he's talking to reporters at the time, I don't know. For all I know, there'll still be a live appearance. It's almost 5 p.m. right now. So I'm just waiting to see what we hear about from Trump about the auto tariffs that he's going to announce. But again, it was supposed to be a press conference originally, and I don't know if it's still going to be that. The press secretary several hours ago said President Trump will be holding a press conference at the White House to announce auto tariffs. I don't know if that's happening. Emma Jackson says there are some excellent hackers out there, nothing they can't find. It's their job or side thing. This is interesting. Hold on a second. Robbie Gramer of Politico says he has talked to some White House insiders and GOP staffers who say something like what Marco Rubio said, that the group chat was originally set up to get names of officials that would be part of coordinating an NSC meeting. That's what Marco Rubio suggested, that this group chat was, he said this today, was just set up to, or coordinate people talking to different people, that kind of thing. It ended up being, if that's true, it ended up being very different. It discussed policy a bunch, and there were times of a schedule of the military action was posted, a detailed schedule. But it's an interesting idea, this idea, we talked about it earlier, this idea that Robbie Gramer is also talking about this, he's with Politico, this idea that it might have been set up for something different. Signal, from what I've read, is used by a lot of government officials, but not to do sensitive stuff, super sensitive stuff. And was it set up for a different reason, and then, some people started posting really sensitive stuff on it. But if that's the case, then the question becomes, why didn't anyone else speak up and say, hey, stop posting this here? Alex Fiernoth says, do you think they have Discord? I don't know if people in the White House use Discord. Oh, thank you so much, Deadly30, for your support. Thank you, Boomer Wow. Thank you, Tim King. We are still waiting for Trump. It is possible that Trump is doing his appearance now and it's being recorded and we'll see it soon. So I am trying to get you that. Salmon Shirt thinks this will be old news soon enough. Here's an article here from, this is from today from AP. The White House says nothing classified was shared on Signal. Democrats say that strains credulity. The Trump administration struggled today to stem the fallout from revelations that top national security officials discussed sensitive attack plans over a messaging app and mistakenly added a journalist to the chain. The White House said that the information in the Signal chat was not classified, an assertion that Democrats said strains credulity. Hard to believe, considering that it detailed plans for an upcoming attack on Yemen's Houthis. The decision on determining whether the information is classified ultimately lies with Defense Secretary Hegseth, who in the chain listed weapon systems and a timeline for the attack. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, he wrote, for example. Senator Mark Warner said the position that the Trump administration is taking, that this stuff was not classified, can be described with one word: baloney. When you describe time, place, type of armaments used, do you think the American public is stupid? Warner said in an exchange with reporters. The Republican chair of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Roger Wicker, said he and Senator Jack Reed, the committee's top Democrat, will send a letter to the Trump administration requesting an expedited Inspector General investigation into the use of Signal. They are also calling for a classified briefing with a top administration official who actually has the facts and can speak on behalf of the administration. Roger Wicker, the Republican senator, head of the Senate, chair of the Senate Armed Services Committee, said the information as published recently appears to me to be of such a sensitive nature that based on my knowledge, I would have wanted it classified. But White House officials continue to insist no classified material was discussed. Hegseth says no war plans had been discussed on Signal, a claim current and former U.S. officials, Hegseth, National Security Advisor Waltz, and other administration officials today uniformly insisted that no war plans had been texted on Signal, a claim that current and former U.S. officials have called semantics. War plans carry a specific meaning. They sometimes refer to the numbered and highly classified planning documents, sometimes thousands of pages long, that would inform U.S. decisions in case of a major conflict. But the information Hegseth did point, specific attack details selecting human and weapons storage targets, was a subset of those plans and was likely informed by the same classified intelligence. Apache Aldo says we saw them and believes it was clearly classified. J.D. Vance is not in Greenland yet. He's going there. They changed the itinerary today so that him and his wife are only going to be visiting, I believe, a U.S. military base. What is this? Hey, thanks, Kevin Cash. With Israel and Gaza stuff, you know, it's like Turkey. It's when there's big developments, we'll cover it. I don't cover it every day, but I would not be surprised if there are developments about Israel, Gaza that we end up covering soon. I just have to see what happens. Thank you, Kevin Cash. I appreciate it. So I would not be surprised if we stream on it again soon. All right, give me one moment here. What I'm going to do, again, any moment Trump is going to speak, either live or recorded. I don't know. He's going to announce his auto tariffs and maybe answer questions. Where is... What I'm going to do, we are still bringing you live coverage. I am going to take 1 minute here. I need 1 minute. All right. I'm going to come back in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. We're going to bring you the Trump appearance, and we'll be right back in 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. We are still waiting for President Trump to announce auto tariffs and maybe take questions and maybe talk about Signal. We are waiting. It was originally supposed to be at 4 p.m. It is now 5:14. Hold on a second here. I think maybe he's doing it, and that because again, Reuters and AFP are saying it's going to be on tape after. I think he's doing it. Oops. I think he's doing it, and that they're going to release it shortly, like the whole thing. That's my guess. By the way, quick thanks to Bass300, who says this wouldn't have happened if they had your mods. That's what Bass300 says. Thank you. Thank you, Mom of 457 Rose. Thank you so much. Haniel Vargas, our member for 42 months, says, Andrew Mercado gave you a shout out. That's very nice of him. That's awesome. Thank you. Thanks again, Kevin Cash from the UK. Really appreciate your support. Kevin Cash. And... oh, hold on a second. Hang on, guys. I have an update. I have an update for you. This just in, 3 minutes ago, the pool is gathering for the tariff remarks. The White House pool reporter, Shira Stein, said, now she posted this 10 minutes ago, the White House reporters are gathering for tariff remarks. So maybe it will be live. But that's an update that just came in. So he has not made them yet. It's been unclear. It hasn't been clear whether it's going to be recorded or not. I still don't know. We still don't know. It's possible they will do it and have it not be live and then play it. So... oh, hold on. I have video. I have video. I have video. Wait, I have video right now. I have video. Breaking news. Here it is. Let's get the audio. There's no audio on it yet. Yes, there is.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you today. We just celebrated Women's Day at the White House. It was fantastic, attended by a lot of great women. A lot of great women. All women are great. So this is the beginning of Liberation Day in America. We're going to take back just some of the money that has been taken from us by people sitting behind this desk or another desk that's not quite as nice, but they have their choice of 7, as you know. And we're going to charge countries for doing business in our country and taking our jobs, taking our wealth, taking a lot of things that they've been taking over the years. They've taken so much out of our country, friend and foe, and frankly, friend has been oftentimes much worse than foe. And this is very modest. And what we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff. We start off with a 2.5% base, which is what we were at, and we go to 25%. And basically, as you know, and as you've been seeing, not reporting as accurately as it should be reported because it's a massive story. Business is coming back to the United States so that they don't have to pay tariffs. And I think also because of November 5th, the election, they're very happy. AI is coming back to levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's a new, sort of a new business, I guess, when you think about it. But it's plants are going up all over the United States, and many of them have already been started. We're getting early electricity taken care of. We're getting permits very quickly for them, and we're going to make their life very happy. They're coming in with tens of billions of dollars. Individual plants will cost 10, 15, even $20 billion. We're going to let them build electricity generating plants along with their plant. And they can't even believe it, and we're going to get them very quick permits, as I've done always. I did that in Louisiana with 2 LNG plants. I got them one permit in 1 day after waiting 14 years, and the other one in 1 week after waiting for 12 years. But this is very exciting to me. This is the automobile industry, and this will continue to spur growth like you haven't seen. Before I was elected, we were losing all of our plants. They were being built in Mexico and Canada and other places. Now those plants largely have stopped, and they're moving them to our country. In Indiana, the great state of Indiana, I love Indiana. Honda is building one of the biggest plants anywhere, and they've just started. They wouldn't have done it without this. In all cases, they wouldn't have done it without what we're doing. So we'll effectively be charging a 25% tariff. But if you build your car in the United States, there is no tariff. And what that means is a lot of foreign car companies, a lot of companies are going to be in great shape because they've already built their plant. But their plants are underutilized, so they'll be able to expand them inexpensively and quickly. But others will come into our country and build, and they're already looking for sites. They're looking for mostly sites. They don't want to take the old buildings that are empty and falling down. They want to build new, and there's tremendous action. There is likewise for other companies and countries like the chip making process. Your chip bill was a disaster done by Biden. All he does is give tremendous amounts of billions of dollars to chip companies that will do nothing with the money. They're not going to use the money here. They're going to just keep it. They have plenty of money. The one thing they have is they have a lot of money. In our case, all we're doing is saying you can't come in unless you build here. And the largest chip company by far is manufacturer from Taiwan is building here, and it'll give us almost 40% of the chip market just with that. They're spending almost $200 billion in the United States to build a plant, and they've almost started. They'll be doing much of the work in Arizona. So we have a lot of exciting things, but to me this is one of the most exciting. Now, outside of one specific day, and that's Liberation Day. That's the real Liberation Day of America, and that's going to be in April 2nd, and I look forward to it. We'll have a little news conference. We'll talk about it, but this is very exciting. So we're signing a executive order today that's going to lead to tremendous growth in the automobile industry. As you know, the electric mandate that we did allows you to buy a car now with electric or gasoline-powered or hybrid. You can buy any car you want. We had it so that within a short period of time you had to buy all electric, and the country could never provide the money necessary to build all of those power plants that you would need all over the country. As you know, in the Middle West, they built 8 power stations. That's like the size of this desk or smaller. And they ended up spending $9 billion on 8. And of the 8, 4 of them didn't work. And we're not doing that. So you can buy electric, or you can buy gasoline, or you can buy hybrid, or you can buy whatever you want to buy. And that's the way it should be. The market's going to determine that. And you're going to see prices going down, but it's going to go down specifically because they're going to buy what we're doing, incentivizing companies to, and even countries, but companies to come into America and build. And we're already setting records for new plants. I think the new plant number, the tally is just within a period of a few weeks. It's very large. I want to be accurate. It's very large. And I'd like to ask Will just to come and give some of the basics, and then I'll sign it, and it's off to the races. I think our automobile business will flourish like it's never flourished before. Yes, please, Will.
Thank you, sir. As you stated, we've prepared for your attention a proclamation imposing a 25% tariff on foreign-made cars and light trucks. This is in addition to tariffs that are already in place on those goods. In addition to, as you said, spurring increased domestic manufacture of cars and trucks, we expect that these tariffs will result in over $100 billion of new annual revenue to the United States of America in tariff revenue.
I think ultimately we could probably anywhere from $600 billion to $1 trillion will be taken in over the relatively short-term period, meaning a year from now, but starting right away. I think we'll go from 600 to $1 trillion within 2 years. And I think we'll be right from the beginning, we're going to be at a very high number, right from the beginning. And right from the beginning, you're going to have a lot of construction jobs, but you're also going to have a lot of automobile jobs. So this is very exciting, but it's also exciting because of what's happening with other aspects. We're going to be doing tariffs on pharmaceuticals in order to bring our pharmaceutical industry back. We don't make anything here in terms of drugs, medical drugs, different types of drugs that you need, medicines. It's in other countries, largely made in China, a lot of it made in Ireland. Ireland was very smart. We love Ireland. But we're going to have that. We're going to have lumber. We're going to free up some of our land. And you'll be able to meet a lot of other standards like fire cuts. If Los Angeles had fire cuts, which they didn't have, that's a gap of half a football field between areas. You wouldn't have had the fires. They would have been contained. But you have fire cuts. And by the way, you sell that wood for a lot of money, a lot of profit is made from that. But we're going to be doing lumber. We're freeing up our land so that so that we don't have to use outside sources of lumber. Energy, we're doing fantastically well at. The energy prices have been coming down rapidly as we increase supply, and we've already done that. Chris and Doug are doing a fantastic job in that. That's Department of Energy and Department of Interior. And they're working together hand in hand because Interior has the land and Energy has the ability to do the drilling and do what they have to do. Our coal areas are going to be opened up for clean, beautiful coal. Germany's opening up many coal plants now. They tried the wind and it didn't work. They almost went out of business. They almost went bankrupt. They tried wind, which is a disaster because it's too expensive and it doesn't look good, kills all the birds, a lot of problems. But Germany is now building a lot of coal plants. China is building one a week. Think of that. And they're using coal, which is very powerful. Coal is a very powerful energy. And we're opening up our coal mines again, and we're going to do, I call it beautiful, clean coal. The technology is so good now that coal can give you tremendous power at the same time. It can be very clean. But we're also obviously doing oil and gas and various other things. You can do pretty much whatever you want. We don't like the wind because we think it ruins the landscapes, the plains, ruins them. And it's got a lot of problems. It's also by far the most expensive energy. It looks horrible in the oceans. It's dangerous in the oceans in terms of navigation. And if you look at what's happening with whales, in one area, they lost 2 whales, like in 20 years, washed ashore. And this year they had 17 wash ashore. So there's something happened out there. There's something driving the whales a little bit loco, but they lost 2 in 20 years. And now they lost 17 in a short period of time. So it's something wrong out there. So this is very exciting. This is going to lead to the construction of a lot of plants, and in this case, auto plants. And you're going to see numbers like you haven't seen, both in terms of employment. It takes a little while. You're going to have great construction numbers initially, and then ultimately you're going to have a lot of people making a lot of cars. And one other thing, we have the Speaker of the House with us who's doing a fantastic job. And where's Mike? And we're trying to get approved. Mike, thank you very much for being here. We're trying to get approved, if we can. If you borrow money to buy a car, you're allowed to deduct interest payments for purposes of income tax, but only if the car is made in America. So if the car is made in America, you get a loan, you can deduct the interest. That's a big saving. A lot of people in that part of the world, in terms of buying cars, a lot of them don't think in terms of deductions. People that think in terms of deductions are very wealthy people, but people are going to start understanding what a good deduction is all about. So when you get a loan to buy a car, and I think it's going to pay for itself. I don't think there's any cost. I think you're going to have so many cars built, but you're only going to get that deduction of interest if the car is made in the United States of America. So I'm going to sign this, and Mike, I hope you can get that because I think it's going to be amazing in terms of the number of cars that are going to be made because of it. And I want to thank Howard Lutnick, our fabulous commerce chairman. That's what he is. He's a chairman. He's a very successful guy, a great guy. And we have a big day, Howard, coming up next week. It's going to be good. That's Liberation Day. That's going to be on the 2nd, and that's going to be reciprocal. And I think people will be impressed. We're going to be very fair. We're going to be very nice, actually. We have not been treated nicely by other countries, but we're going to be nice. So I think people will be pleasantly surprised, but it's going to make our country very rich because we're the piggy bank that everybody steals from, and they've been doing it for many years, for decades, so we're not going to let it happen. So, but we're going to treat people very nicely. We're going to treat other countries very, very nicely, and I think it's going to have a very positive effect on everybody, including those other countries. So I'll sign this, and we will see you again on April the 2nd. In terms of this, it's going to be another round, and it's about making America great again, making it strong and prosperous again. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. President, on the car tariffs, how do you assure that a car coming into the country is fully built? Could an automaker in Germany say, leave the tires off a car?
Yeah, we're going to have very strong policing, and it's pretty easy to do. If parts are made in America and a car isn't, those parts are not going to be taxed or tariffed. And we'll have very strong policing as far as that's concerned. For the most part, I think it's going to lead cars to be made in one location. You know, right now, a car would be made here, sent to Canada, sent to Mexico, sent all over the place. It's ridiculous. So this is a very simple system. And the beauty of the 25, it's one number. It's not up or down depending on the cost of the car. It's one number. And that number is going to be used to reduce debt greatly in the United States and to build things, reduce taxes. I mean, basically, I view it as reducing taxes and also reducing debt. And within a fairly short period of time, I think we're going to have a balance sheet that's going to be outstanding. Yeah.
How do you assure Americans then that this will not cause a long-term increase in prices?
Well, look, I think we're going to have a market the likes of which nobody's ever seen before, not in this country. You know, we had the best market ever in my first term. It was the strongest market ever, the best economy ever. And I think I think this blows it away. But this is something that people have wanted to do, presidents have wanted to do for a long time. A lot of them didn't understand it. It wasn't a priority for them. But foreign countries understood it very well. And they've really ripped us off at levels that nobody's seen before. But that's not going to happen.
Mr. President, is this for today or on April 2nd, the auto tariffs, sir?
Say it?
Do these auto tariffs go into effect today or on April 2nd?
They go into effect on April 2nd. We're signing today. It goes into effect April 2nd. We start collecting on April 3rd.
More sectoral tariffs that are coming in on April 2nd.
What does that mean?
Any more tariffs on any other sectors on April 2nd, for example, chips or pharmaceuticals?
Not then, but we will be putting a tariff on lumber. We, as you know, have a tariff already on steel and on aluminum of 25%, and we're taking in tremendous amounts of dollars. More importantly, our steel factories and aluminum factories are roaring. They're starting to roar. They're building new ones. I just heard from Nucor, which is a big company, a very big steel company, and they're building a massive plant for steel that they wouldn't build without this. So we're gonna. You're going to see things that are going to be actually amazing, and I think you already have. You know, we've had some news conferences where I can't have enough. They want to do news conferences where they announce they're going to spend $20, $30, $40 billion. But Apple, as an example, is spending $500 billion. Okay. Any other?
On the Signal chat, Senator Roger Wicker.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Reciprocal tariffs next week. Will those be immediately effective April 2nd on all countries, or will you focus on the worst offenders?
No, we're going to make it all countries, and we're going to make it very lenient. I think people are going to be very surprised. It'll be, in many cases, less than the tariff that they've been charging us for decades. So I think people are going to be very, very surprised.
Why is that?
I think they'll be pleasantly surprised. I don't know. I think we're trying to keep it somewhat conservative.
And on these auto tariffs, we saw obviously the NASDAQ 100 go down 2% at close, S&P 500 down 1%. What are you concerned
Is that
about
today?
that market reaction?
Today?
Yes, sir.
I didn't say that. I want to see the jobs. I want to see. That'll all take care of itself. That could take care of itself in 1 day, 2 days, or 1 week.
Are there any conditions under which you'd remove these auto tariffs, sir, or is this permanent for the rest of your term in office?
Oh, this is permanent, yeah, 100%, yeah.
Are you on the auto tariffs? Did Elon Musk advise you at all on these auto tariffs?
No, because he may have a conflict, so we don't talk. I've never talked to him. Elon's amazing. He's never asked me for a favor in business whatsoever. I'm actually a little surprised by it. I might do it, I might not do it. I do what's right, and he'd want me to do what's right. No, he's a patriot. He has never, these are big deals we're talking about. This is probably nothing like this. And I've never had Elon come and say, would you do me a favor with the mandate or the electric mandate or anything. He's never asked me for anything.
Sir, also, what's your response to Republican lawmakers who have said today that your administration should take more accountability and not downplay what's happened with Signal that we've seen in these messages today?
Well, I don't know about downplaying. The press upplays it. I think it's all a witch hunt, that's all. I think it's a witch hunt. I wasn't involved with it. I wasn't there, but I can tell you the result is unbelievable because the Houthis are looking to do something. They want to know, how do we stop? Can we have peace? The Houthis want peace because they're getting the hell knocked out of them. It's been very, very strong. The Houthis are dying for peace. They don't want this. And they're bad. Look, they were knocking ships out of the ocean. We had in the Suez Canal, they only have about 20% of the ships going through. They have to go through a different way, which takes weeks of travel. And that really affects commerce. But the Houthis have been hit hard, and they want to negotiate peace. But I don't think they're quite. I don't think they're quite ready.
Classified that was shared?
Say it?
Do you still believe nothing classified was shared?
Well, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask the various people involved. I really don't know. I can only tell you this. You don't want to talk about it. The Houthis have been horrible to the world. What they've done, killed a lot of people. They knocked down a lot of ships and planes and anything else. It's not just the ships. And they have been hit. They have been hit harder than they've ever been hit. And they want us to stop so badly. And they've got to stop. They've got to say no mas. But I can only say that the attacks, it's attacks every day, every night. It's not just the one. You're talking about one. The attacks have been very successful, even beyond our wildest expectations. We've hit them very hard, very successfly. And we're going to do it for a long time. We're going to keep it going for a long time.
Senate Republicans have said that they have formally asked the administration for an Inspector General report on the Signal issue. Will you agree to that?
It doesn't bother me. I don't know. I want to find if there's any mistake or if Signal doesn't work. It could be that Signal is not very good. It's a company. Maybe it's not very good. I think we'd rather know about it now. There was no harm done because the attack was unbelievably successful that night, and it has been unbelievably successful every single night for the last 4 or 5 nights. So, and that's the thing that you should be talking about. This is something that should have been done by sleepy Joe Biden, but he was asleep at the wheel other than when it came to stealing money, of course. Joe Biden should have done this attack on Yemen, which is basically a certain group within Yemen, the Houthis, and this should have been done by Joe Biden, and it wasn't. And that's caused this world a lot of damage and a lot of problems.
He's responsible, but he's also overseeing the investigation to find out what went wrong. Maybe
who's responsible?
Mike Waltz says that he's responsible.
Well, yeah, Mike Waltz, I guess he said he claimed responsibility, I would imagine. It had nothing to do with anyone else. It was Mike, I guess. I don't know. I was told it was Mike. But again, the attacks were unbelievably successful, and that's ultimately what you should be talking about, I think. Mike did. He took responsibility for it.
His position over this.
Say it?
Should Secretary Hegseth consider his position over the Signal?
Hegseth is doing a great job. He had nothing to do with this. Hegseth. How do you bring Hegseth into it? He had nothing to do. Look, it's all a witch hunt. Here we are talking about some of the greatest business deals ever made. The greatest companies in the world are moving into the United States, and you want to ask about whether or not Signal works. I don't know that Signal works. I think Signal could be defective, to be honest with you. And I think that's what we have to, because you use Signal and we use Signal and everybody uses Signal, but it could be a defective platform, and we're going to have to find that out.
Mr. President, have you been briefed about soldiers in Lithuania?
Say it?
Have you been briefed about the soldiers in Lithuania who are missing?
No, I haven't.
Have you spoken, sir, with the big three automakers about these tariffs? What was their reaction?
I have.
What was their reaction?
It depends on whether or not they have factories here. I can tell you, if they have factories here, they're thrilled. If you don't have factories here, they're going to have to get going and build them, because otherwise they have to pay tariffs. Very simple. And most of those have pretty big factories here, like General Motors has big factories here. They're going to move their parts divisions back to the United States, because some of them were made in Canada and some of them were made in Mexico and other places. They'll be moving their parts division back to the United States in factories where they may be at 60% capacity, so they don't even really have to build too much of a factory. But, generally speaking, if they have factories here, plants here, where they make their cars and equipment, but they make their cars here, they are thrilled. Same thing with the steel industry. Steel industry is now paying a 25% tariff, as you know, I put it on last week, and the business is roaring in the United States. And we can't, because of military, we can't lose the steel industry. If I didn't put the initial tariffs on steel in my first term, you wouldn't be able to have a military, because we wouldn't have every steel company would be bankrupt in the United States, and every plant would be closed. But now they're booming, and putting this tariff on, this additional tariff for steel and aluminum, it's making them thrive, and it's already happened.
Mr. President, following up on the deadline for the TikTok sale, will you extend that deadline if you don't have a deal? Do you support Oracle?
Well, we will have a form of a deal. TikTok is very popular, very successful, very good. We're going to have a form of a deal, but if it's not finished, it's not a big deal. We'll just extend it. I have the right to have the deal and to extend it if I want. So we'll see whether or not we have a deal. We have a lot of interest in TikTok.
Is there a way for a U.S. company to operate it and ByteDance to still have a share of the algorithm?
Well, there are numerous ways you can buy TikTok, and we will find the one that's best for the country, for our country. I'm worried about our country more than anything else with respect to TikTok. And China is going to have to play a role in that, possibly, in the form of an approval, maybe. And I think they'll do that. Maybe I'll give them a little reduction in tariffs or something to get it done, because every point in tariff is worth more money than TikTok, if you think. Every point. Tariff is a much bigger world, and TikTok is big. But every point in tariffs is worth more than TikTok. So in order to get China to do, maybe I'd give them a reduction in tariffs, as an example. Sounds like something I'd do.
Do you think tariffs are going to be good for Tesla, sir?
Good for who?
Tesla, which makes it
well, he is a fantastic Tesla. Will tariffs be good? I think they may. It could be a net neutral, or they may be good. He has a big plant in Texas. He has a big plant in California. And anybody that has plants in the United States, it's going to be good for, in my opinion.
Mr. President, if you want to return education control to the states, how would you handle it if a state like California were to put in place education policy?
I haven't seen a mask in so long. You're wearing a mask. So nice of you. I haven't seen anybody wearing a mask in a long time. It's good. You feel more comfortable, right?
Yes.
Good. That's good. So go ahead.
You said you want to return education control to the states. How would you handle it if a state like California were to put in place education policies you disagree with?
Well, I think that California is going to be tougher, because they're doing badly on everything they do. Everything they touch turns bad. So a place like California would be tougher for education. But what I would see with California is you'd have a Los Angeles department, and you'd have Riverside. You'd go to various places. And I think you'd have some great areas in California, and then you'd have some, like everything else, that doesn't work so well. But ultimately, I think it would be very successful. I think in New York, as an example, you'd go to Long Island, Westchester, you may have Nassau County, Queens County. You break it up in certain ways, so they'd have maybe 5 departments. Because of the size, they'd have 5 departments instead of 1. A state like Iowa, you'd have 1. And they're just chomping at the bit to get going. So many states are chomping at the bit to get education, and it's going to happen fast, to get the education.
All right, hold on a second. That's the video. That's not me. That's the actual video. The video paused. I don't know if their video ran out. This is the AFP video, but there's nothing I can do about this right now. It is paused. This happened with the Tesla event as well, where we lost the end of the video. I don't think the White House is streaming it live. Let me just check here. We're going to talk about all this. But yeah, that's not me. That's not on my end, what's going on right now. Oh, hold on. I got it. I can get it back for you. I got it back. White House is streaming it. Give me a second. I'm going to put it on right now. Hang on. I am putting it on for you. I am putting it on. Just hang on a moment. And I will go to the place where it was. Here it is. We want it right here. Okay.
Mr. President, the European Union want to return education control to the states. How would you handle it if a state like California were to...
All right, we saw this question already. So let's see. It says resuming shortly. Let's see. I want to get it back to where it was before. I'm just going to hit play on this.
To get education, and it's going to happen fast.
That's the.
I mean, I tell you what. You have 40 states, in my opinion, that will be as good as Norway, Sweden, Denmark. You take a look at those three are top, among the top, and they've been there for a long time. But I think you'll have a lot. Finland is very.
Again, that's on the source.
China's
that's not me.
Top 10, and it's something considering the size. You know, so it's not only a size thing, but Norway, Sweden have been very good. Denmark has been very good. I think you have Iowa and Indiana and a lot of our states will be equal to them. But they can't be equal if it's going to be run in Washington. We don't want that. Yeah.
Director Gabbard testified that any information that would indicate that the U.S. or its allies are going to make an attack should be classified. The Secretary of Defense has said that the information in those messages was not classified. Are you going to ask him to review whether it should have been, should lifetime?
I would.
Again, this is the original feed.
You can view that two ways, frankly. There's a lot of ways to answer that question, but I'd certainly ask him to take a look at it.
So, Mr. President, when they did this in hindsight, should they have
well, there may be a problem with the platform, and if there's a problem with the platform, nobody should use it. You know, they could have a basic problem, but you know, I say it again.
Sorry, that's the feed. It's not me.
Not that I'm looking for lethality. I wish we didn't have to do it at all, but they're shooting down our ship.
They're having issues with the signal.
And we can't allow that to happen. And again, this
very strange.
Time ago, or one or two more.
So,
Vice President's comments that he doesn't.
Issues with the
well,
signal.
I understand where it's coming from.
It's weird. Yeah, this is they're having issues with the signal from the White House. This is the White House feed. And another, I don't know.
Agriculture in Europe, they don't let us do very much. They treat us very badly. One of the reasons I'm putting tariffs on is that reason. You were here last week. We take millions of their cars, BMW, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz. We take millions and millions of their cars. And they have non-monetary tariffs where it's impossible for us to sell a car, almost, in Europe. And so I understand what he's saying. Same thing with NATO. When I got involved, these mostly European countries, as you know, we had 28 at the time, and only 7 were paid. And most of them were not paid. 20 some odd countries were not paid, or they were substantially less than they're supposed to be. And the United States was literally making up the difference in Europe, and it's very unfair. So I understand. I didn't know he made that statement, but if he did, I mean, I'm okay with it. It's I complain about it all the time. The European Union treats us horribly on trade, and NATO has treated now. I raised a lot of money for NATO, hundreds of billions of dollars. You were here last week when the Secretary General said because I got them to pay money. It was unfair. The United States was paying 80, 90, 100%, okay?
You said you're going to be more lenient than a separate.
Sorry
I think if I did to them what they did.
Wow, look at this. Again, it's
it'd be much more lenient. You'll see
some
on
internet
April
issues in the White House, I guess.
I'm going to be much more lenient. They were really bad with us. And then should have stepped up. They should have stepped up and done something, and they didn't do it. And hence we have 36.
Mr. President, you've criticized Jeffrey.
Again, I apologize. This is actually an issue with the original feed. It's not on my end. It's the same thing. The AFP feed had the same issue. Resuming shortly. See, it says resuming shortly. That shows they are having issues at the White House with this feed. You never see resuming shortly. That's the second time we've seen it. Resuming shortly. So there you go. Some of our viewers are saying DDoS. I don't know what's happening, but I just know they're clearly having issues. I don't know when I last saw a resuming shortly on one of these. One of our viewers says it's the signal. Yeah, the other camera we were watching from AFP was having issues too. Although I don't know if they were using the same feed, but it was having issues.
President joined his wife instead of sending her. She was going to do solo to the dog sled race, and now he's going on Friday.
Who's going into
the vice president? Usha was going to go to Greenland on her own.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think you may have JD going actually. Yeah. I don't know if they've split that up, but Usha's great. But I understand JD might be going.
So the European Union has voted or decided against Apple and Google during the Digital Markets Act, and they're the first U.S. companies they targeted with that. An Apple executive told me they believe that's politically motivated because of the tariffs on April 2nd.
The European Union is suing a lot of our companies, like Apple, and they have 17 billion.
Again,
Facebook. They're suing a lot of other companies. And they use that money just like it's like a tariff. They go before judges that are very.
Yeah, signal issues still there. Something's going on at the White House with their internet. He is frozen again. He is resuming shortly. It's the third resuming shortly of the broadcast. Third resuming shortly. Thank you for joining. That's it. Well, technology problems in the White House for this announcement. At least we got to see most of it. Okay. All right. Anyways, let's talk about what we just heard. Let's talk about what we just heard. I don't know the explanation. So, first of all, President Trump announced a 25% tariff on all vehicles, all cars and light trucks not made in the U.S. That's a big deal. That's going to come in effect 25%. That's going to come into effect on April 2nd. So if somebody's importing a car into the United States from outside it, and the car's finished, they will have to pay 25% of the value to the U.S. government to bring it in. Okay, so that's that. We'll talk more about that. Then he talked about the signal thing. He said a bunch of things. He said several times he thinks the Signal app might have an issue or be deficient. What was the word he used? He said it could be that Signal is not very good. He said, I think Signal could be defective. I wonder how Signal feels about that. Also, there was a very interesting moment when he was asked if he still thought that nothing classified was said in that Signal chat group. And he basically said, I don't know. I'd love to play that again. See if I can play that again for you. I need to cue it up here. Got to find the exact timing. All right, so that would have been, let's see, maybe like 20 minutes ago. I have to see if I can dig it up here. It was really interesting. Hold on, I'm pulling it up here if I can. Hang on. I think I'm close to it. I got to just find the exact point where he said it. I don't have a transcript, so I need to just forward through till I find it. He said he thought the Signal thing was a witch hunt. I got it. I found it. I found it. All right, here it is. Here is where he was asked about whether he still thinks everything in the Signal chat was classified. Okay? So remember, we've had the White House, the press briefing was said repeatedly today, nothing was classified in there. And a number of White House officials, a number of administration officials have said nothing was classified. So let's check this out. I think I have it queued up here.
Negotiate peace, but I don't think they're quite. I don't think they're quite ready.
Classified that was shared?
Say it.
Do you still believe nothing classified was shared?
Well, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask the various people involved. I really don't know. I can only tell you this. You know, you don't want to talk about it. The Houthis have been horrible to the world.
All right. So that was, again, because I think it's important. That's when he's asked about it.
In the Suez Canal, they only have been hit hard, and they wanted.
Was shared?
Say it.
Do you still believe nothing classified was shared?
Well, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask the various people involved. I really don't know. I can only tell you this.
He said, that's what I've heard. I don't know. You'll have to ask the various people involved. So that certainly doesn't sound like a yes, that there's nothing classified. So I found that interesting. And that's the latest he said. You just heard it was, what was it? 5 minutes ago or something? What else did he say? I cut it off? No, I literally played the entire thing. If you want to see what else he said, just rewind the broadcast because I literally played every word he said. Anyways, I found that interesting. Hold on a second here. Okay. Also, it was very interesting. I kind of want to play where he talked about the signal possibly being defective. He talked about that too. That was very interesting. Let me pull this up here. Where is it? Sorry, I have to cue it up here. I'm just queuing this up here. Here it is. Here's some more of what he said. This is him talking about signal.
We're going to do it for a long time. We're going to keep it going for a long time.
Senate Republicans have asked, said that they have formally asked the administration for an Inspector General report on the signal issue. Will you agree to that?
It doesn't bother me. I don't know. I want to find if a signal doesn't work. It could be that signal is not very good. It's a company, and maybe it's not very good. I think we'd.
Sorry, that's an issue with the actual feed you're seeing there.
That's the night, and it has been unbelievably successful every single night for the last 4 or 5 nights. So.
And
that's the thing that you should be talking about. Yeah. This is something that should have been done by sleepy Joe Biden, but he was asleep at the wheel, other than when it came to stealing money, of course. Joe Biden should have done this attack on Yemen, which is basically a certain group within Yemen, the Houthis, and this should have been done by Joe Biden, and it wasn't, and that's caused this world a lot of damage and a lot of problems.
So the president is responsible, but he's also overseeing the investigation to find out what went wrong. Maybe
they had a bad signal from the White House today. That's the White House feed where it just pauses. Their feed was even worse than the other feed I was watching. Look at that. Just got stuck. Then it said resuming shortly.
Is worth more money than TikTok.
All right. Anyways. Technical difficulties, yes. So again, 2 headlines coming out of that. President Trump announcing a new 25% tariff on all imported cars and light trucks. And also he made some comments about the signal chat. He called it a witch hunt. At the same time, he also said that he did not know if any classified material was posted in that chat. Yeah, one of our viewers mentioned Signal did make a statement. Although the Signal statement, I think they made before President Trump just made his remarks about Signal, saying that Signal could be defective. Yeah, Signal released a statement yesterday saying, among other things, one piece of misinfo we need to address is the claim there are vulnerabilities in Signal. This isn't accurate. They say phishing isn't new and it's not a flaw in our encryption or any of Signal's underlying technology. Phishing attacks are a constant threat for popular apps and websites. Anyways, you can read their statement. They say Signal remains the gold standard for private secure communications. When President Trump said maybe Signal was defective, I don't know if he was saying like maybe Signal accidentally invited the journalist to the chat or something. I don't know. Again, I'm guessing the company is not overjoyed having the president saying things like maybe Signal was defective and it could be that Signal is not very good. Did he say very good or any good? I wrote down very good. I'd have to go back and watch. You can read. It was all on that. You can watch it. You can go back and rewatch it on this broadcast. Yeah, he did say, I think Signal could be defective. Sing Nasty thinks he said not very good. I'd have to go back and watch the whole thing. I wrote down not very good. Fluid says that would be a big defect. But again, he did say that he repeatedly called the controversy over the Signal chat a witch hunt. He said it's all a witch hunt. By the way, a quick thanks to Iroquois, who says Google Starlink White House. They were having some sort of trouble, some technology trouble over there today during that broadcast. Thank you, Iroquois, for your support. 495-8201 Steppenwolf, 207 Genfa for being a member. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, Scott Scruffherder. Thank you so much, Scruffherder, for your support. I really appreciate that. And PZ Papa Zulu, thanks so much for all of your support. PZ Papa Zulu, who thinks Democrats are trying to distract from Trump's awesome 60-plus days because they are unable to stop his agenda. Thank you also, Bass 300. By the way, this is actually a big story, I think. Trump places 25% tariff on imported autos, expecting to raise $100 billion in tax revenues. President Trump believes that this will lead to more auto factories, more autos being made in the U.S. He said AP says he was placing 25% tariff on auto imports, a move that the White House claims would foster domestic manufacturing, but could also put a financial squeeze on automakers that depend on global supply chains. The tariffs could be complicated as even U.S. automakers source their components from around the world, meaning they could face higher costs and lower sales. I was confused about that. So if there's a U.S. automaker that has a factory in the U.S., but they say 30% of the parts in the country, in the car, are coming from outside the U.S., is there a 25% tariff on those parts coming in? So I'm a little confused on that. I wasn't sure how this was handling that case. And at what point he said something like, if an imported car has some U.S. parts, like those parts won't be part of the tariff? But I haven't seen the actual executive order, so I don't know. AP says Trump has long said tariffs against auto imports would be a defining policy of his presidency, betting that the costs created by the taxes would cause more production to relocate to the United States. But U.S. and foreign automakers with domestic plants still depend on Canada, Mexico, and other nations for parts and finished vehicles, meaning auto prices could increase and sales could decline as new factories take time to build. That's also something to keep in mind. I was reading an article, was it Bloomberg, about the new tariffs? And Bloomberg said that that while Trump has said he wants more cars to be manufactured in the U.S., Bloomberg said that could be years away, given the time it takes to build new factories. And, that could be years away given the time it takes to build new factories and concerns about how feasible it will be for many suppliers to shift. So, our viewer Nat Leo says it will be years from now. He also, as he has been doing, talked about how there's going to be a big tariff announcement on April 2nd. Now, Tanks a Lot said he literally said no tariff on parts. Well, he had said at some point that if a car had American parts, those would not have tariffs on them. Again, we haven't seen, regardless of what he said, we haven't seen the exact executive order yet. So we'll have to see the executive order and see what it says. But the overall import of it is a 25% tax on imported vehicles. As to how it's going to affect, again, AP said it's going to be complicated because of the part situation. I don't know how that's all going to play out. He did call the tariffs permanent. Hang on a moment. By the way, GM stock. I'm looking at the GM stock chart. So it was down about 3% today. And it was at about 51. And then after hours, when President Trump made this announcement, it has dropped to about 48.5. So after hours, GM stock after hours is down a little over 5%. And if you were to look at the after hours chart, you see it's right around the time, it started dropping right around the time that President Trump made this announcement because people didn't know what the announcement was going to be specifically. Ford stock after hours is down 4.25%. Now you might say, why are these American manufacturers' stock going? You'd think their stock would go up, but AP says that U.S. automakers source their components from around the world, meaning they could face higher costs and lower sales. They also said, AP, U.S. and foreign automakers with domestic plants, so they build them here, still depend on Canada, Mexico, and other nations for parts and finished vehicles. River thinks there's a reason he waited until after the stock market was closed. Bitter Harvest says they are dropping because they get most components from Canada and Mexico. One of our viewers just said all car prices will go up. Teresa thinks average of 2 years to build a factory. I don't know. Bloomberg says, again, it could be years if new factories are going to be built before they would be built. Oh, Natasha says, what about the 4 soldiers that died? We talked about that earlier. That was also kind of interesting. Someone asked him about the missing soldiers in Lithuania, and he said he hadn't been briefed on that. Actually, it turns out, this was announced hours ago, that 4 U.S. soldiers sadly had died during training in Lithuania. Now, President Trump had an event before this, so I don't know. Maybe it's just nobody has mentioned it to him today. Up North says, wait until the market opens tomorrow. And again, we'll have to see on April 2nd, Trump is going to announce reciprocal tariffs. I think he said on all countries. He said it would be more lenient than some people are thinking. We'll have to see. Java's Dreamer says, well, not sure how the market will react. Wow, lots of news. Hey, thanks to Jan Bass for your support. Thanks to Iroquois for your support. I really appreciate it. And also, Watching Eurasia. Thanks for subscribing over on Twitch. And Houthis for the gift membership over on Twitch. You know what? We've been on the air for a while. It's been, you know, it doesn't even seem like it, but there's been so much news. We've been on the air for almost 7 hours. I think we're getting close. I think I need a break. Yes, Sir Smurf mentioned this. We talked about this earlier. Sir Smurf sent me this. Thank you, Sir Smurf. NATO spokesperson Allison Hart said on the no. That's all right. Thanks for this. There's actually an update on that, but thank you, Sir Smurf. Yeah, the troops, the soldiers, hold on. I'll show you. Hang on. Right here. Yeah, we talked about this. 4 American soldiers who went missing in Lithuania have died, NATO leader says. A U.S. official would only say that the 4 soldiers were involved in a training accident. The NATO Secretary General said that they had died. The Lithuanian public broadcaster LRT had reported that 4 soldiers in a vehicle were reported missing Tuesday afternoon. But that was the NATO Secretary General who said that they had died. So certainly condolences to their families. That's not good news. Now, I guess in theory, President Trump could always pull back on some of these auto tariffs before April 2nd. He said they were permanent, though, so it doesn't sound like he's thinking of doing that. All right, I think we're getting to that time, guys. I think I'm going to have to take a break and eat something. So, there's just so much news. We could keep covering stuff, but I got to take a break. So I really appreciate you joining our live stream today. We have been talking about the Signal chat and also other stories that came up. So we'll have to see where all this Signal chat stuff is going to. But thank you so much for being with us during our coverage today. And a lot of you have been sending me stuff and letting me read your comments on the air, posting messages in the chat. I appreciate people participating in the broadcast. So thank you for writing in. All right. Hey, so when there's more big news, we'll come back on the air. If there's big news tonight, we'll come back on the air. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda here, Agenda Free TV. Also, I will certainly be posting updates on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news updates @Lookner on X. And turn on notifications for the channel. I can't tell you in advance when big news is going to happen. We're going to come rushing on the air. But turn on notifications, and you'll get sent a notification whenever we go live. Works really well, and it's free. We do it through Discord. The link to the notifications The mods can post that in the chat, and also you can find it in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Make sure you sign up for those. And huge thanks to our moderators, because without them, we could not have chats. I know a lot of people like doing our chat rooms in our various platforms. Love that people are into chatting, but that's thanks to our mods. So huge thanks to our moderators, people like Ruth Krafasi, Sabrina, Beth Mythical, all of our other YouTube moderators who've been over there, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Larry Body, thank you so much, on Twitch. Oh, I might have a couple more quotes for you here. Bastion Girl, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches and Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch mods. And you for watching, all of you out there, I really appreciate you tuning into our coverage. Thank you so much. I just saw, so guys, I got some quotes here from the White House pool reporter, Shira Stein. Sent out some quotes from, we just saw it, but some quotes from the press, from President Trump's appearance we just saw at the Oval Office. He said of Signal, it's a witch hunt. I wasn't involved with it. I wasn't there, but I can tell you the result is unbelievable because the Houthis are looking to do something. The Houthis are dying for peace. When he was asked, do you believe nothing classified was shared? He said, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I'm not sure. You have to ask the various people involved. He also said, I don't know that Signal works. I think that Signal could be defective, to be honest with you. Hey, thanks so much also to everybody who donated. That is so nice of you guys. Thanks to Natasha. I owe Natasha, thank you. And I think I thanked everybody else. Your support is what allows this channel to exist. So I really, really appreciate all of your support for the channel. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks for all of your support today. Hey, also, we have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. The Discord chat, check it out. It's free. It's the same link as the notifications link. And so check that out. And thanks so much to our Discord mods for all you do over there on Discord. Thank you. Also, hey, another good way to find out when we're going live is to follow us on Twitter. On X, X, formerly Twitter, @AgendaFreeTV. I always post there before we go live. I post some updates about the channel there. You can follow over there. Crypto King says, I'm going to chat in Discord. Awesome. Also, what was I going to say? For those of you who watch on YouTube, make sure you subscribe on YouTube. If you want to get a heads up from YouTube about when we're live. No, I'm sorry. My brain has stopped working. Subscribe. If you're subscribed, what I meant to say is make sure you turn on notifications. You can subscribe. That doesn't mean you're going to get the notifications. So if you subscribe, what you want to do is make sure that you've turned on notifications. And the way you do that is once you've subscribed on YouTube, you have to click this bell and then choose all notifications. So if you are subscribed on YouTube, make sure you have the notifications turned on. That's what I meant to say. Okay. Hey, thanks so much to, I want to shout out our Facebook supporters over there, our Facebook subscribers who support the channel, like Lou Green, Kristen McConnell Gates, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Eve Richards, Michael Clayton, Robert Rial II, Erin Van Ness, all of our other Facebook subscribers, thanks so much for supporting. Also, our Twitch subscribers, thank you. Wall Street and Shaggy, Watching Eurasia, Houthis, Drunk Can't Cook, Bogan 04, Geeg, Chi-Town Bear, Massachusetts Guy, Renton, Billy Joe, Sketty Sandwich, Shrocky, Jack's Animals, Jazzy Renee, who else over there? Holistic, Sandy Doggo. Thank you, Twitch subscribers. Gina Pina, McBritches. All of our other Twitch subscribers as well. And our YouTube members. Hey, thanks, Ken Lance. Thanks, Ken, for your nice comments as well. YouTube members, Crypto King, Evelyn in Maine. Confidence in God, J.K. Senar, CAC 813, Eric Johnson, Panic, T.J. Adams, Exceedy, Sweet, Melbar. Thanks, Mitchell Pilot, for all the memberships as well today, too. Again. Ada Gedden, thanks for being a member. Thomas Darwin, Eric Johnson, Lady Tiger Official, John Flick, Apache Aldo, Babs, NY Committee, Darth Tater, KB, Lizzie, Jane Jones, Emma Jackson, Confidence in God, Naomi Nocturnal, Yo-Yo, Ivan, Charlie Lima Papa, Raina Hood, Terry Rose. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Nina Drew, for your support. Thanks so much. Mark Carney is live. Is he speaking? Hold on. I don't know if I'm going to stick around for that. We've been on the air for a while. Mark Carney is talking. What is the channel he is on? It's on CPAC. Oh, all right. I don't think I can show that to you anyway. Even if I wanted to, I don't think I can show you that. Just so you know. Anyways, if you go to Mark Carney if you go to @Mark J. Carney on Twitter, @Mark J. Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada is talking about response to Trump's tariffs right now. All right, guys, I am wrapping this up. I really appreciate you joining our stream today. If there's big news later on, we'll cover it. I got to eat something. Thanks, Fred Flintstone, for being there as well. JD63, our member, thank you. And also a couple more quick thanks yous. Christy Claff, thanks for watching. And Paula Thompson, Jamie Rowland, thank you. Stasha Morgan, Tia Christie, Rambler, Strong One, Paul SF, Sharton Farton. Paul says, how do I get unbanned on Discord? There is a Discord. Could one of the Twitch moderators post? There's a Discord email. I don't know what is the Discord email? Just in case people have Discord questions. That's the last thing I'll mention. I think it is aftvfansdiscord@gmail.com is the help email for our Discord. I just posted it in the chat. There you go. Oh, one of our moderators said it sounds like he's not going to get unbanned because he was, according to one of the moderators, he was doing prohibited content. Well, if you break the rules and you get banned and you break them bad enough, you're not going to get unbanned. I'm sorry, but you got to talk about you got to talk to the mods about that. It's up to the mods. Thank you, Annie Cush. Okay, guys, that is it right now. Thank you so much for watching. We've been bringing you live coverage today of the Trump Signal Chat, Trump administration Signal Chat controversy, and a bunch of other stories. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. Thanks again, mods. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.